combined with that, then this past year, the Super Bowl, where it took place in Atlanta, which was like a gift from the gods, given our competitor is Atlanta. And it's not just because like, oh, company to company, we're going to have a little corporate thing. Culturally, in Atlanta, Coke like runs in the veins of people. Like it is like a emotional.
It pours out of the faucet.
It is literally a deep-rooted thing. And so saying, okay, we normally go into a market, I didn't say it like that, okay, I was just okay, but okay. We're going to go into a Super Bowl market. Typically, we're the sponsor of the NFL. We go into Super Bowl, we beat our chest, say, official sponsor of the Super Bowl, whatever. I'm like, we can't just like run the same play. We got to have a little fun with this. And so to say, okay, if there's Pepsi signs all over Atlanta, these Atlanta folks are going to be like, what the hell is going on? And so what we ended up doing is leaning into that cultural insight and saying, we bought out of home over the entire city. And so we had billboards that said, Pepsi in Atlanta, how refreshing. Hey, Atlanta, thanks for hosting. We'll bring the drinks. And had a lot of fun with these very Pepsi-centric forward things that quite literally just putting up the out of home alone generated hundreds of millions of earned media impressions. People writing stories, people were tweeting like, what the hell? I feel like I'm getting invaded right now, and at the time, even who was about to be in the Super Bowl, all the people in Atlanta, they thought the Saints were coming in. They thought, they're like, what the hell is going on here? Pepsi in Atlanta, and they got a lot of interesting buzz. And so seeing all that a couple weeks before the Super Bowl and all the traction that was getting, we're like, all right, well, we want to make sure people know we're not being mean-spirited. We all did it on the up and up, whatever. And so we're like, we got to let everybody know that, hey, we're grateful for you to host the Super Bowl. And so we came up with this concept called the Cola Truce. And it's a pretty fun, also kind of instigated challenger thing we ended up doing, where essentially for anyone who's been to Atlanta, the World of Coke is this iconic kind of landmark they have. It's a museum of all the things, and they host big events and whatever. And right out in front of the World of Coke is a statue of their founder, John Pemberton. And he's holding out a glass of Coke, greeting you as you walk in, sharing a Coke with the world and all that great stuff. And so quite literally, we said, what if we created a statue of our founder, Caleb Branham, and we got them to, have a nice little cheers moment and celebrate and declare a Cola Truce? Wouldn't that be a cool thing? And so what we ended up doing is we built this statue in record time, by the way, because this was just a couple weeks out of the Super Bowl, and it was just a mad dash to even get this thing done. And we said, but rather than just do it, we're going to engage them. We've never even, back to social media, we've never engaged Real Coke on social media. I know that's commonplace for brands, Wendy's a brand. So we said, hey, Coke, we'd love to, we tweeted a picture, we think we should get together, whatever. And Coke had just launched this campaign called Together is Beautiful. It's all about unity, togetherness, and I'm like, this is perfect.
It's like a movie. Meanwhile, in Atlanta headquarters, we're going to do Together is Beautiful.
Yeah, Together is Beautiful, peace on earth, we're all coming together. I'm like, perfect. We believe Together is Beautiful too. Why don't we come hang out? And we show them this picture of the glasses. Coke tweets us back and says, of course, welcome to Atlanta, Together is Beautiful. Then we tweet them back with a picture of the full statue in the back of a Pepsi truck saying like, cool, we're on our way. We don't hear anything back from them. And then what we ended up doing is we go there to the World of Coke. We documented this whole thing, and we walked in, and quite literally said, "Hey, Coke just invited us over here. Can we get this cola? We're trying to declare a Cola Truce." And they absolutely kicked us off. They're like, "You can't be here. We were instructed not to let you on the property." Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Okay." And we anticipated some of this. And so earlier that morning we had snuck in and actually got the picture ourselves. And so for the 10 minutes we could get in there, get the photos or whatever. And so what we ended up doing is we tweeted the photo anyhow and said, "Hey, we stopped by. Looked like you guys weren't that into it. Doesn't feel very Together is Beautiful, but it's okay. We stopped by earlier this morning." And then we actually flipped and said, "Hey, you know what? We want to declare a Cola Truce for the day. Anybody who tweets the hashtag Cola Truce and a picture of them cheersing a Coke and a Pepsi online, we're going to donate a meal to the city of Atlanta to people in need." It's all, again, this is all about being gracious to our hosts and saying, "Hey, Atlanta, we get you. We want to do some good for you." And so really the thing instantly trending, took off like a wildfire, got a ton of buzz, earned media, social, and was really, really fun and exciting. And people were tweeting pictures of them cheersing, people making dance routines up. It just became a whole thing. And so all that together with the Pepsi OK, with the Atom, just was a really fun, just kind of re-energized a lot of the brand, just one of our biggest moments, the Super Bowl. So
as a human, what apps, talk to me about Netflix, social media. This is Todd the Man, forget about the executive. Netflix, social media, like what are your consumptions right now? Knowing that you love culture, obviously we're wrapping up here, and so we'll have to do a part 2 at some point about like culture hacking and what's happening.
I want to get in on that for sure.
But for you as a man, like what Instagram, Snap, what Netflix shows do you watch, if any?
Yeah, Netflix, it's funny. I haven't gotten as into kind of like the full-on binging, because right now when I get home,
Amazon Prime, anything, or you just like when you get home you watch sports?
I typically watch a lot of live sports, and a lot of ESPN, that kind of stuff.
I have no show either.
I definitely will dig around on Netflix, but I haven't been as.
Are you a documentary guy?
I can get into some of that stuff now and again. Stand-up, I definitely like a good stand-up every now and again. Movies, I watch a lot of movies.
What about social-wise? Instagram, Facebook, Twitter?
Social-wise, I think Twitter, I think Facebook, Instagram, all the kind of the standard kind of things I'm interested in, I'd say, but I'm not as active. For me, and it's interesting. Like I'm not as much of a live in public kind of persona. And all that kind of stuff. But I definitely, it's funny. I consume a lot of them, but I'm not necessarily out there. So I consume a lot of Instagram, but I actually don't post.
You know what's funny? I don't know if you know this. I don't share any of my family stuff at all. And both of my main careers, both wine and now marketing, social media. I know this because I know myself, obviously. I never drank beer or alcohol in college or high school. And had I not had a family wine business, I don't know if I've ever would have drank alcohol in my life. I mean, if you go through high school and college not drinking it, it's not in your culture. And obviously I was born in the Soviet Union, everybody was dying from vodka, so my mom really demonized alcohol. And then social, like I get it. I'm pretty convinced that I would be, if I was doing something else in my life, I would consume. But I would not post, which probably sounds funny, but if you look at the content I put out, it's my business life. It has nothing to do with my life.
I also just think it's such a fascinating, even going back to studying the human psyche and why I have like, we have friends and people we know, and they post everything they're eating, everything, whatever. And my kid won a baseball game all the way up to everything. And at the end of the day, and that's all good and fine.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of it's for. For me, I'll post on hey, happy birthday, that kind of stuff or whatever. But I'm not as
I'm thrilled they post, because the one thing that clearly we share is I got to listen a little bit more. Is I want to know why they're putting up the video of their kid scoring a touchdown. I want to know why they're sharing, their Disney trip. That's how I basically come up with all my ideas.
Totally. Well, and there's just so much rich insight into kind of the human behavior of why and how people are sharing all these things. Even back to this summer campaign we just launched with Instagram, right? Summergram, which you know about?
Yep.
Where we've created 250 AR filters, and they're all attached to Pepsi. The core insight of Instagram is probably the epitome of this kind of look how great my life is sort of behavior, where everyone's seen that iconic photo of their feet on a lounge chair by the pool with the rosé next to their side, right? And it's basically empathy rosé. There you go. Gotta get that in there. But it's and really capitalizing it, saying, if unapologetically, how do you kind of amplify with these AR effects and stuff? But there's just so many little nuggets like that. Just looking around, mining on social media to really.
Let's wrap up with one thing I like watching. Your team dynamics. I do see the entrepreneurial spirit. Like I have this quite a bit as a leader as well, which you get a lot of the motivation, the rah-rah, the fire, the thing. The other thing you get with characters like us is sometimes we're moving so fast, there's collateral damage. As a leader, and I think what I've watched, because I love watching, what I've watched is I think you have a similar dynamic that I do, which is, obviously when you're in a lead position, your team is always going to have to deal with the reality of okay, that's our leader. We're going to have to deal with that. But I think it's palpable on your team as it is with mine. Yeah. How do you think about having an entrepreneurial spirit in a corporate environment where inevitably a lot of the people that work for you are a little bit more structured, every T and I is crossed, speed is sometimes the enemy, and I think you and I probably put speed on a pedestal, whereas other people sometimes misinterpret it as being sloppy. Yeah. But I think we counter with but we focus on what actually matters.
Totally.
How's that dynamic play out?
It's tricky because I think like you, I care deeply about team. I do a lot of offsites, team building, self-discovery stuff, and we go do all this crazy stuff and really want to form a bond to really make sure we have a shared vision. I think the first step is making sure everyone is subscribed to what we're trying to do. Do you get why? Do you get where we're going? Are you bought in? And how do you feel like you actually can contribute and connect to this and build upon that? So that's one thing that I think is paramount. Two is it all starts with trust as a team. So making sure also people understand each other. The other thing I talk about is a lot of people, I want everyone to feel comfortable bringing them whole selves to work, right? And connecting as real people, not just as work people.
That's right.
And so I think making sure we kind of break down some of those barriers and build the trust to get to this idea of high-performing team. I think once you get that going, then you have a good shot to really do whatever you need to do. I think the question is in a big corporate environment like PepsiCo, to your point, folks like me and you, we're boom, 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 we're moving quick, we're thinking, we're spitballing ideas, throwing stuff out. Sometimes, and again, it's a trained muscle. Sometimes you got to break a few eggs to kind of make some omelets, right, and get it going. And so every now and then, there's some times where we're like, hey, go, 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 and it's like, oh, well, we can't do that because legal said this. Oh, we can't do that because of this, and it's like. And I'm trying to instill, hey, I don't need all those things to always boil up to me to help kind of duke it out with some cross-functional teams or figure out what we can and can't.
3 for 10 is the Hall of Fame.
That's exactly 300.
Cal Ripken Jr., Eddie Murray, these iconic Oriole players. Todd, what do we want to end with? For everybody who's listening, you have a slew of different psychographics on my show. You have a ton of young, aspiring, and an awful lot of people more in our age group that I do think wish their DNA was a little faster, a little more spontaneous. Like anything kind of last parting shot for people that are trying to get into a happier place or trying to accomplish more?
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't even connect it to any of this stuff on Pepsi or anything like that. What I would say is kind of more what we were talking about earlier, is that it's kind of, life is what you make of it, which I know is the most cliche kind of thing out there, but it's this idea. I tell everybody at Pepsi, I mentor a lot of younger folks and people who are just coming in, and a lot of people see the world as it's presented to them, not as it is, right? So they'll get a job and say, well, my job description says whatever, and I'm like, every job I've been in at Pepsi, I've kind of not rewritten completely, but you make it your own. What is your take on it? What are you going to bring to this? Then what are you passionate about? As you connect the dots, don't always ask them just say, here's the things that you need to do here. Boom, 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 boom. Like, what can you do to kind of make your job your own?
It's kind of like brand marketing, right? Every big brand's, sentence or mission statement is so vague that how you interpret going for it or doing it for one time or life beyond the life or whatever it might be. Totally, that's complete interpretation.
Well, case in point, when I came into the water business, right? It was like, hey, we sell Aquafina, we got our play, we got the segmentation done by whatever, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, it feels like when I'm looking outside, I'm seeing an explosion of premium water. I'm seeing, I'm like, this doesn't feel right. Like, maybe we should take a step back and rethink it. And so I'm saying, if I'm leading water, so let's turn it on its head. Let's come up with a new thing. Let's come up with some new brand. And so it's like, don't be afraid to push or question the norms just because they're presented to you. Like, see the world as it is, not how it's presented to you.
And deal with the ramifications. And with that, right? Which is like, and if you sucked and you innovated crappy water and you got fired, what? You can always go do something. Like, honestly, at some level, like, one of the biggest ways I think that I've been able to help my friends and then employees, do things is just push them very heavily on what will happen. Yeah. You'll get fired? Okay. Well, that sucks and that's bad. Do you have any savings? Yeah. And sometimes the person's like, yes. I'm like, I'll really go into it. I'm like, wait, you have 3 years worth of savings. Totally. And you're not trying to push the envelope. You can get fired and chill for a year and still be okay. Other people are in debt and they can't. Maybe you can't push as hard, but while you've decided to push in your organization, you're interviewing outwardly just in case you do get fired. Like, what? What?
Right. What's this idea? And it almost goes back to, when I was playing tennis growing up as a competitive tennis player, my dad used to always say, because I would be a head case sometimes, play to win, don't play not to lose. and I would get into this defensive mode where...
That's what tennis is.
I would
hate
literally be the
tennis.
classic, I'm on 5-1, and I would lose 7-5. Because
Really?
I would be like, I wouldn't be thinking, I'd be having fun, I'd be kicking A.
Big shout out to Nate Schroeder on my team, who's led me 5-2 3 times and has lost 7-5 all 3 times.
But that's the deal. It's kind of like right when you start realizing, like, shit, I'm killing this guy right now. I'm going. I got this. And then I get in my head and I'm like, don't mess it up. And then I change my style. I start laughing.
The whole team's pushing me. We got to run. But I got to tell you, no, you don't be sorry.
That's totally the deal.
They need to be sorry because I got to say this. There's something crazy about tennis. Out of all the places on earth that I've navigated my life, it's the only place where I can get defensive. There's something crazy about being up 5-1 and losing that second game, starting to like visualize the comeback.
Totally.
Then 5-3 comes. Now you're serving up 5-3. You should cruise into this.
Totally.
God forbid you lose that game. It's 5-4. It's definitely now 5-5.
No. Second against the 5-4,
you understand this?
It's totally.
Like you react like you.
That's the deal.
There's something about
it's so real.
Not even ping pong, not even other places. Something about that six.
It's the mental flip, and so play to win, not to lose.
Thanks for being on the show.
Hey, thanks, you.
Thanks for everybody listening. We'll continue with this.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching.
What's up, podcast listeners? It's Jason here, and sadly, today is my last day working as an intern on Team Gary. However, today you get to hear a unique interview with the Daily Line, some great questions about VaynerMedia and our approach to advertising. Enjoy and tweet at Gary V with any feedback. Gary V up next.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
So tell me,
yes.
I've just had a very quick briefing here from Harriet, but I gather you've got a little bit of a different take on the market than...
A little bit of a different take, yes. I think, we started a company 10 years ago. I, as an individual, through my content and things of that nature, have been quite loud, but as an agency, we've been incredibly quiet. Hence why I think we're kind of ready to get a little louder, hence why we made the amazing addition of Harriet.
Was that a...
Super deliberate.
Super deliberate, being quiet?
Yes.
What was the rationale behind that?
I think when you're disrupting, the longer people underestimate you or don't even know you exist, tends to have value. I also was coming from the outside. I was coming from Silicon Valley investing and wine e-commerce. So I came from a very different background. Yes.
Wine e-commerce?
In 1996, I launched one of the first e-commerce wine businesses in America. So that was my first career. Being a marketer for my family's liquor business and launching this big e-commerce business was really how I learned my craft of media and creative and things of that nature.
Okay.
And so,
what made you decide to leave wine? I mean, personally, I'd have stuck with the wine. But what made
it was a family business.
Okay.
And I got into my early and mid 30s. I'd invested in Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr, which obviously changed the course of my career.
Yeah,
the world opened up for me a little bit, and I started realizing that I was a marketer. That I was a marketer that happened to run a wine business. I was a marketer that happened to understand how to invest in apps because I thought they would be the platforms that people would market on. So there was a little bit of a self-awareness, self-revelation kind of going on for me.
Okay.
And then I also knew that I didn't know anything about the biggest companies in the world. That I'd done the small business thing, that I'd done the Silicon Valley thing, but I'd never really understood what Coca-Cola or Budweiser or BMW was thinking. And more importantly, watching from the outside, I was curious to why they were doing what they were doing. So I decided to start the agency for 2 reasons. One, I wanted to learn that world.
Yeah.
And 2, I wanted to buy brands eventually.
Wow.
So my big ambition to be in this industry is to buy nostalgic brands from CPG holding companies.
Okay. Wow.
Yes, a little bit of a different angle.
Yeah.
And so that all manifests, as you can tell, in the form of creating a very different shop. First of all, the first 30 to 40 employees at VaynerMedia back in 2009 to 2011 had 0 days of agency experience. So that was interesting. Number 2, I built an agency that did creative and media all under one house.
Okay.
Which now seems to be a conversation, but was very foreign in 2009 when I started VaynerMedia.
Okay. How many people have you got at that agency now?
8.
Just over 800. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I thought you were going to say 40 or something.
This is back to kind of this strategy. By being so quiet, we've been able to sneak up on our size, our scale. We have an office in London. We're opening up Singapore this summer. So
800 people?
Yes.
Wow. I'm absolutely blown away by that. That's a big agency.
Yeah, it's the biggest. It's funny. I think when you walk around here, and Harry, maybe you can add some context. It's interesting. You have a small group of people who are either our clients, which we have many of, or people that have worked with us, or people that have followed me on social that have a bigger inclining and probably think we're the next big thing. And then you have an enormous amount of people walking around here that still have never heard of us. And it's kind of fun to be an enigma.
Yeah.
But it's also fun to now be at a maturity level where when you're not only 800 people, when you're not only $150 million revenue business, and you're an independent. I mean, I don't know the stats on Wyden and Kennedy, but we have to be the largest independent agency in this industry besides Wyden. And yet, by not emphasizing on press and awards in our first decade, it hasn't allowed the industry to get to know us just yet.
Okay.
Which will be fun to be involved in the industry a little bit more in this next decade.
Yeah. Sorry, you did mention a couple of stats there. Can you run those past me again? You said
Our revenues are going to be $150 million this year.
Whoa.
Our head count you just heard.
Yeah.
We work with Pepsi and Kraft and Chase and yes, Harry. I think you're right. It's funny. As such a showman, it's funny that I'm more conservative on the numbers I throw out than higher.
I think we're tracking to be a bit more than 100 probably.
Plus
Yeah.
You said you were going to, your ambition was to buy nostalgic brands. Have you fulfilled that, or are you still heading towards? Is that your goal still?
It's my goal. The only thing I was probably very wrong about when I started the company 10 years ago was that the world would melt financially 5 years ago, 5 years later. That was my big thesis. Let me learn the industry, and then let me buy a brand and convert my talent into the brand.
So you reckoned that we were going to have a double dip?
I did. I thought 09 with the bailout was a bad decision and was putting a Band-Aid, and my intuition was that the world was going to melt. My main thesis to start the industry was Facebook, Amazon, and Netflix were going to win, and the world was going to melt. And I was right about 3 of the 4 things, and the 4th one has led to a very different path. I originally thought my agency would be converted into a brand. Now it's too big of a company and we enjoy it too much that when I do buy a brand eventually in 3, 5, 7, 9 years, then we're going to still keep the agency, obviously, and we're going to take some of the agency people over to work on the businesses. But I just don't know when that will be, and honestly, I'm so worried about building the agency that I'm not overly. I can't control that anyway, so I have to be prepared. But I don't spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out when.
This is fascinating stuff.
Yes, it's definitely
really interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting.
I also think it's double interesting. Let me tell you why. I'm not sure, but one of my things that I'm very passionate about is to inspire a bigger push towards independent agencies doing different things.
Yeah.
I think it would be healthy for the business. I think the holding companies are smart enough to know what they need to worry about is the consultancies, right? They're going to worry about Accenture and others. But I do think for the health of the industry, having more significant independent shops, I think would really matter.
Well, you see that in television. I mean, most of the great kind of creative ideas in television and drama and things are kind of certainly in the UK coming out of the indie community.
They have more freedom. Let's call it what it is. There's a very financially heavy infrastructure to this creative field.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's very true.
When you look at all the great creative shops that have work down there, at the end, if you follow all the lines, they're run by a CFO.
Yeah.
They're not run by a CCO.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true, and I think it's something that's worth having more of a conversation about.
Yeah. Now, my problem with this is going to be the fact that if Jules is in a good mood, I may have 300 words. I may have 250, you know.
Let's speak to him.
Here's some good news. We're very grateful for one word, so whatever happens, it happens.
I know it's not that. It's just that in terms of what you would like me to, what message you're down here giving out.
Here's a couple.
So what would you like me to focus on within my 300 words?
That we need a more progressive conversation on volume of creative, that the industry needs to start not demonizing quantity.
Okay.
This notion that quality is given up when you do a quantity of creative is a huge misnomer and something that I think would really benefit the industry and most of all the brands.
And in what way would it benefit?
Most brands can't make relevant creative because they're not making enough creative to hit the many different cohorts they need to be talking to. And so they end up making one vanilla piece of video.
I know, I see what you mean. Don't speak so much, just get the same with that in your great words. I'm sorry, they're not making enough creative to hit all the cohorts, so just making one vanilla piece of work. Okay.
You know, we are too infatuated with reach and not enough around relevance. And if you don't make 70, 400, 3,000 pieces of meaningful content, you can never create actual relevance.
Yeah, okay.
But if you go walk the streets right now, one of the worst words in the creative community is volume and quantity.
That's very true, yeah.
And that needs to be we need to have a more thoughtful conversation around it.
Yeah, they're bad words at the moment.
They are.
Yeah.
And so
I was at a HBO session yesterday where they were saying, how can you increase your output without sort of losing the secret sauce of HBO, volume, and how can you do that without sacrificing?
That in the form of a 1-hour drama is a far more interesting debate than trying to communicate a toothpaste or a shampoo or a soda pop to the end consumer, right?
Yeah.
You know, if I'm trying to sell, what we know about long form video, theater, movies, television is some shows are not meant for everybody. We have 4 people here, and that's okay.
That's fine,
Meanwhile, we have this audacious conversation that this 30-second spot is supposed to make everybody inspired to buy.
That's very true.
HBO does do a lot of creative.
Yeah,
they have many different shows. If HBO was a creative agency, they would have one show.
Yeah. Yes, so that's a very important
Here's another one.
Yeah,
Here's one other important, and I know it's limited words, but you do whatever you do. I'm going to give you one more point that's big for us.
Okay.
We are outrageously structured on actual business results.
Okay.
Because my selfish ambition is to own businesses, all the work we're doing is actually trying to figure out how to drive businesses, not maximize our revenue. And that has led us to being more client-centric.
Okay.
Because I don't want to necessarily be the most profitable. I want to figure out if my hypotheses are true.
Yeah. Can I?
You can.
I'm assuming that your early career in wine and investing in Twitter, gave you the kind of finances to kind of support your vision.
Yes, but you'll appreciate this. I take even more pride in the
yeah.
fact that I know how to run a business, and we haven't raised any capital, and we've been able to pay the payroll every single week, and it hasn't needed me to include any capital for my personal self. So as you can tell by my answer, I'm very proud that I'm an actual business operator, because a lot of people, run businesses that don't make money because they're getting VC capital, and other people are running businesses that try to extract profit at the expense of their clients because they're publicly traded. So I feel like I have this nice little middle zone.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to stick your head above the parapet. You've come down here now,
yes,
and you're going to say, "Hey guys, I'm here. You know, we're here, and we're huge actually, and you've never heard of us, or most of you haven't." How are you going to go about doing that in Cannes? What are you just
slowly,
talking to people?
slowly? Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
I've been playing camp for 7 years.
And you're not involved in any seminars.
I am. I love speaking to the young lions. I just did a talk. I'm not sure in where they.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
I'm doing this with you. Like, but the reality is this: when you're running a marathon, you do marathon behaviors.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, the answer to your question is patiently. Which confuses people because I have high energy as a human, and so they confuse my natural DNA with my business behavior.
Yeah.
This is my 7th year at camp.
Yes.
And so, even though I'm high energy and confident and excited, I'm also respectful, and I didn't want to scream from the top of my lungs.
Yeah.
And when I've been patient, I've been learning. Now that we've got a little bit of a business that I think, I'm flattered. We'll be like, whoa, and now that I understand the industry, now that I know we're having an independent shop in 10 years at this scale, puts us in the history of the industry, not just right now, in the history of the industry. How many people have gone from 0 to 150 million independently is very far and few between. I take a lot of pride in that, and I enjoy being part of this industry, even though we might be taking a little bit of a different point of view on it.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm going to unfortunately stop you there.
Makes sense, because you only have so much limited time.
Well, it's not so fantastic, I've got so few words. But,
limited space. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, well, no.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed, because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
And Gary, your most valuable career tip?
Bless you. I would go with self-awareness. I think that we need to put that word on a much bigger cultural pedestal.
This is the Gary V Audio Experience.
On stage with these 4 legends. So, ladies first. Well, you can say that now at this time. Roxanne Taylor, Stephen Wolf Pereira, Gary Vaynerchuk, and Brian Whittle. So, it's a pleasure to have you all here. I'm the MD of Whaler and Mia. And really at Mia, and really at Whaler, we're certainly trying to think about how we build a modern business, a business that works for everybody and works for women, and where we have a kind of modern approach to emotional intelligence and thinking about how we humanise what we do in our workforce. So today I just wanted to really explore those themes with these guys, and to think a little bit more about emotional intelligence and the importance it plays in building today's workplace and culture. So I'm going to start with you, Brian, actually. Why do you think EQ is so important in today's workplace?
Well, I don't think there's really any place where it's not important in today's workplace, so I think the question assumes that this is I do not buy that there's some sort of seismic change. I think this has been there. It's just more recognized today and valued today than it's been there in the past. So that being said, if you follow anything about what Accenture Interactive is about, we're holistically about improving experiences and reinventing stale experiences, of which there are many in our lives as consumers. And to do that, you have to connect with people as individuals, as people with their own likes and dislikes and personalities and flaws. And being in tune for that, rather than just how they're viewed in a data set or as a mass, is actually good business as well. So it's not just something about being sweet or kind, it's actually a business driver.
Yeah, definitely. And Roxanne, do you have any thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I think, today we always talk about artificial intelligence and we talk about machine learning, and I think EQ is certainly something that sets humans apart from machines. So it's not only important for all the reasons that Brian described, but today people want to be, we're creating an environment of equality. I think that's the most important thing for business leaders to think about. It isn't just about inclusion and diversity anymore, so you don't start from a place of someone was excluded and now we're going to include them. It's about creating a culture that is an equal culture, and so everyone starts on equal footing. So those are my thoughts about EQ.
It does feel like this is suddenly getting more sort of airtime, this topic now. I mean, Gary, why are we suddenly really talking about this and focusing on this?
Just, timing of serendipity. I think the reality is there's always news cycles. I think to your point, why a series of a ton of events, the election in the United States, there's a million things to why. I think the important thing for everybody looking at this room, like everybody's going to be playing in 10 years and 20 years, and when it's not the topic, it's going to be important that we keep the momentum of the topic. When the economy completely collapses globally in 6 years and companies are dying to stay alive, they're going to be looking at a different perspective. And so I think why has a lot of things, but I think more importantly, I couldn't agree with you more. This is black and white, good for your bottom line. I think the reason we created not HR but a chief heart officer, I look at it as a business thing. Retention matters. Happiness matters. You get productivity for it. This is more of a CFO conversation than an HR conversation. And so my hope and what I've been trying to do with my personality type is beat the drum of like, this is a business thing, because inevitably in 4 years when things get soft, I want to make sure that the people that look at the dollars and cents are reminded how important all this is from a P&L standpoint, not just a PR standpoint.
Yeah, definitely. And Stephen, tell me what you think. What does this look like for you in your business? What does good culture look like in your business?
Yeah, so I think you're seeing a complete transformation in terms of people that would bolt on things like, corporate social responsibility, all these kind of functions, and really understanding at the heart of every single company has to be purpose. And actually, for Encantos, we are incorporated as a public benefit corporation. So a PBC, it's more than just a B Corp, but this is what Patagonia is, what Allbirds, Kickstarter. There's so many other companies that are really having purpose be at the core of who they are and what they stand for. And I don't think, as Ross Martin talks a lot about, you cannot be, neutral. You have to have a point of view. I mean, Gary has a very clear point of view. You are never going to be confused that Gary has a point of view. And I think people are hungry for purpose, and especially when you think about Gen Z and where we're focused on because we're family entertainment. When you think about Gen Alpha, kids born after 2010, purpose is absolutely at the heart of all these different initiatives. So if you do not have purpose at your company, then I think it's going to be really hard to retain the talent.
Do you think, and Gary, this one's for you, do you think that your clients are also thinking in this way as well? Do you think that's reflected in their culture?
Them on their side internally?
Yeah, or the clients that, for example, you work with.
Meaning them internally, or how they view us from this perspective?
Or them internally. Do you think they're thinking about purpose? And we're certainly seeing it from more of our clients.
Yes, I think we're all seeing it. I think, not to be boring and beat the same drum, we work with Fortune 500 companies who need to make numbers every 90 days. And again, I think if you look at the history of issues that I think we can all agree on that we'd be passionate about to happen in a good way, a lot of times they bubble up during good economic times because you're able to look at things in a 360 world. You're not just trying to make payroll. And so, yes, I think they're looking at it now. I also think they'll be the first group of people who stop looking at it when there's a meltdown. I genuinely believe that. And so this is not like guessing. This is, if you look at social issues in corporate environments over the last 100 years, they flourished during better economic times. And so, yes, they're absolutely looking at it. We also live in a world now, to your point, where there are so many options because of the great economy. You do have to have a purpose because people can go to a lot of places and get a lot of jobs or start something for themselves in this world. So
I think also spell the disingenuousness. If it's not authentic,
100%. And by nature, big companies feel disingenuous to us in day one. And so what the biggest companies are worried about is talent, is acquiring and retaining talent. And so yes, I think it's a big issue for them now.
And Brian, in your world, are you seeing this more from clients now, where they're really thinking about the agencies, the partners they're working with, they're thinking about their supply chains and on their side of things, how they are better in this space in terms of whether it's sustainability or brand purpose? Does this feel like a big thread for you guys and the clients that you work with?
I would say it's increasing. I would not say that it has shifted adequately yet. I think that we're seeing, in any type of structured buying process from a large client, we're talking about, something between 30 and 60% of those have an element of emphasis around sustainability and diversity and other things that are EQ related that we're discussing. But that needs to be, pushing 100%, in probably the collective view of people on this panel, certainly mine. But I would contrast that from 5 years ago, that would be more like 10%.
Yeah.
So it is absolutely a major shift of emphasis for people that are spending millions and millions of dollars on various marketing and experience and media investments, that they want their partners in the ecosystem to be paying attention to that. But we're on that climb, we're not there.
Yeah.
That's how I would describe it.
Okay. When we think about people, I know there's this kind of Fridays for Future campaign out at the moment. Could we think about giving people within our the opportunity to do something on a Friday, for example, for their community, for the planet, for humanity? I mean, what do you guys think about stuff like that? And that kind of whole idea of work-life balance and people being able to do things they're actually passionate about and making room and time for that in the workplace. Do you think that we're headed in that direction? Roxanne, maybe from you.
So thinking back to, and by the way, I do not work at Accenture any longer, so I'm looking at the thing that says Accenture up there. I don't work there any longer. But when I did, I know that we were very committed to the community. And we really set about to ensure that our people had an opportunity to be part of the fabric of the community. And I think it's important to make the time for them and to allow them to volunteer, to give them lots of options so that they can find something that is their passion and something they believe in. But I also think that if it's going to be the company donating your time, it has to be something that accrues to the values of the company, and it has to be something that is aligned with the purpose of the company. So at Accenture, our purpose is all about improving the way the world works and lives, and that is a huge and lofty goal. Originally, it was changing the way the world works and lives, and we thought, well, you could change it for the better or for the worse, so that was kind of a stupid position, so we changed it to improving. And I think that people actually then feel that it's something that they value, it resonates with them, and they can volunteer their time and get involved. But I think it can't just be something that a company does. So I think people need to find something that excites them, and they need to get involved in it. And it can't just be the company giving you time off to go do it. I think as human beings, as citizens of the world, we are obligated and have, not a fiduciary responsibility, but a moral responsibility to get involved in the world. And so if you're going to rely upon your company to give you time off to go do something that's good, that's kind of cheating. It has to be something that you are passionate about. So I don't know if I addressed your question.
That's brilliant. And Gary, do you have any thoughts on that? I know being kind is such an important part of your culture.
Look, I think every single person here is trying to find the right balance between practicality and the ambition for kindness and good. And so there's a lot of businesses that aren't sustainable if their employees are off on Friday, and that's something we have to be empathetic to. I think, for me, I've always been funny. It's funny. I love to hustle, but I think about impact. I like it, so I like what I'm doing. But if somebody can, as an operator with 1,000 employees, if somebody is effective and they're 27 hours in the week, that's far more exciting to me than somebody not effective at 55 hours a week. And I think even when I say that, to watch so many people subtly head nod, I think as technology advances, as we make investments into paying attention to other things, I do think that we can start getting into a talent conversation instead of just checking the box for how many hours you're putting in, which I think is unbelievably rewarding for the business, for the human, and I do see some of those subtleties going that way. So I think it's important in this fancy environment with fancy people for us not to get too impractical around this issue. I don't have half-day Fridays in the summer like that, but I also have unlimited vacation policy. So if you want all your Fridays off, you can do that, and I think we look at it kind of that way.
But I also think that there's a way to, there's such hunger for people to not get the extra time off. They want to be at a company that truly is aligned with their values, right? Like, and God knows we have people that show up to work every day because they believe in building family, entertainment, and education brands for today's multicultural world. That's why they get up out of bed to come to, they cannot wait because they know they're having impact. And so they don't need a day off. They actually it's congruent where the work and the impact that they have every single day is tied to the purpose of the company. And I think increasingly all the direct-to-consumer brands, that's one of their competitive advantages.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just thinking about talent, when you guys are hiring, what are the sort of most important traits you look for, and has that changed over the years? Brian, I'd love to hear from you on that.
But that is something that I would say definitely has changed. I think maybe in the 3 to 6, 7 years ago range, we were looking for people who were very strong abilities, and it might be in creative, it might be in commerce technology or digital content or any of the things that touch our worlds. But right now, those things are, table stakes would be one of the buzzword expressions, and we are looking for people that are well-rounded individuals that naturally play nice with others, that are highly likable, that are social creatures, that have passion and want to make a difference in the world. That people tend to find that intersection of what they want to do with a purpose, but they also have to add a third dimension. It has to be what you want to do, what you're good at, with a third dimension of something that has purpose for you. And that relates to the last question you asked, because I think companies that create a very structured, you will give back in this way with this structure are trying too hard. I think you need to set up an environment in which the people can do that for themselves in the interest that they have. And I think if they're not working for a company over the long term that they believe aligns with their purpose, then that's a problem. That doesn't mean that every week is going to be great or every assignment is going to be giving back to the world, but you have to back up and say, no, over the last 18 months, what have I done? Have I had a balance of things? And people that have that perspective and that's what they want, that is absolutely the way. That's more important than a specific technology thing.
So can I jump in?
Building
on what you said, and I agree 100% with everything. When I'm interviewing people, I always look for people who are inquisitive. I mean, to me, that is a lightning rod for me. When you're talking with someone, if you're sitting beside them, you're looking in their eyes, they have to have that light in their eyes, they have to have that passion and interest in learning and just, being engaged.
Libre na nga eh.
Area of expertise, but more broadly in everything around them. So those are things that I look for. But as also someone who's been a leader of a big function in hiring, my company and
gusto lagi spoon feeding.
And now to equality. And I think when you're hiring people,
Farm din.
With the HR team, and invariably some recruiting person would bring me dribs and drabs of candidates. And I got to a point where I would say, look, I'm not going to start interviewing.
Pero actually, wala nang bibigay sa kanya eh. Ito lang 20 ko yung mabibigay ko sa kanya kasi.
Across the board, not just men and women, but all kinds of diversity. That is when I'll start interviewing. And so as soon as
Ginawa kong FSB yung mga
if she or he who's the boss and final decision maker, you just
Higdra Silverico.
It's not, I genuinely think everything bad at VaynerMedia is 100% my fault because I'm empowering the people that are making those decisions. Like, when you're a small company, I have a lot more empathy for the holding companies and the publicly traded companies.
You are time nga ba?
When you're an entrepreneur or a small company, you have full control. Like, you're 100% accountable for that.
But I also think we need to real time because when you think about
GR pala, bobo. QR ang puta ng quarantine.
Everyone's talking about it, everyone wants to show that they're
Parang gago.
Kind of take a page out of what Gary has done. When you think of, I want to connect with millennials. Oh, do you have any millennials on your staff? Have you ever actually done a Facebook campaign, a Snap campaign, and you really walk the walk on a lot of that stuff? But a lot of folks don't actually have that talent. I would say the same thing on the diversity front, where if you look at people, there is a leaky bucket issue. And so you might have some, kind of entry-level folks, but who do you actually have mid-level, and who actually is senior, people of color, women and people of color specifically, that are representative? And I don't want to hear the excuse of, it's a supply problem, we can't find them. No, it exists. And so that's part of the reason why we form groups like, there's the Girls Lounge, there's what we affectionately call the Black and Brown Lounge, the Idea Initiative, Cannon Colors Tomorrow, and we have, lots of great, partners for that kind of stuff like P&G, but it is an issue where you do not see the talent represented. And then this ties to the business, because if over a third of the U.S. today is multicultural, going to a multicultural majority by 2040, you don't have to wait to the future. The future is now, because over 50% of all millennials are diverse. Gen Z is even more diverse. So this is actually a business issue. You cannot grow your business without this talent. So I really question, what are people really doing to kind of get it out of an HR conversation, put it into the P&L, actually have folks, that are on this panel really hire that talent.
Brian, I'd be interested to hear from you on the female leaders, certainly within your organisation. Do you feel that they have a fair shot at things? Are they listened to? Are they heard? Are they...
Priority for us, and I would hypothesize that if you ask the many very successful senior leaders we have that are female, I think that they would say right now that there is a very strong opportunity for them, that they are given that opportunity with equal, and we can always try to do more. Now, do we have that in every aspect, in every geographic corner, in every practice area? I think an answer of yes to that would be somewhat ignorant and naive. That doesn't mean that that's not the aspiration, but in terms of leadership, I think we're much more there than we are maybe elsewhere in our pyramids.
Okay, great. Listen, I'm going to switch gear a little bit so we can kind of get to know you guys a bit more. What's the single most valuable career tip you could give someone? So, Stephen, I'm going to start with you on that one.
Well, so one of my mentors is actually Antonio Lucio, who's the CMO of Facebook now, and he actually gave me some really great words of wisdom, which was, no matter where you are in your career, no matter what type of endeavor, the 3 steps are, first, learn the rules, then master the rules, then break the rules. And I feel like he's certainly going on that journey right now. I mean, if you observe him, he's such, we would call him, jokingly, affectionately, El Maestro. Because he really is the master. He was the CMO of HP, CMO of Visa, he was at Pepsi. And understanding how you go into an org to truly learn. And you go in with your cup empty. And then once you understand the internal game, because, Antonio is one of the top CMOs on the planet, but he's been laying low, playing a very smart internal game to understand how the org works and really identify what the problem is. And I would argue he is probably one of the toughest jobs in the world right now, but he, I think, is really now starting to come out and show a little bit of the work, but it's because he's been learning the rules. And I just think that kind of, methodology, it's very, very simplistic in nature, but it's very profound.
And Gary, your most valuable career tip?
Bless you. I would go with self-awareness. I think that we need to put that word on a much bigger cultural pedestal. When I look around here, every single person, to give a blanket career advice, it's going to be vanilla. It's like a TV commercial. It's going to be vanilla. And I don't think that's bringing anybody value. So I think really getting to a place where you understand yourself, and I would say self-awareness needs to be kind of like oxygen. It's a 24/7 thing. When you're 22 and you're wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, there's something that you really want. And then at 26, you fall in love and you want a different, you've got to really check that at all times. Like, what are you up to? Is it about currency? Is it about legacy? Is it about fulfillment, work-life balance? Like, I'm sure everybody here has gone through maybe one cycle of going all in, but then looking for more balance and then going back all in. And so I think you've got to know what you're good at. I mean, the reality is, I watch so many people try to fix their shortcomings, and where I just wish that they would triple down on their super strengths, where I think would just be far better for them.
Yeah, I very much agree with that, and I speak a lot in organizations and sometimes outside about the priority of personal brand, which is of course built on the notion of self-aware. And people spend so much time trying to improve their weaknesses and be representative to so many groups and priorities and bosses. And instead, I look at it as saying, when you're kind of in that adult marketplace, pretty much you are who you are. You can bend around the edges, and the expression I give, the specific question is this: you need to be able to be yourself at work. So if you have to go in and wear different clothes and use different vocabulary and behave differently, then that's not where you're gonna. That is going to be a 6 month, the 4-year run or something like that. You're going to find something else. You have to be able to work with the people that you're just natural around. Maybe not 100% of the time, but 90% of the time. You just have to be relaxed and be yourself. That doesn't mean you're not going to work hard. Doesn't mean you're sometimes never going to get nervous or anything like that. But you have to be able to be yourself. It can't be like, oh, I switch on this other personality when I start working. And that dimension is something that the younger generation is far better at than people that I started working with 20 years ago. So that's how I feel.
Do you think this sort of, this being able to be your true authentic self?
About building your video creative strategy.
Ooh, video creative.
That session starts in 5 minutes.
I know, it's pretty cool.
We talk like, I'm so shut up, please. I know. Hello.
Just talk over her.
We talk about this age of authenticity. Do you think we talk about, it's fine, come to work, be your true authentic self? Do you think that's actually the reality? Do you think people, certainly, can people come and be emotional? Can people have mental health issues? Is it acceptable, really? Because we talk a lot about it, but then it can obviously feel quite judgy at the same time, because people want to try and be kind of the perfect brand and a perfect ambassador.
It's a lot better than it was a decade ago.
Yeah.
I think, boiling the ocean's hard. And so I think all of us probably recognize, what's been fun coming from an entrepreneurial background into Fortune 500 land is, 10 years ago, I'm like, this is really bad. And look, I think it's funny. I actually think people don't talk up in meetings more about their actual strategies and what they believe the work should be more than who they actually are. Because of the way reporting works in this industry, everyone's pandering to the rules, right? But it's a lot better than it was 10 years ago. And I think this era of so much momentum, I think it's going to create more. And the reality is, I think the big thing I encourage people is, like, during this great time of macro global economy, like, you're in charge of your life too, right? Like, if this place doesn't represent that, you can roll. And so I think it's a lot better. I think it's clearly no is the actual answer, right? It's super hard to go all the way there, but it's a lot better.
But there's different levels, right? Like if you're just generally an asshole, being 100% asshole at work probably doesn't work, right? But at the same time,
it worked in a lot of places 10 years ago. But by the way, it still works.
It's relative.
Which sucks.
If you are black, if you are brown, if you are a woman, you do not have that license, and it's just the reality, right? If you are the one black person in the room, you cannot be the angry black man. You just can't, right? If you are the only woman in the room, there's certain things that you can't do, right? So there's we just have to be really self-aware, to your point, that we're all making, kind of improvements in that direction.
in their position because they're raising so much fucking capital are going to come down, right? And I think this is
but it's any industry, right?
Yeah, but like, let's not paint the nirvana of brands that their CAC is not as valuable as their LTV, and the only reason they're surviving is because the Saudi prince is funding them all the way down the funnel.
That brings us to a nice point.
I know it's
That was
true.
a downer.
Roxanne, you know why I said it? You know why I said it? I think this is an important time for all of it. I think we have to be very thoughtful that so much of the good that we're talking about right now is prepped by the economy. When it goes, I think it's up to everybody here. This is something you give a crap about to keep beating on that drum. Because the one place a woman or brown or black can play that card is when they're the financial driver. And you see that. And I see that in organizations, and it happens in our organization. So I just think it's important. I know it's an important conversation. It's the other shoe to this when it drops.
Okay, so I want to talk about what we think is the biggest and most exciting opportunity in the marketing. That's a very broad brushstroke question, but yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear your thoughts on that. Brian, should we start with you?
Well, for me, that is very clear, and that's why our growth is what it is, and that's why I'm doing what I do. It's the intersection of what my group is good at and what we're passionate about, and that is there's so many what we call experiences there that are yet to be reinvented. And you say marketing industry, so I'm using that term liberal because I don't. Do you mean advertising? Do you mean media? Do you mean the combination of the two? Do you mean direct marketing? All of those things. But I mean, I'll just put it this way. Look at the way most of you probably flew here. You boarded that plane. Look at the way the last automobile you purchased, the manner and the process you went through to purchase that automobile. Specifically, look at the way, if you've ever been to an emergency room in a hospital for one of your children or a loved one, that process from the time of the injury until you're actually receiving medical care, and starting with what hospital is closest, what the waiting times are, should I get an ambulance, should I not? All of these things, the technology is there, the processes are, the capital is there, the economic environment is there to fastly improve all of those, much as in the way companies like Uber have revolutionized the transportation industry in urban locations. And yet, we've done collectively very, very little. So that whole experience revolution, and there are many, that is where I believe, and we're making big bets on that. So we believe this is going.
It's really exciting to hear you say that. Gary, how would you respond to that?
What was the question again exactly?
What do you think is the biggest and most exciting?
Bakit ang bilis ko pa rin kanina? Wala naman ako hasty shit.
For me, it's getting the collective industry.
Walang nung Adji. Adji
around the
Bliss.
reality of 2019 and how the consumer interacts. I think the most exciting part is debating what's been accepted. I think this is an industry that is remarkably insular and non-consumer centric, and reporting and awards and headlines are much more of the currency than the actual business results. So I think just more intense is probably the thing that excites me the most.
Sim lang pala yun. Fuck.
Yeah, but I think what Brian's talking about, which excites me, is, wait till everybody truly gets educated on the infrastructure of 5G. Like, not just your cell phone is faster. Real transformative infrastructure is being built and now ready to open up. Things that, when the asphalt is smart, when shit crazy.
Yeah, I suppose when we talk about marketing, we're actually thinking about, services, technology, what's out there, what's possible.
So there's just a lot that you're about to see over the next 2 decades.
Great.
So part of the reason why I left the corporate world to do this family entertainment education startup is we have a thesis of 3 major trends that are going to transform the 21st century, which is around the 3 Ds. So going direct, and agree with you, lots of startups out there, but the trend of going direct to the consumer,
100%.
that is a macro trend, right? Disney buying Fox and Hulu assets, that is direct to consumer, right? So startups that don't really have a business, that's one thing, but going direct is one major trend.
Yes.
The second is the next wave of digital, and you're spot on. If you think about what happened in 2007 with the first iteration of the iPhone, you could have never imagined Uber, you could have never imagined Airbnb, but it took a decade plus or minus for those technologies to come to life. And what year is the first 5G handset that will come out? And that will really spark the next wave of innovation. When you actually have, to Gary's point, sensors that are going to be low energy emitting sensors that can last 10 years without being replaced in everything from asphalt to street lamps, and you really start to see IoT true. So it is going to transform the form factor of your phone, right? So the digital, the going direct, and then the last D is really diversity. I don't think people truly understand the power of culture that comes with diverse consumers. Gen Z being the most diverse population ever, and then you think about Generation Alpha, which we are really building towards. In 2010 is kind of when Gen Alpha really starts. Kids born after 2010, the first iPad generation, they're all digital and they are the most diverse ever, but also different types of diversity, mixed race couples, right? Think about kind of LGBTQ family. So just the definition of family has fundamentally changed, and those 3 Ds are going to fundamentally transform every brand, every company, every industry, and we're going to be very focused on entertainment and education.
Wow, what an answer. Roxanne, over to you. You've got 5 minutes.
There's nothing that the group hasn't talked about yet, but I've been thinking, and I went to a panel right before this about sort of security and data integrity and privacy and everything else. And I think one of the big things that as marketing executives we need to think about is the exchange of value with the consumer, the exchange of value with the target client, and how we engage with the clients. And they're giving us data, and we have a responsibility to use it in a way that's going to add value for the consumer. And so I think about a tangible example of that is, I have a banking relationship, and I bought my car through the bank, and I have my mortgage through the bank, and I have all kinds of other stuff through the bank. Yet every time I have an interaction with them, it's as if I'm a new person. They don't know who I am. And I'm thinking, every 2 weeks my paycheck is deposited. You have the ability to look across and you can see value in my life, which is that you're going to fill out all these ridiculous forms, and when I apply for a new mortgage, you're going to know that I have the money to afford it. You can see everything about me in your systems. There needs to be that exchange of value where I get something in return for being a client that uses you in all of these different siloed ways. Now, demonstrate the value for me by coming to me and saying, hey, how about this product or that product? There's that, or make it really frictionless and give me that great experience.
So many ideas here for the entrepreneurs in the audience. But I'm going to finish on one question to Gary. Is there a rosé wine we can drink that doesn't give us a hangover?
It all depends on how much you drink. And every rosé this week is grossly overpriced. So keep that in mind.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining our panel today.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
What up, Malaysia? What up, baby?
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Yes, sir. I love you back. I love you back. Love you back. Hello, hello. Sit. I'm trying to see where the mics are. I'm very excited about today. We're working backstage, and we're going to do a bunch of Q&A. First, I'm going to give a little bit of a keynote, but we're going to be setting up mics at some point, so please get ready for your questions. So where do I want to go? So look, there's a lot of things that are on my mind, and when I think about why you would come to this conference, what is always a big pressure and focus of mine is how do I bring value for you to coming to this event? Like, you're not here for kicks and giggles. There's something you're trying to get. And when I think about what somebody's trying to get, the reality is it's either the strategy, right, the information of the strategy, or it's the tactics. You know, there's two ways to go about this, strategy and tactics. And so for me, I always skew towards tactics because it's practical. Like, get happy or this and that or mindset, you know, it's super important, but it feels like it could lack the tangible notion to actually get you there. So that was my framework for a decade. Over the last couple of years, a lot of the things that I try to say, and when I look at people consuming my content, and then why they're not doing something about it, I started realizing over time that it wasn't just the tactics, it was important for me to create the framework, the blueprint, the strategy, the why, so it allowed you to get there. So many people in this audience have a very good sense of what to do, but the reason they're not doing it is because they fear the judgment of others when they would actually do it. Look, it's very simple. If you follow anything or a lot of other people are saying, it's very clear that this device has changed the framework of our society. And whether you're in Southeast Asia or America or Europe or South America, it's universal. This has changed everything from a practicality standpoint. But if you're fearful to go in because it's not what your parents want, or because you're not willing to pay the sacrifice of time and eat shit for 5 years to get what you want, it doesn't matter that you're knowledgeable, that YouTube and podcasting and Instagram and Facebook and Twitter or LinkedIn work on this platform. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I sit here for the next 45 minutes and tell you that in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Singapore, in the collective Southeast Asia, besides mainland China, that Instagram story ads are so underpriced that if you spend $1,000 on them and actually put good content in there, whatever you're trying to accomplish will happen. It doesn't matter if I tell you that. How many people here consume my content? Raise your hands. The reality is, and you probably know this, there's not many things that I believe in. There's only 7 to 10 things I believe in. I say them over and over every day in different ways, but if you consume my content, it's very unlikely I'm going to say something in this 30 minutes that's so different than what you've heard from me. It's kind of the way I think about getting into shape. You've heard for 20 years that it's exercise and eating right. You just wish it was a pill. And that's how I think about business. It's not very complicated. You have to have a good product, and then you have to communicate that product and service, and then you have to do that over and over and over again, and then something good will happen. Yet, everybody wants to know how to get from 0 to $1 million, or from 0 to 1 million followers fast. Fast is fundamentally the scariest word for me in business. Everything that has happened that's been good to me is slow. How many people here are under 31 years old? Raise your hands. Keep them up. When I was 31 years old, keep them up, don't be lazy. When I was 31 years old, I was making less than $100,000 a year working in a liquor store, building a business for my dad, and was going to be leaving 3 years later owning nothing. Keep it up. Under 31, I work in a liquor store, ringing people up at the register. You can put it down. Everybody wants to get to a place, very few are willing to sacrifice to get there. Everybody wants something, and very few people are executing to go there. The amount of people whose actions map to the ambition coming out of their mouth is very low. There is no shortcuts, there is no secret, there's no system or model. There's the very basic nature of this. No matter what you do in this room, the customer that you're trying to reach is either very difficult to get to or very easy to get to on your ability to understand what's happening in the world. What I mean by that is, There's only marketing and sales. There's marketing and branding, and then there's sales. Understanding how they're different and why they're different is important, and then understanding how to do marketing and branding so that you're not at the mercy of sales is an incredibly important thing to do for long-term success. So for me, I spend all my time trying to figure out for my businesses and for the businesses I'm an investor in, how you build a brand so that you're not at the mercy of sales or other platforms. How do I get you to want to do business, period, regardless of any other variable? The only way to do that is to bring more value to the consumer than you're asking for in yourself. The main reason that people struggle with social media content being successful for them is because when they post, they're selfish, not selfless. The number one reason, if you've been trying to grow your audience on these platforms and it is not successful, normally, 90% of the time, it's because when you post, you're posting for yourself, not for your audience. You want it for you, not for them, period. And for me, that has been the foundational reason where a lot of my stuff has worked. And so for me, my number one challenge, Malaysia, is can you go 2 months with putting out content that only brings people value and creates nothing for you in return? You have to understand that intent is the most important part of the process. If you're putting out a piece of content just so it goes into your funnel so that you can make money on that person, you're fucked. Let me say it one more time for the kids in the back. If the second you post a video or a picture or written words, in your heart, the reason you're writing it, the reason you're recording it, the reason you're posting it is to get them into you so you can sell them, you're in trouble. Because you may be good enough in the short term to get some money up front, but you will never build something long-term and meaningful. And until you understand that, you will continue to look for shortcuts, quick fixes, systems, and all sorts of other horseshit to let you make some money in the short term, and that is the macro vulnerability. The end. Actually, I can leave now. I'll stay, because I think I'm contractually obligated. But the reality is that I genuinely feel that to be true. So look, here's what's happening. We've never lived in a time where the attention of our consumer is easier to get to. The cost to do content on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, these platforms is super low. It's super low. It's hard. It takes time. You need to make a lot of it, but the cost is low. The ads are low, and even more importantly, the organic reach on some of these platforms is very high. I'll give you one very tactical thing. If you are not producing content on LinkedIn every day, you're making a huge mistake. Let me explain why. LinkedIn today, and remember, it's not up here, but my last book, Crushing It, I see it, right? I didn't even write about LinkedIn in that book. I wrote that 18 months ago. And LinkedIn is not even in that book. It was that
Hello,
not
Mok
on
Mok.
every other platform. But 18 months
Thanks
ago,
for
if I was here,
following.
I wouldn't even said the word LinkedIn. Today, it is easily, in my opinion, one of the most ridiculous places for you to put content to drive your business because the organic reach, you could have no followers on LinkedIn. You could sign up for a LinkedIn account today, write an article or make a video about whatever the hell you do for a living, post it, and get more people to see it than if you have 5,000 followers on Instagram because the organic reach is reaching new people. The problem is, back to the first point I made on the other side of the stage, if what you're saying or writing isn't bringing value to the audience, it's selfish for you to get their money, you're gonna lose. Whoever holds their breath the longest wins. Whoever holds their breath the longest wins. The quicker you go for the sale, the less leverage you have. The more you try to disguise your sale, the more full of shit you are. This is the foundation and the framework that has forever worked for me. How many people here are entrepreneurs? Raise your hand. How many people here work for somebody? Raise your hand. Just want to get a sense. Who did not raise their hand?
Yep,
in the last 2
it's
questions?
Gary V.
Just want to make sure. My friends,
Podcast niya to.
what's amazing about this world,
Nagkakatch up ako
and if
eh.
you're not following along in the first 15 minutes, let me say
Nasa August 12, 2019 na ako. Malapit-lapit na rin.
audio sounds for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Obviously, if you're in Japan, you have to do it for Line. Obviously, if you're in mainland China, you have to do it for WeChat or Weibo. If it was 5 years ago in Indonesia, you had to do it for Path. I don't care the name you put it. It's the social networks where people interact. That's where you need to be. The luxury of this market is a couple things. When I look at the costs associated with the advertising on Facebook and Instagram, on YouTube, it's ridiculously low in this market. Even lower than it is in the US, and as you know, every day I yell about how underpriced it is. So imagine how good of a deal I think you have. To me, the concern I have, and why I've started this talk the way I have, is because I'm concerned about what you're gonna say. A lot of people don't know what to say. They're insecure. Why would somebody listen to me? And so what they start to do
It's a new one.
they start to make pretend they're an expert. They start
It's
to wear
just
clothes that make them look
1 week
successful.
old.
It will never work. It will never work. What you're much better off doing is documenting your journey.
So it's really
You don't need to be
fresh.
you need to be honest. If you notice,
A lot of people
sometimes, I said
donated
it earlier,
already.
I talk about the same stuff. And once in a while, somebody will leave a comment, or even here will be like, Gary, you talk about the same shit. And I look at them like, do you want me to lie and make up shit? Like, of course I talk about the same shit because I've been running businesses for 20 plus years and it works. And when I look at other businesses that work, they're doing the same thing I'm doing. And then when I look at other things, I see businesses sometimes that work for a year and then collapse because it's what I've been talking to you about for the first 15 minutes, which is if you're gonna be built on shit, you're gonna sink. You like that one? That's a good one. I like it too. Like a shit, it's soft. I get it.
Yeah, it closed down, I think, 2 years ago.
I've come to realize in the last 3 years that it is judgment that is stopping 90% of this.
But it's back.
Especially when you go into different subcultures, it is scary to me how many of you are not doing things because you're worried about what your parents would think. You're worried about
A lot of players as well.
You're worried about the leverage your parents have. And that is unbelievably true in every culture, but obviously quite true in this culture. Judgment is the number one thing that I need to break you out of for you to even begin to make content on social networks. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be right. You need to stay in your lane. You need to talk about what you know. You need to talk about what you're passionate about. You gotta talk about either what you like or what you know. But you can't worry about the comments. Are you really gonna live your life based
Did
on
you play as well on the
saying
previous
other people are
server?
not smart? Yet almost everybody does. The amount of people that refuse to post or stopped posting because of a negative comment is remarkable, or because of a snarky comment by their brother or best friend or girlfriend. It's remarkable to me how great.
What was your costume? It was like, yeah, it was crazy back then. Costumes were so rampant, and yeah, mine was ridiculous as well. The golden sword aura, then golden Valkyrie helm.
And you're not happy, you have to change who you're listening to. It's scary to me that 85% of the people that are
Makes your eyes sore,
they're looking for something because
but it looks nice for me.
That hasn't allowed them to feel fully comfortable. And so
Can reach it.
what has gotten me more motivated than ever around this subject matter is this, and I'm going to keep going back to it. I would not be giving this keynote 20 years ago because living a life around putting out content on a platform that could reach so many people wasn't real. When the internet wasn't here, it was harder to do what you love. It was harder to be practical. You couldn't work your day job and then start a whole nother big career after because it was late at night and the internet didn't exist, so there was no
I
store.
see.
You know what, we're gonna open a store that was only open from 9 p.m. to midnight? It wasn't practical. It is now. This is like, I wish everybody here understood, including me, how lucky we are to be living in a world where the internet is now a thing. Our grandparents didn't have these options. We must take advantage of this.
What?
And everybody thinks there's a right way. There is no right way. There's only your way. Some people are great at writing, others are not. Some people are comfortable in front of a camera, others are not. Some people are good at talking, others are not. The fact that you have the ability to control how you put out information based on what you're good at is remarkable.
What the
I don't
fuck?
want you to have a video blog if you're not comfortable in front of a camera. It's the reason I don't write. All my written content is Rogoff on
Did
my
I
team
type
taking
it
the transcription of my audio.
wrong?
I can't write. I've written 5 New York Times best-selling books, and I can't write.
Did I type it wrong?
I'm serious. This is important. I have a top 100 podcast, and I don't sit down and do a podcast. I strip the audio out of my blog. Can we hear it for D-Rock? He's sitting on the ground.
Man, the capture's annoying, but yeah. It should catch the
Self-awareness and self-esteem to reverse engineer myself.
fucking bots or whatever.
That I can inspire people to do the same. But it starts with being self-aware and having self-esteem. I will give you the tactics one more time. I think you should post on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Like it's the same shit. It works for everybody who
I'm
does
sure
it.
that's
The
correct.
problem is you're not doing it. And if you're doing it, you're so selfish that nobody wants to hear it. You understand? In a world where everybody can put out content, it means you have to be good. Bless you. It means that you have to be good. The way to be good is to actually provide value. The way to provide value is actually care what they think, not what you think. It's like this keynote. This keynote is 100% going to be content that brings you value. Nothing else. That feels different than if it was something else. And that's what an audience understands. And so I want to put real pressure on the framework, on the concept, on what's actually happening here, which is we are living through a transitional, transformative technology known as the internet. It is now finally 25 years old and mature. Everybody has it. Everybody has it all the time. And the whole world is getting flipped upside down. And you have an opportunity to take a piece of it. The problem is everybody wants to take the whole piece. Everybody's like, Gary, I'm going to build the next Twitter or Uber or Facebook. Everybody's going to build $1 billion company. News alert, you're not building $1 billion company. How about just building a company that you like and makes you happy? How about just doing something you like every day? Everybody's got to, right? Like, how about that? How about people in here realizing that they have a job that might pay them a little bit more than something else, but they hate it, but they're not willing to live in a more humble home or drive a more humble car, and so they have a miserable job just to pay for shit that they have to impress other people that they don't even like. How about that fucking conversation? It has never been easier, and I don't like using the word easy, but I'm gonna say it. It has never been easier to make $100,000 a year because of this. The problem is everybody thinks you have to make $1 billion, and the problem is nobody has humility to live a $100,000 lifestyle. I think we have to change the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the CAPTCHA works for now. I'm not sure if that can even, you know, be hacked or something. I mean, I'm really playing the game, but I got logged out because I tapped it wrong.
If it's somebody who only wants to work 25 hours a week because all their other passions are so interesting to them, and that's what is good for them, we have to allow for everything. We have to allow for everything because everything is true.
Yeah, it kind of is, but I mean, at least they're doing something about it.
Is that you try to figure out your version of you that makes you as happy as my version of me makes me. I want to remind
And it's automated, so everyone should be getting it.
Nobody else did. It was not popular. Only school.
But what's worrisome if, you know, people can bypass it? I don't know.
Everybody's going to go off of entrepreneurship and go back to a job, and I'm going to still love this thing.
I mean, I don't even get it. Well, why do they... I mean, yeah, it's convenient, you're gonna get rich faster, but how can you enjoy that? You're already strong without you really doing anything. That kinda sucks, man. Play this because I love the grind. I love farming. Yeah, it's kinda when they what do you call this? When they implemented the CAPTCHA just yesterday.
It's interesting that I'm going higher up. It's uncomfortable for me. I don't want to be a motivational speaker. I don't want to
The population inside got, you know, got lower.
It's so clear what to do. Like, I guess maybe you all got. I write the books. Like, it's there. I put it out every day. It's there. What has transpired over the last 3 years is I'm like.
Maybe it's just really early in the morning here in the Philippines.
Figure out how you talk best. Pictures.
Most of the players are from here.
Post it on Facebook, LinkedIn. Like, it's that basic. That's what's led me to all the shit.
Things are cheap, to be honest. Like you can get a donate armor for just 4 billion.
Inevitably, you have to fake it. And the reality is, that's why I talk about documenting it, not
Oh, Dreamer. That is an old server, right?
Trying to figure it out. That's real. Talk about the judgment of others. That's real. But then talk
I think I played there as well.
You know, what you have.
Before. This is super high rate, right? Like level 500. Damn, that is a strong server.
When you ask, you need to ask. I'm here to give. This is a keynote. I will not sell you here. This is a keynote. I'm going to give. But I'm also very comfortable when my new sneaker comes out.
My sweet spot is really the high rate 255. That's what I enjoy the most. And it has third jobs, right? If I'm not mistaken.
We have to slow down. If you actually thought about your life in a 50-year window or an 80-year window, you would slow down. Everybody wants to succeed so fast because they want to prove something to somebody else.
Yeah.
That makes you vulnerable. That makes you vulnerable. When you're producing for more likes,
I think when I was playing it, I was farming with my Ranger, Arrow, Shower on Jupicor. I think that was the spot. Just lure everything and then Arrow Shower. One hit, easy. Yes, I am from the Philippines. Why?
Thank you. In that vein, because so many of you consume my content and I can be repeating my tried and true things over and over and that will bring you less value, I'm going to move to Q&A because it will get me into a place of saying new things and bring you the most value. So thank you so much, Malaysia. Thank you. Let's do it. What's your name?
Brent, and I'm originally from Orlando, Florida, but now here in Kuala Lumpur.
How are you, Brent?
Good. My question actually isn't for me, it's for my son. He's 10. His name's Giovanni.
Yeah, and I think from Brazil.
He struggles with his confidence. So I'm wondering if you can give him a few words of...
I'm seeing a lot of streams that I can't really understand the language. I think it's Brazilian, so Spanish.
Is if you're twitching and you're over-responding to how many subscribers you have or what your friends in school are saying, you're not going to be able to be successful. And so you're lucky, Giovanni, to be able to
And
start
they
this
love the
process
low
now,
rate.
not when you're 45 years old. The quicker you get
Thanks very much.
judgment of others,
And yeah, thanks
the more
again
likely
for the
you'll be
follow.
successful long-term.
Really
The way to get
appreciate
your
it.
confidence up is to start enjoying the pushback, is to start enjoying people say that you can't, is to start enjoying the judgment of others who don't understand. If you're not comfortable in your own framework, you'll never succeed.
Thanks, Gary.
You got it, bro.
Hello?
It's on.
Hi. Hi, Gary.
How are you?
I'm great. So I'm a bit nervous.
No worries.
Okay, so my question is a bit long, so I hope you guys don't mind. Yeah, so I'm 27 years old. I'm from Arizona. My name is Bilal. And I came to Malaysia when I was 19 years old, and there was trials that I went through with me, my sister, and my family. So at the end of the day, I lost my mom, so I had to start working. So I started this business, and cut story short, the business is still running until now. I'm 27. I started when I was a freshman in college. The business did earn a lot of money, which we are selling. It's a clothing brand, but the problem that I'm facing is, first of all, I don't give a shit what people think. I never did. I never will. I used to sell in the street, you know, in every single street you can imagine. I've been there. I've been in a lot of newspaper from Dubai. They wrote about me. You know, I've been on a lot of local TV channels here, everywhere. But then the business, I cannot structure it properly. I tried hiring, firing, and no one just wants to do the fucking job, Gary. Like, I don't know, like people are just. Is it me that I'm not giving the job properly?
It's 100% you. Even the way that you're casting judgment on your employees already makes me know that you're not a good leader.
Maybe.
Not maybe.
For sure.
For sure.
I'm trying to be one, but...
I believe you.
I'm trying.
I believe you.
I've been hustling.
Listen, let me tell you one thing about me, and I know you can sue me. I only give advice that I know the person can handle. That wasn't fun for me to say, but I believe you.
And I respect that.
And I believe you, which I respect. But the answer is it's you.
Thank you.
And so the number one mistake that people like you and I that come from the street and work hard is we expect our employees to work hard, but the problem is they don't own the business. You can't ask an employee to work as hard as you, or you create a fake expectation versus how much you compensate them. That's like asking somebody to love your child as much as you love them. It's not natural. You work for them, they don't work for you. D-Rock's my boss. I try to reverse engineer him. And so the biggest mistake people make and why they can't build scalable businesses is they have selfish expectations of their employees.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Make sense?
Yeah, but I'm just, you know, I'm mentally tired from running this business, you know, it just...
Sell it.
No, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up.
When you start, listen, you need to be careful. And I don't know every detail, but selling a business doesn't mean giving up. You might sell it to put yourself in a position to be way better.
Yeah,
you know,
I learn every day.
I get that, but you know, like, listen, perspective matters. When I'm listening very carefully to you, the first part was very easy. I said you, just by the way you said it.
Yeah.
If you believe selling a business means giving up, you're gonna be in a very big trap. You know, like if you're burnt out from it, or kind of getting close to it, even if you're not fully there, you need to be thoughtful. Selling a business or giving 20% of the business to somebody else who's hungry, who might not be burnt out, that's called being strategic, not giving up.
Appreciate it, man.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Hi, Gary. I'm Max. So I took everything I learned from you and I founded JustStory. So JustStory is a social media platform. On JustStory, our users can share anything they want, but they only view contents that they care about. And then we connect them with other like-minded users who share similar interests with them. So currently, none of the other social media app in the world is able to do that. So will you please download and check out our app? I'm sure you're going to love it. And we'd love to have you as an investor for our startup. If it takes off, potentially billions of people around the world will know your name, and you will secure your legacy forever. Can I please know what is the best way for me to keep in touch with you?
You can email me and I'll take a look at the app.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yo.
Hello, Gary.
How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm great. My name is Surur Ibrahim from Nigeria, and I know it's quite weird. I'm quite nervous, but I don't know where I'm gathering the courage to talk from. I've been watching you for all you God knows when, 5 years, 6 years, I'm not sure, with all my siblings and all. So I'm a photographer. By the way, shout out to D-Rock. I look up to him.
I get it.
And so I come from Africa, and in Nigeria, everyone is just getting introduced to things like the technology. Don't get me wrong, we have it, but like the young world is just getting into business and everyone is just so excited. The new blood is getting in the field.
Yes.
So I try my best to create content my own way, to sell it to people. Of course, yeah, I know I have my own issues. As you said, if you do it for yourself, then you're not doing the right thing. Yeah, sometimes I do the content for myself. I post it for myself because I like it. I don't consider the client first or the audience first. So
and there's nothing wrong with that, especially because the next day you can post something for them. But it's important when you know you're doing something for yourself, that means it may not be bringing value to somebody else, thus you can't expect something from them. There's nothing wrong with doing everything selfish for yourself, just recognize that that's not gonna make anybody love that.
Yeah, so the thing is, I have some few students, photography students that I teach.
Okay.
I held some workshops back home in Nigeria by popular demand. So sometimes you'd see the audience would be so pumped to sign up to some workshops and things, but when you put them out, no one would show up. Or maybe sometimes your pricing, or maybe my pricing would be a bit expensive to them.
Okay.
While to me, I'm kind of underpricing my product.
But they're right. You're wrong. You have to understand why. If they're not buying, they're not interested. That means you're overpriced. It doesn't matter what you think.
So how do you think I can send a message? I really need to send a message.
Lower the price.
To the audience.
Lower it.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I'm not being insistent here, but I use really high-end.
They don't care.
Okay.
My friend, the market is always right. Nobody gives a shit about your problems.
Okay.
Lower your price.
That's an important message, by the way, to
It's
Africa.
a very important message. The amount of when you're trying to sell something to somebody, and they're not buying, it's not their fault. But that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Which makes you a bad salesman.
Thank you, sir.
It means you're audacious, and you lack the humility to build a scalable business.
That's what I want to hear.
You got it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I love you.
Hello, Gary.
Hello.
My name is Nini Chong.
It's nice to meet you.
I am the co-founder of a community organization called Mompreneur Asia.
Okay.
Therefore, I think that my question would benefit not only myself, but other mothers and parents out there.
Amazing.
So I have a son who is super talented.
Okay.
He had his own TV show on our Malaysia satellite TV at the age of 8 years old. He can sing, he can talk, and he loves the digital world.
Okay.
He wants to get into YouTube.
Okay.
So I think that mothers who are in the digital economy needs to walk the talk, right?
Okay.
So I need to know how that I can support my son or my daughter so that he could get into the digital world, social media, do YouTube video, do social media posting. He's 11. I have 11-year-old and a 6-year-old, by the way.
Okay.
They love social media. But how can me as a parent support them doing that effectively and be safe about it?
By watching what they're doing.
I mean techniques or strategy.
Keeping them safe is watching them. I think what you're asking me is not how to keep them safe, how to help him grow.
Correct. How to keep them, how to have them move forward.
By giving them the framework and the freedom to put out the content without putting the pressure of it being successful. The number one mistake that everybody's making in social media is they want followers. You want to help them? Tell your son and then your 6-year-old daughter, I guess, to not worry about how many subscribers they have.
What about content? What kind of content?
Whatever the fuck they want to make.
Holy shit.
It's true. I mean it. Don't overthink it. If you overthink the success, your kids are going to have no shot. I mean it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, hey, my name is Sat. Okay, so first time I ever saw you online, I was pissed off. I was just so fucking pissed off. I was like, who the fuck is this asshole to tell me that I'm doing all my shit wrong?
That's right.
And I was so triggered. But I just kept watching your shit. And like, and like, I know you've said a lot of things over the years, but I think the biggest thing that hit me was the fact that you said everyone has to be kind.
Yes.
And it's all about your intention.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Because I feel like our society these days, everyone's lost the meaning of the word kindness.
Yes.
And you're the one that started spreading that back into our society.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And brother, you know what's really powerful about your story?
Oh my god.
I'm willing to be unliked up front.
Lag.
The reason I triggered you is because I put pressure on your bullshit. I mean it. I know you know, and that's why you were thoughtful. You had the strength inside to know it subconsciously, which is why you stayed. The reason the people that you know that don't like me is because I'm not willing to let you bullshit, because if I let you bullshit, you'll become entitled and you'll lose. Kids love when I'm like, tell your parents to go fuck themselves, right? They love that. But kids don't like when I say, hey, if your parents want you to go to college and you want to start a business, you need to leave and you can't require your parents to help you. Kids love when I say screw the parents, but they hate it when I say, but if you're gonna go do your own thing, you've gotta do it. You've gotta get a shitty job and a shitty apartment and you gotta eat shit. Kids want to do what they want, but they want their parents to fund their dream. That's when kids don't like me as much. So that's the game.
Hi Gary.
How are you?
Good. I'm Bis. No questions. I mean, you post so much valuable content. Gary archives all the interviews. I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Man, you're amazing.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad someone like you exists in the world.
That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. That was very kind.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Good, thanks. My name's Aisha.
Aisha.
And I actually originally from New Zealand, but
Very
I've
nice.
lived in Malaysia for 22 years. And Malaysia is a fantastic place.
I agree.
That's why, hopefully I'll be here to the day I die. So that's that. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for giving us all a damn good talking to.
Thank you.
Because I think what you say really hits people because it's the absolute truth.
Thank you.
And the lies that we all live is absolutely true.
Thank you.
So anyway,
I'm going to add on this. I'll tell you why. I'm more interested in being historically correct so I have a proper legacy than to make money in the short term.
Yeah, that's
it's
true. Yeah. Anyway, I have a language center here. I own and operate a language center. It's very successful.
Good.
We are moving to digital in terms of online learning.
Yes.
Currently, we have an app which is doing very well.
Good.
We're about to launch an actual fully comprehensive online ESL learning system.
Yep.
And the question I have is that online system that we have now that we're about to launch is really good, but it does require desktop learning. Meaning,
that's a problem.
Yeah, they need to use a keyboard. So my question is, we want to go mobile.
You have to.
Yeah.
Because you're creating too much friction.
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time I saw a real computer.
Yeah. So what do you see as the future?
Not a desktop computer. No, I love that you're on it, right? Like, you have to, I know it's painful when your infrastructure is built on something else. It's money, it's time, but nobody's going back. So you have to make it mobile first.
So how do you see the mobile technology developing to be able to encompass learning that involves...
A keyboard?
Well, not a keyboard, but...
But notice where you're about to go. It is a keyboard.
Yeah, but what do you see the future of the keyboard as, then?
Similar to the future of the pager. In a museum.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Hi, I'm actually Camille here. So, first of all, if it's not because of 2 years back, November, one of your keynotes, I am literally not on any social content at all. So, right after that, it's only the right moment of time. So within 2 years, right now I'm running a social media agency. That a team is in the US and I'm serving US clients.
Amazing.
So I want to thank you for that.
Of course.
And as 2 years goes through, like for me and my team, we're discovering the more niche in the market where we specialize in gift marketing.
Okay.
So I did realize that in last year Christmas you do a recap. Then you're gonna grow more on gift marketing as well as hiring in your team for gifts animator and whatsoever.
Yes.
And for even this year, you started in your newsletter, you start putting in timestamp for all your gifts to incorporate into smaller content.
Yes.
So like for this route, like I'm totally with the same par with you since last year. We start implementing to all of like our clients, like thought leaders. We do it like for personal branding.
Understood.
And what is like your future or vision being for like this type of niche? It's very specific and more towards leveraging into instead of creating shorties, this is much more consumable, like on replay, smaller content on all the community.
So are you asking me how viable is being very one-dimensional around GIF marketing?
Incorporating GIFs into all other social platforms and leveraging, building up the community for personal branding versus like in the traditional way GIFs have all this all.
GIFs for personal branding is a very good tactic and a very tried and true thing that will last for a while. GIF communication is now in our culture and has a very long tail to it.
Yes.
I just would tell you that it's always a vulnerability to be too one-dimensional.
Yeah.
So I believe in it. You just don't want somebody like VaynerMedia to also do that, but everything else, and then they don't want to work with you because you're just one-dimensional. So keep it, but if you're the best at that dimension, then you will always have a seat at the table. So it's a strategic decision that you have to make.
And you're visioning like if this in the future, is this going to be the next like the thing for another platform of leverage, like before Giphy and Sonora, like they are growing from there?
I don't think so. I think it's just part of the conversation.
Okay.
You know, GIFs and emojis and slang, it's just a form of communication. I don't think it's a platform in itself. It's how we communicate in platforms.
We did incorporate into like community group management, and we see a huge increase of growth.
Yes.
And the engagement growth using the thought leaders as the
it.
brand itself, so we can see that we come in hand together with.
Don't ever get too romantic about one tactic because then you become vulnerable. So use this as the foundation to build on top of.
Okay.
Or become the best in the world in just it. Those are your only two options.
So last question is.
I'm gonna move because I'm running out of time and I'm not gonna get to everybody.
Okay,
Thank you.
got it.
Hi, Gary.
Hi.
I just want to say I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
And you changed my life. Like in high school, I'm in my final year in high school, and I've had like a hard time finding friends, or but you've gotten me through like, all of the hard days, and you've inspired me.
Thank you.
So my question is, I'm an athlete and I'm into sports science, and you always say like turn your passion into a business because you can monetize anything, right?
Yes.
Stupid
so
cunt.
I was thinking, okay, I'll go to college, I'll go to university, get a sports science degree, and then open a gym or an institute.
Okay.
But then I realized like maybe I don't have to go to college. Maybe I can just start a business and find a sports scientist to partner up with me.
You could.
Yeah, but.
Did I reach the limit?
College because it's a good experience. I just feel really lost. And
can I put you in a very good mood?
Yes, please.
Whichever one you choose, you'll never
Yeah,
know
I think
how
I
the other one
did.
would have played out.
Yeah, that's true.
No, really. And I'm going to use this for everybody. Everybody's so crippled by decisions, but you never know how the other thing worked out. Let me give you an example. Let's say you don't go to college and you start this business and you were 100% right and it's huge and you're doing so great. Yeah. But because you did that, you had to fly to America for a big
Why
meeting,
did I
and
get
your plane crashed and
disconnected?
You died. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Or you think you're going to go to
What
college because
the
you experience and meet people? You can meet people in a business. You're not going to know. As some of you guys know, I famously passed on Uber twice, which means currently I missed out on $600 million. You could think that's a mistake, or if I would have invested in Uber, maybe I'd be somewhere else right now and picking up a disease that would kill me a year later.
No, the game is not responding.
Think decisions. You'll never know what the alternative
Cold room is broken, I think.
So you're saying that if I don't go to college, I won't be missing out on anything?
The hell?
Like, are you?
No, I understand what you're asking, and everybody here thought it.
Because it's nice.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I just don't think your degree is as safe as you think.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean that, and by the way, like, it's an important conversation. Parents grew up in an era where a degree was safe, but companies, guys, watch the world. The biggest companies in the world every day are stopping requiring college degrees. It's just not as valuable. So, but it might be, but for you, forget about a general concept. For you, maybe that degree would have been good. What I'm saying is, you're not gonna know. So choose, live, and then if it works out, great, and if it doesn't, adjust. Everybody thinks they can have the perfect decision. There is no perfect decision. There's just life. So pick and be happy with it.
Thank you so much, Gary. I love you.
I love you back.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Tremendous.
Okay, just a quick story. I actually applied for VaynerMedia I followed your content for 5 years already, and
thank you.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. Yeah, so I applied for VaynerMedia for like 4 years.
The
1
hell?
year into watching your content.
Okay.
Tried for 2 years, didn't get any reply.
Okay, I think I'm back.
I get it.
Work for free, you know, but I didn't
There
get
we go.
But my question is actually, how would you actually identify what are you actually doing right now is the right thing for you?
As a human?
As a human, as in a career.
Completely the same answer I just gave that young woman. You have no idea.
When would you know?
When you die.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
No bullshit, bro.
Guys, and I know it's like fun and everything, but it's the truth. You don't know. Like there's no time machine. There's no future machine. We're all over analyzing everything. Like, how do you know? You don't. Like, this is why I keep trying to push people. The only thing that I know seems practical is, are you happy? Are you happy today? Feels like it's the right thing. Are you like, this is important. You can't analyze. Like, I didn't know that starting a YouTube show for my wine business was going to be the reason that I was going to have a huge investing career. I couldn't see that. There's a million things I've done wrong. It's because I didn't do something that would have sent me somewhere else. But I have no idea. You don't know. You don't.
Hi, Gary.
Hi.
First of all, just want to say that even though I didn't follow you like anybody else there,
yep.
I just fucking love you.
Thank you.
You are the one and only that I've ever paid for a seminar or like a conference like this.
Thank you so much.
And second of all, I'm actually, I would say that I run 2 businesses. One is RSCC and one is Lumo PLT.
Okay.
I would like to seek advice from you that what would be your advice for someone like me that I kind of like a jack of all trades.
Me too.
And I like a lot of stuff that, but
don't let other people tell you to focus.
Really?
Of course, because that's your focus.
But don't you feel like you never really achieve something?
People, that just means that you're creative and entrepreneurial. I need to do 100 things. And I don't mind if 20 of them fail, because for me to just focus on one thing doesn't work for me. So when people say to you, hey, you should focus on one thing, that's people who don't fucking know what the fuck they're talking about. What they're saying is, for me, I would do well with focusing on one thing. This is why I give general advice, and then when I do Q&A, I give specific advice, right? No, you're like a lot of people, me included, which is you enjoy doing multiple things. It keeps you fresh and creative. Your lack of focus is your focus, just like it is for me.
And I also want to say, you're just as handsome as from the YouTube. Thank you so much.
Oh yes, I also play Summoner Sword. Sorry, I missed that. I was too focused on. I was too focused on farming. But I just stopped. Like, I think a couple of months ago. I think almost a year ago, actually.
So should I hire someone or should I just look for someone?
I'm just a C1, C2 player on the arena, and then I think C3 on World Arena.
So I'm asking if I should hire someone or do it like Casey?
Right, see ya, bro.
Well, what do you want to do?
Thanks again for dropping by.
Listen, this is the theme of the whole of all the Q&A. There's no right way, there's right for you. So, can you afford to pay someone?
Yeah, I could.
Do you like the idea of having company?
Kind of.
No, but by the way, that's what I appreciate. The answer is actually no, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's fine. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's like if I have someone, they're not going to do like what I'm thinking. So
then the answer to your question is you should not hire someone.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Guys, my time is up. Thank you so much, KL. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day. Super pumped to be here. Very excited for this fireside chat. I just want to say thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. I really want to know how my crew did earlier on their panel, and I'm excited to answer questions, so thanks for having me.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
So why don't you give the normal intro, a little bit about yourself, and then we'll dive into some fun questions. Sure. So I'm an entrepreneur. Well, how about this? How many people here don't know? I love you. How many people here don't know who I am? Thank you, sir. So I'll take you out to dinner afterwards so we can save some time for everybody else. But I'll give you the 40-second version. I was born in the Soviet Union, very immigrant upbringing, 8 family members in a studio apartment, rugged stuff. My dad got a job as in a liquor store, eventually saved all his money, bought a small store in New Jersey, built that up. I was a baseball card, sports card, lemonade, washing cars, shoveling snows, like purebred entrepreneur, bad at school, got into my dad's business, fell in love with wine, saw that people collected wine the way they collected sports cards, saw the internet was coming, wasn't a techie kid, launched one of the first e-commerce wine businesses, grew my dad's business from a $4 to a $60 million business, started paying attention to Silicon Valley, decided to get smarter and not sell more wine, but invest in the things that I would think sell more wine. Was early in Twitter, Facebook, a lot of other things. And then gave a speech that wrote a book that kind of like took me to a totally different place, and I'm gonna buy the New York Jets.
All right. So we talked a lot earlier, so we're gonna already have some background on your whole team, so we talked a lot about that. And one of the questions that I had for them was we didn't get to was you have about 35, 40-ish people on it right now.
Yes.
If you had 100, would you know what to do with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be doing the same thing I'm doing now. We only really probably need 7 to 10 to like really be crazy with the amount of content we're putting out. It's that I'm trying to build scale. So by having 35, many of them will go into VaynerMedia. Many of them may go into, I used to have 4 chief of staffs. 2 of them are now my partners in Empathy Wines because I really only needed 1. So I think one of the mistakes that people make is they value short-term profit instead of long-term profit. So I have a lot more overhead than I need, which means at the end of the year I can't take home as much money this year. But what I'm creating is assets, human assets, that can be deployed against other activities that allow me to have a sneaker play, a wine play, Vayner Sports, like on and on and on. So I would know what to do with 4,000 people, let alone 100. It'd be the same thing. It'd be a training ground for scale. 25% I would lose because they didn't want to hang with me for their own selfish, selfless ambition, or just didn't like it. 25% become the cream of the crop, which become the biggest executives in my ecosystem, and 50% find different places within my world or a nice place where I set them up and they make a nice $300,000 a year living being an executive somewhere else. So that's what I'm doing.
Cool. That's awesome. So it's being the team is not just staying in on Team Gary V for like very long.
I mean, I'd love for people to play for life. I don't mind. I know there's been some football references. If you look at the data around offensive lines that play together for multiple seasons, it gets real good real fast. And so I love continuity and context. So I love having a team stick around. At the same token, I think when you're a leader, you need to be selfless, not selfish. And so if I'm watching my team and I realize that he or she may thrive better within the bigger agency, or they may thrive better being on their own. I loved having Elliot at Dunk on my team, but very quickly I'm like, that's a kid that's going to go run by himself. So I try to help him do that. So, I love it, but it's just not the reality of most people's DNA. And not to mention, everybody goes through life cycles. Those 3 that you just sat up here, none of them are married. None of them have had children. There's a million things that happen. Thank God none of them have had an extreme tragic event. When you're at the top of the sphere, when you're the number 1, you're prepared for everything. And that's how I live my world.
So while we're talking about the team and VaynerMedia, I see obviously a lot of vulnerabilities with like a modern digital company. What do you think? There's a lot. The reason I bring it up, there's a lot of people here that run or work at a marketing agency. Okay. And so, what is like some advice you would give them so they're not vulnerable to essentially Facebook just automating the whole process of buying ads, like Gary R, something like that?
Bring value.
Sure.
Like for how many people here own that digital agency? Raise your hands. So for those hands, what we have to think about is the client's ROI, not our short-term EBITDA. Most agencies lose because they're trying to maximize their own profit in the short term, which means they get stuck in certain behaviors that are valuable today, but every day become more vulnerable, and then eventually they're in deep shit. Building websites used to be profitable as fuck. Email marketing was really, really great in 2000. SEO was an unknown skill set in 1999. So things evolve. So I think for the owners in here, I think your job is to make less profit each year to invest in things that you think are emerging on the consumer level so that you can be a leader in that sector, whether that's voice. I'm investing, as you guys, it seems like a lot of people know, I'm investing heavily in voice. We're losing a fuckload of money on my investment in voice. It's just that I know everybody's going to be buying into that in 3 years, and I'll be there. For the employees that are here, how many people here work at a digital agency? Raise your hands. So for those hands, I think the biggest thing is to die on your own sword. I think it's important, as you know, and I'm looking at a couple of you that raise your hands, you know what's acceptable in your shop that you don't actually agree with. And I think it's important to find a respectful way to communicate that to the bosses and to the clients. And that's super important because I watch a lot of people, I mean, at the level that Vayner plays against the biggest agencies in the world, I'm watching executives in meetings, because I'm in these meetings, I'm still in the trenches, say shit that I know they don't believe. Can see it on their fucking face. Sometimes we walk out at a 4 agency kind of thing, and I'll put my hand around like, I know you don't believe that bullshit about programmatic. You know, like stuff like that. But that's what their company sells, and they want to continue to be employed, and that is their great vulnerability.
Selling the wrong thing, really.
Look, selling something you don't believe in never ends
Fuck you.
Not for somebody who's got a company, not for somebody that works at a company. It never, ever ends well. It may be, if you're sitting there and saying, oh, that's some profound shit, I'm fucked up because I hate what I sell, you still might have college debt, you might have just moved into a new apartment, you still have your practicalities of your life, but you need to start putting things in a position to allow you not to sell something you don't believe. The biggest reason I think a lot of my success has happened in my life is I've always sold something that I believed in. Now, my DNA has allowed me to see things fairly early, so I tend to be selling things that nobody else thinks are right, and then I just let history play out. And so for the first 15, 20 years of my life, I was kind of getting shit on day to day, but now I get to be here still at an extremely young age, having 20 years of a whole lot of wins on the board that people didn't see, which you can imagine builds reputation, which is leverageable, and that's where I'm at now. Now the key is for me to stay focused and don't get high on my own supply and start making up shit because I think I'm special. I need to trickle down what's got me here, which is always sell what I believe in.
So what are those services that you believe in right now with voice? Is that what you're trying to sell clients?
That was an extreme version of something I think is really meaningful 3 to 7 years from now, that if you're investing now, it doesn't look good on the P&L because you're getting no revenue in and you're carrying voice strategists and you're like, fuck, do I need this for? Fuck, Gary, that's stupid. Like, that's the stuff I believe in at the scale that I play. But, you know, look, I think a production capability that, look, if you run ads and you actually know what you're doing and you're running ads on the current digital landscape, then you know you're way too short on the amount of creative you have. To take advantage of Facebook and YouTube and Snapchat and TikTok and all these platforms properly, there's not a person, including me and my fucking 35 band of bandits, that is even remotely close to enough creative to actually fill the capabilities of the pipes. So creating a content product that creates content at scale that's affordable is a very good business. That's what I believe right now. And not being romantic about any platform. I have no emotion to social media. I can't wait till 11 years from now. I don't know if you guys follow me on Instagram, but I love doing these like throwback clips, right? Can't wait to watch all these videos in 2018, 19, 20, when in 2030 I'm just shitting on social media. Because it's true. I only have one religion, the consumer's attention. And whether that's print or radio, billboard, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I'm unemotional in perpetuity to the day I die. And so that's why I'm never going to be vulnerable, because I'm never going to allow myself to be so financially leveraged in a singular thing that isn't practical to the consumer's behavior. That's what most people's vulnerabilities are. They're so pot-committed to search or programmatic or copy or whatever it may be that when the consumer changes, they're not willing to feel the pain of unwinding it because they weren't willing to invest in the next thing along the way.
Cool. Trying to keep up. Throwing a lot at us. So I got a fun question. If you were to try and sell this conference out with 4 times the people, what would be your strategy?
I would spend every single dollar on Gary V fans on Instagram.
We do that.
Then you didn't do enough creative errors.
That's fair.
How many different pieces of creative did you have?
Not a lot.
I would have done a lot.
Just break it down.
I would probably have 75 to 400 different pieces of creative, chopped up post-production of my content, and then made it contextual to the market, right? Like, I would have found a clip of me saying, like, fuck Baker Mayfield, right? And I would have run that.
So, I feel like I just missed that entire joke.
The point is, how do you stop somebody's attention? You know, if you're gonna go and target people that are both Gary Vee and Browns fans on Instagram, and there are clips of me actually saying that, you're gonna stop them in their feed. This one big game of, how many of you, just for context, how many of you saw the post that I did for my sister's 40th birthday over the weekend? Just raise your hands. So thank you, by the way. So for half of you, or a little less than half that saw it, I really, really wanted my sister to massively pass my dad and followers as a family inside joke. So the photo I did was a photo of her and I very close to each other. Me knowing that the #1 search term on Google is Gary Vaynerchuk's wife, because people are curious because we don't share our personal life, and my wife is super private that way. I knew that if I put a photo that even might have looked like that maybe was my wife, that almost everybody would stop to look at it. And so I just understand the science around the art, and that's why I'm winning. This is one big fucking game of psychology, and everybody thinks it's a game of math.
Do you mesh the math, like the math in?
Of course, math is fun and right in a lot of ways, but everybody's way too reliant on math.
Right.
The creative is the variable of success. I have your attention right now. What I say is the variable of how you feel about me differently in an hour than you did prior to the hour that started. That's the game.
So we saw a lot of comments as we were running ads and promoting this conference, and people were essentially saying, we'll just watch it on replay. What is the point of coming to live events in 2019 like this?
Where's the end? What the fuck?
To come to a conference and not stretch your extroverted muscles would be a huge mistake.
You know, this is when, even if you're the most introverted person in this room, this is where you need to muster up every piece of courage to say hello to somebody. Listen, I'm very focused right now to drop some profound shit. But whether I do or not, I'm not sure. What I'm completely sure about is the most valuable thing for you, for the investment you made of time and money here today, is sitting right next to you with a hello. I really believe that. Like I know we're doing some sort of cocktail party, like some are going, I'm sure some are not. Like anything I can encourage momentum, such a small group, like this is perfect. Like you have to say hello to the next person. Like it just really matters. That's how real life works.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I think the learning from you on that standpoint, or what you could have, like to me, access is the most valuable thing, right? So, you know, I'm still waiting for somebody to pitch Zach and I at VaynerSpeakers, a conference where really all I'm doing is 2 minutes speed dating with every single person, and because that would be the most valuable thing. That's why I started Q&A. That's all people really want, is to ask a question, because the context or the affirmation is what matters.
It's a great idea for point. Awesome. So that was exactly what I wanted to hear. Is like everybody here can learn all this stuff online. Like I get that and respect that.
But I apologize for joining. But also, it's the same reason people go to concerts or to a sporting event. Like there is a different variable of being here, and for some people that's the ROI or the chance to get their question asked. I mean, I literally wrote, and I started the Ask Gary Vee show and wrote the book because I wanted to only have a speaking career that only allows me to walk into a room, have enough brand awareness, and just do Q&A. I remember Zach and I. Zach, where are you, Zach? Zach, is this a dream or this conversation you and I had recently where I go and speak for 24 hours, I do 24 hours straight on a stage doing Q&A?
We talked about that 2 years ago.
Yeah, and then Tyler, I don't know, right now I've been having, in the last month, I'm pretty convinced that in the next year, I'm gonna go to like Radio City or Webster Hall, or I'm just gonna go somewhere and do a 24-hour Q&A.
That's great. Talk to me about 2 things. Let's start with one. One, I want to know more about this possibility of you live streaming 24/7.
Live streaming?
Yeah, there's a video you put out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of collateral that happens in my day-to-day that doesn't allow me to fully go there. You know, I think the thing that is most surprising to people when they come to work at VaynerMedia or do business with us is that I have a real job. You know, like I really am the CEO of a 1,000-person, $200 million company, and so I'm firing people, I'm negotiating, I'm doing a ton of shit that just makes it difficult at this point for me to fully go there, plus the fact that I keep my personal life completely private. So I do want it because what Daily V allowed me 3 years ago was to create more clarity of like what it actually takes. What's even more extreme is actually seeing it all. And so we've filmed a lot and have not exposed a lot. Our arc, like the documentary in 7 years is going to be a lot more interesting. You know what was really interesting to me? Anybody here watch the 8-hour vlog in Dubai? Anybody? So first of all, that's crazy and thank you. Second of all, that was really interesting to me. A lot of people watched it. 8 hours is absurd. But when I read all the comments, like, for that group of people, even people that have watched every piece of content I put out for 5 years, they were speaking about so many nuances. And that's what kind of got me hyped on the idea. Like, listen, when you want to make impact, you want to make impact. So you're trying to always pressure yourself of like, how do I bring the most value in comparison to the rest of the market? And I think a lot of people learn by watching. And so I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah. Let's stay on the topic of the long form.
Yep.
So I think everybody's really addicted to the short, little 60-second Instagram videos. Like that's what they want to put out because it's easier or whatever. It's what looks, I guess, sexy right now. But there's clearly value in producing very, very long content, and then like your 30-minute. Can you talk about like how like maybe this like differs based on those very, very long form, who it appeals to versus the short form?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think about everything is in not creating friction and not having audacity. If you're intrigued or are getting value from me, I want to make sure that I'm not making it difficult for you to consume, so I'm doing everything. If you want to read an article on LinkedIn, I got you. If you want to listen to a podcast while you're running, I'm here. If you want to throw me up on your TV and watch for 40 minutes while you drink wine, super interested. So, you know, if you've got 13 seconds for me, cool. Like, so to me, what is being put inside at 30 minutes is going to be naturally long-form driven things like a Q&A session to fully give context, a keynote, a meeting, and then what's short is the highlights. It's like a full game versus the highlights. And so, you know, I don't think about it other than how do I allow every person in this room to consume me the way they want to consume me, and it's my job to make the investment to eliminate friction from you to be able to do that. A lot of people like want to grow their YouTube subscribers, so they're not going to make content in other places and force you to subscribe to them on YouTube. I think that's selfish instead of having empathy and compassion for the audience and making sure that I'm delivering the content in a format that they want to be able to consume it.
So I'm jumping around all over the place.
I'm good with that.
What?
I'm good with that.
You're very good at that. Following on. This is a live event. I love live events and bringing people together like this. And now I believe every small business should be running something that's a live event. And I saw you had a conversation, an interview where you were telling somebody who was running an agency, it was like $5,000 a month retainer. You know what I'm talking about? The Clarity Con, gentlemen?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said like your event business should be like where you put all your energy to bring the clients in. Do you believe, for us, this makes a heck of a lot of sense? Do you believe this makes sense or any live event makes sense for small businesses?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate?
I think people like to interact with people.
They like to what?
Interact with people.
Sure.
If you sell jewelry on Main Street, you know, and you decide to start a jewelry festival twice a year, or an open house where you're pouring free wine, like, people want to do live things. Like, the digital revolution is amazing, and that's great, and I think the digital revolution is the gateway drug to live things. One of the things I'm super intrigued by right now is how many places in the world, let alone America, have now become places that people want to go to because of Instagram. Like, literally, like this rock or this rare tree or this cactus, places that there was never a site is now a site because Instagram created awareness, and now everyone's going to this. And it's changed, like, it gets really interesting. Has changed, like, traffic dynamics, like hotel occupancy, and like, it's super fun to, like, look at this stuff. So I'm a big believer that digital is the gateway drug to real life. I've used digital to give most of the people in this room a lot of context, which creates this event to have a different layer, because I can go 301 or 401 right now. So many of you have so much context versus intro to me.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about small business marketing, about small business owners in here.
Yep.
And quite a few, like, very small, insulting, but just getting rolling.
Yeah, one, two people.
So what can they do? I know you've answered 100 times. Is there anything new that's come to your mind lately that a small business could utilize?
How many people here are a 1 to 5 person company and does B2B work? Raise your hands. Great. So that world is something I've been thinking a lot about. Like, I can't, and again, it's, you know, I'm going to beat this drum. I can't push you more towards producing a lot of LinkedIn content. And you should be putting out your best advice. The amount of agencies that today exist in 1 to 10 person form that the entire agency is built on all the free content that I've put out is staggering. And that makes me happy, not upset. And so I always say, I give advice that I take myself. I think that if you're a consultancy or a B2B company, you need to be putting out free content on LinkedIn of your best thoughts and ideas of what you actually want to do for those people. If you're selling advice, you should be giving it away for free. And that seems countercultural, and a lot of people don't believe it. I just don't think people understand the supply and demand curve. I don't think people understand how people make buying decisions and how trust and reputation is built. And I think people are naive to the new realities.
Cool. So LinkedIn, what types of content, like format-wise, are you seeing resonate the most for B2B?
Everything works.
Okay.
A deck works. An article works. A video works. An infographic works. A picture works. It's just, are you good at it? This is one big game of self-awareness, not what's the best format. Do you know how many people in here have tried to make videos on LinkedIn and that was a really bad idea? They're not good at it. The same way that if I wrote instead of having my videos transcribed into written, it would be a disaster. I've written 5 New York Times bestselling books, and my English teachers are laughing. You know, I can't put 3 sentences together. You know, I do all my copy on Instagram. I'm sure you see things. So, you know, that's the reality. So I think every format works. The key is understanding what format works for you in the best way that you communicate. So many people think video has to be the way because it does well. It's very visual. But there are plenty of people that are super introverted, writing incredibly thoughtful pieces, doing extremely well.
I think that's, like, huge. It's all about self-awareness with the content. Like, whatever you just, like, whatever your strong suit is, what it should really be. I feel like
and that doesn't mean you shouldn't challenge yourself.
Right.
It's fun to see if you can flex that muscle, but there is no format that disproportionately feels to me that you ever need to lean into, because look, this is also how the algorithms work. People used to argue back in the day with me, like, Gary, Facebook's vigging video. I'm like, sure, Facebook's vigging groups now. That's what's showing up in your feed. Like, they will change based on people's behavior. Radio was super fucking dead 4 years ago. Podcast is super fucking lit today.
What is, with a podcast, what's gonna, like, everybody's literally making a podcast, which is great. How are you gonna stand out with a podcast?
The same thing that's always happened. Everybody's got an Instagram account. Everybody has a Twitter account. You know, these were all the questions I was asked. Gary, I mean, this is super deja vu. Gary, you won on email marketing. Now everybody has an email newsletter. How are you gonna stand out? Be better. Gary, now everyone's on YouTube. How are you gonna stand out? Be better. Like, you know, the reality is a podcast, yes, everybody thinks it's a supply and demand game. It's not, it's a quality game. Of course, early movers get advantages. But that shit has sailed for podcasts. You should have been doing that 6 years ago if you wanted those outsized results in supply and demand. Now it becomes a game of being more narrow in expertise or just being fundamentally better.
I think people miss that. Literally, you have to be good at everything. Like, when we're putting out content, like, if I'm not good at video, I shouldn't be putting it out.
Everyone's super attracted to the first. Like, everybody rolls up and be like, tell me what, you know, what's next? And I'm like, I have no fucking idea. You know, I just know what's happening. Like, I didn't, you know, I was super hot on Musical.ly, then it got bought by TikTok. I didn't realize TikTok would be having this moment that it has right now, but it matters right now for under 18, and so, like, I'm spending a lot of time on it. And then it might not. Most of what I learned about Instagram video, I learned on Vine, and before that, Social Cam. You know, Vine, some people were shaking their heads in here. Social Cam, everyone's like, what the fuck? The app was, like, big for, like, 48 seconds. So, you know, that's what I'm spending time on.
Talk about TikTok a little bit, because there's some cool content you just put out about it.
You know, TikTok is really captured the imagination of the 10 to 20-year-old set. A lot of the YouTube and Instagram influencers and personalities that skew younger have found enormous opportunity of attention on TikTok. And, you know, TikTok is a platform that more parents
have allowed 9 and 10-year-olds to go on earlier and Musical.ly. So now they're 13, 14. And this is what happens. The younger you can get and get them in early, the more you have a chance. And they've done a really good job. And the truth is, I'm really just now getting super duper serious at how a 43-year-old businessman plays in that environment. I'll be patient. I know the majority is young. I'll wait, and it may not manifest. So I understand the attention's there, but I haven't created long enough for it to really drop any real jewels. I'm on my own journey there, but I'm excited about it.
Awesome. What is the kind of single most frustrating marketing move you see people make? Like, what is something that you see every business doing? You're like, why do you keep doing that? Is there something that you
at big company level, buying programmatic banner ads. At small individual human personalities, buying followers.
Would you wrap up 30 minutes Q&A? Okay. Is AV ready for some Q&A? Yeah, Mike? Come on.
I think to kill some dead air while they get that set up, yeah, we'll get to this, I'll go fast. I think every mistake I see is when people overlean into short-term math, right? How many impressions am I getting for this cost? How many followers? Like, to me, I pray that everybody wakes up tomorrow and Instagram followers goes away as an outward metric. It would lead to so much more better behavior. It's just really interesting how much
fucking token.
Like, there's probably nothing that kind of makes me cringe more than when somebody says that I'm a motivational speaker, but so much of spending time on tactical advice in 2013, 14, and 15 made me realize that so many people in this room and other places don't do things because of the higher level thing. So much of what you're seeing is completely predicated on insecurity. People need validation from the outside, not themselves, which leads to such short-term bad behavior, which then ultimately leads to very selfish content, which never manifests in a meaningful community. So I love life. If the mics weren't slow, I would have never got that rant off, and I finally got a fucking clap.
Ready with mics? Got questions? Gary, first of all, I just want to say thank you.
What's your name?
My name's Jack.
Zach, put your Jack. Put your mic to your mouth.
So I just want to say thank you so much for creating the content that you create. I mean, you've changed my life in the past year, and it means the world to me. I was telling my girlfriend, like, this is like me coming to see every single contestant on The Bachelor. So, like, this is you. I really but my question is, how do you balance posting content that is geared towards, increasing engagement, increasing your following, for a business, increasing engagement, increasing following, with, like, posting stuff that's promotional and directly at selling? How do you kind of balance the two? Are they one and the same? Or?
I think it's why the book Jab, 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 Right Hook so resonated with so many people. And I've been thinking a lot about writing a book called Jab, 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 Left Hook and just fully updating it. Listen, I think it's completely based on every individual case. How much equity have you built up to allow you to ask? So how do I balance it? By, for example, Trout, you're here. So John Troutman is my partner in empathy. Today's Prime Day on Amazon, right? We have a lot of empathy to still sell because I have big eyes and produce way too much wine, right? They're like, hey, you need to, I don't know, how many of you signed up for my text messaging platform on Community, right? So they're like, hey, because that's converting very well because you see it, text is working, a place that everybody should be paying attention to. And they're like, hey, why don't we do a discount offer? They're building really well. And I'm like, discount. And I said, yes. I said, we need to sell. Sorry, I heard it went out for a second. I'm like, yes, we'll do it tomorrow. Then this morning, we're together. Like, I rarely see John, but we're actually here together because we have the empathy later. We're together, let alone apart, where this would have been easier. And I decided not to do it. And I decided not to do it because I don't think I've built up enough equity on the text platform to throw the right hook. So instead, I tried something new today on that platform because I have the data. I sent a text. How many people got a text today, which means they're over 40, right? I sent a text today, as some of the people here know, only to people 40 to 100, making fun of everybody under 39, right? And so it was a really interesting moment. I just lived it. I'm giving you a dead example of the strategy's right. We need to move wine. We're using a macro event like Prime Day. We're going to give a discount so we'll convert. I felt good about it. We need it, which is even more of an important thing. And yet, when it came to the come to Jesus moment today, I didn't feel that I had the right value in place there to go in for the right hook because I felt like for whatever I sold, I would have lost the trust from too many people in there from unsubscribes or just checking me out and like thinking it's my promotion channel. And so I balked. And I think I'm right today. Whereas tomorrow I may want to. And so
why is she muted?
And also trying to
The
put
fuck?
myself in a position where I'm never desperate. You're welcome.
Gary, Helen Shedlow, holy shit, is awesome.
Thank you.
I have a kind of two-parter for you. What is on the horizon, and how do I join Team Lil B?
So horizon in the macro, or keep the mic because I might follow. Horizon for me or
long term?
Me or the world?
The world.
I think that we will continue to watch us buy into convenience. So mainstream media is pumping privacy on us every day, and nobody gives a shit. You give a shit on social media and you complain about it, but then you continue to act the exact same way. You put your credit card in all the time on the internet. You put your social security number on the internet. You do all sorts of shit every day. And so you're a tough guy in your Twitter or Facebook posts about privacy or over dinner, but in real life, you never give a shit. Why? Because subconsciously humans know that 99.999% of humans are good, and it's not that dangerous. This is a very interesting insight. I think voice is going to be dominant. I think everybody here is going to make massive amounts of buying decisions based on voice in a decade. We're going to be buying right through our devices with voice command. We're going to be like our clothes, everything's going to be activated. I'm just going to live agnostic and be like, call mom, tell her that, like, it's going to be so little friction. Last mile delivery is coming. Like, you're going to have no reasons to leave. You will leave because we like real life stuff, but you won't leave for something that's not valuable. You'll leave for some bomb-ass food and a great ambiance at a restaurant. You won't leave to go to 7-Eleven because that shit will be delivered to you in a second. So I think we're going to really lean into convenience, and technology will continue to make convenience a real thing for us. So anything you're doing, any of you, professionally or personally, that creates friction, you better have enormous value on the other side, or you're going to be vulnerable. As far as Lil B, you know, we launched that pilot mainly with a strategy to 80% versus 20% still doing it ourselves, was to JV with a top animation house and make it a Hulu or Netflix or Joe, and that's what I'm going through right now. We'll see what happens.
I would consider disrupting the education system with music and your audience with Little B, just throwing it out there.
Listen, let me say this, my inbox is very open. The problem is most people, but you're gonna appreciate this. And I don't know if D-Rock got to it, how many times he tried to get a job, or like I'm giving you the hack. People have to figure out how to email, because what we're getting is 10,000 requests for them, and even when people position it as for us, it's too vague for us to understand, right? So like, we're going through it, or, you know, I've noticed, what's that? Yeah, I mean, look, the truth of the matter is, like, it's completely based on serendipity at this point because I'm getting too much inbound.
Basag tayo ng mga beat.
Just emailed me for the first time, and in 3 minutes I replied, and somebody else has emailed me 89 times in the last 3 years and has gotten nothing. And there's just something so crippling and liberating about that.
Basag tayo ng mga ikabu.
It's paying attention. I'm never at this fucking conference if I didn't have an issue with empathy sales.
Uy, foreign catcher pala muna.
Oh, worked out for us. Am I good? Hey, Gary, my name is Christian. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
Obviously, everyone's going to thank you, but thank you for
Manalo naman sana.
successful businesses over the last couple of years.
It's amazing.
In all those businesses, I've been a one-person team, and I'm curious, if you were operating VaynerMedia as a one-person team in 2019, what would be the first position you would hire? Because I'm finally to that point.
I would hire somebody to manage my schedule, right? You have to be self-aware. What what I would hire is not necessarily valuable to you, but the answer I'm going to give, I hope, is, which is you need to be very self-aware and figure out what the most important thing is that you hate or aren't good at.
Perfect.
So I would hire somebody to schedule, because as a one-person team, your time is your #1 asset. And if somebody made me more efficient with my time, then I would extract more value.
Thanks.
You
Really appreciate it, man.
You're welcome, brother.
Okay, up here. Hi. First, I want to say it's such an honor to talk to you. Everything that my business partner and I have done over the last 3 years has been built after what you've taught us. So thank you so much. Our YouTube channel, everything modeled after you and your style. My business partner is a general surgeon, so we developed a YouTube channel educating kids. We sell digital products, and we have a course that teaches kids how to like sit down, focus, and study. Conscientiousness, mindset, motivation, mastery, all that stuff. And my question for you is, right now we use social media to sell this course we created that's it's very real. It's like, from a surgeon's perspective, he uses the fuck word every now and again, and it's very, real, him talking edgy. And we're selling it direct to consumer, to kids and to parents. My question for you is, do you think it makes sense to reformat this, to kind of clean it up?
Alam kung bakit bragging rights kapag wala kang suot na donation item. Apple lang po.
Change it up to conform to, unfortunately, what we have to conform to with the education system today.
Look, this may sound interesting coming from me the way I
No
roll,
donation item equipped. Who the fuck cares, man?
I don't think it's devastating to beep it out or edit it out in any shape or form. It may lose some of the things you guys like about it, but the reality is,
Akala ko yun importing.
What's amazing about selling to the consumer is you can be authentically yourself, because you'll find enough of the audience that will buy in. When you sell to B2B and the group is smaller and oftentimes more conservative, you got to make adjustments. I don't think you're selling out or ruining anything.
Fuck, lapit sa akin.
I appreciate that.
I mean, no problem. I mean, we started a non-cursing channel on YouTube because a lot of parents and teachers were reaching out and saying, look, I really, really, really want to share this. It's just that, like, you fucking curse a lot.
Oh my god, ang galing ang puta.
After we built up enough infrastructure, we had the infrastructure to put in the time to be able to do it, and I don't feel like I've sold out or anything of that nature. I only respect the end audience, and if a teacher wants to show this to their 8th graders, I don't want 2 colorful Jersey words to ruin that, and so I think you're fine.
That's awesome. Thanks so much.
Hey everyone, I wanted to say hey Gary, and first and foremost I want to say thanks to Nick and Sky Sprout and all the volunteers and the speakers. I think everyone's want to say thank you to Gary and Team Gary V, and you guys are absolutely changing the world with what you're doing and providing exceptional high-level content for everyone. So thanks again for that.
Thank you, brother.
My name is Johnny Cannabis, and I know that you're a wine guy generally, but you have been dipping your toes in the cannabis field lately, and you've partnered with Green Street over the last 6 months or so. What's your anticipation and vision for your involvement in the cannabis industry as being truly a non-cannabis guy?
I think that cannabis is going to be an enormously humongous consumer industry. I mean, just because I don't smoke weed has nothing to do with anything. People do edibles. People, like,
Kaso Bjorgyo nga pala to.
I probably have never drank any alcohol my entire life. Like, all of high school, I
Pangit
wasn't
din.
any alcohol. So, to me, I love consumer products. I love selling stuff. I love business. And I think there's clear consumer indicators that cannabis and edibles and
Bali, kailangan ko na 4 na lang yung Krishna ko. Konti na lang din yung Falcon Blitz. Marami pa pala. Hindi lang pala nakasort. Daming Falcon Blitz ang pauta. Dami pa rin Krishna. So Cowardice Bleed na lang yung hunt natin. Alright.
So I'm spending an enormous amount of time. I actually think by far the most interesting emerging and midterm consumer sector is the female sector in edibles. So like I just there's a lot of cool stuff coming, and then also to be very, very, very frank, intuitively, one man's opinion with no scientific knowledge, I feel like it's going to help a lot of people who are using and doing alternative things that are not helping them, and it kind of feels good.
I agree. Thank you.
Hey Gary, Nick from New Jersey. So good to see another Jersey boy. South Jersey down by Philly. It's a whole different state.
You're an Eagles fan?
No, I'm actually not. I'm an Indianapolis Colts fan.
The fuck?
Look, I met Gary Brackett through my dad's business when I was in 2nd grade. So I just saw him. I was like, you play for the Colts? I like the Colts. So I just went with that.
And Peyton Manning dominating for a decade didn't hurt.
Yeah, he's the second best.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is, for business in 2019, I'm in a position where I want our business to grow. I work in family business.
Cover displayed.
And not everyone in the company is on the same page. Some people are content with where we're at. Some people want to make it grow. No, I'm not. I am one of the sales reps.
Got it. So you want the company to grow
Galing doon sa TIF.
as an employee, but some of the people within the company you don't feel have that same drive.
Correct. And I want to know, one, how you're supposed to motivate people to either want the same thing, or that's not the answer. If hiring people who are motivated rather than content, if that's the way to go.
Sure, but how do you know that when you're interviewing, right? This becomes one big game of firing. Now the question becomes, do you have the power?
I do not.
Then you need to leave. Or have a conversation with the person that does have the power.
Well, the owner is also on the same page as me. It's actually my father. We're both in the, so we're both in the same place. We both want to see it grow. Luckily,
but you're still in that father-son dynamic at this young of an age where you don't have the full, so let's get into this because this is my favorite subject because I lived it. Can I make the assumption that some of the people that are not as motivated have been around longer?
Yes. The shortest any of our employees have been there is like 12 years, 12 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is as cliche as it gets, which is why I was able to make that assumption. You have these ambitions for growth. Your dad as well does. It's his fucking business. However, your dad has a loyalty to those people because of maybe what they did in the first 5 to 7 to 12 years, and they might be in a different life cycle. So he has the conflict of that relationship versus the growth ambitions, whereas you weren't there when that was happening, thus you don't have that same conflict.
Right.
Look, there's 2 ways to handle this. Back to football terms. Fans love to shit on teams when they cut veterans who fucking dominated for them for a decade because we love them, and then the team cuts it, and we fucking get upset. But meanwhile, the reality is the team wouldn't be as good if they overpaid for somebody on the other side of the hill. What you need to decide is how you want to play this based on what you want out of your life.
Okay.
You need to be empathetic to your dad that he has different emotional relationships with these people than you do. That didn't stop me from firing everybody in my dad's business.
Right.
Because I didn't give a fuck. Now, what I mean by that is I gave a lot of fucks. So the way I did that was by having real conversations with the people that have been in that business for a while and say, look, I have these real ambitions. We're going to play it a little bit different. I want you to be successful here. And a lot of them resigned because we were bringing in technology. Like 2 cashiers quit because we went to a computer system. Like this is old school shit, So like, what also you need to figure out is how much patience you have. Are you going to take over this business? Are you not? There's real life dynamics here. But what you need to lead with is empathy and patience, and also self-awareness of what you want for your own life.
All right, thank you. And real quick,
let me ask you a question because this is important to me. Are you able to have real conversations with your dad?
Yes.
Well, then you're in a great spot. Then I would say don't be audacious and be patient.
Okay, thank you.
And then also build heavy cases on why you should fire them.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I completely understand. Put facts behind it rather than just go in with a request.
That's right. It can't be like I'm just here to change shit up, and then everybody from the employees to your own dad is like, that's cool, kid, but while we were building this business, we were playing fucking softball. You need to come in with like, Carol's stealing, Dad. Here's the thing. You understand?
Yep. And I tweeted actually last night. I'm wearing a pair of Clouds and Nerd sneakers right now. I asked if I could come up, get a picture, and have it signed. So
Alright, I think that's enough. Nakailan na rin tayo nito.
Are you the dad? Oh, okay.
are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Love you.
Thank you.
So I'm a little bit nervous,
Don't
and
be.
I love that.
Good.
Definitely not perfect, but
Me neither.
I'm perfectly perfect.
Good for you.
So I just want to say I'm one of those like middle-aged moms and women that you've talked about in the past
Yes.
that. Okay, I'm sorry. I grew up in a very small village, 3 traffic light town. So community has always been so important to me, and I've always been an entrepreneur.
Okay.
Many times throughout my life, people telling me you can't do that, and it's been a journey.
Yes.
And in the last 5 years, I've had a vision. I've been building a community that is based all around community, and I've been doing it on my own. And I would say that once I figured out who you were, it changed my business platform, and I launched today. I launched today. I didn't do a big launch because, like with many entrepreneurial businesses, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I've been doing it by myself, and I've had like 3 different designers that couldn't pull my business together for me. It's very interactive. There's like 5 different parts to it. It's high function, and 3 of the first 2
credit.
get it to the place where they can
Okay.
make it interactive and make it function.
Ang may points
So
natin.
I have been for the last year working with this one company, and we've had 16 times of where I've gone and told people,
97.
and then we don't, and then it's like crawl in the hole, but here I am, I'm still persevering. But every step of the way, it's like it's been I'm very much like connected with vibration and like things happening for a reason. And I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of
okay. Don't worry. We're still with you. You probably got a minute before they turn on you, but
okay,
still with you.
all right. So essentially, I'm still here. It's been about the journey, and every time I've had a stop, something positive has come from that. Something great has been added into the business that's going to make it even that much better.
Okay.
So like I have in the last like 2 or 3 months, I have outsourced, and I have hired 2 people to just I can't do it all by myself. And so that's been a great thing. And between you and Evan Carmichael and all you guys have been like
22 itong aking isang karakter na bibang na bibili. Sa activity points, parang wala naman masyadong maganda. Headgear. Gentleman's pipe.
Tidbits of here's what's this and this is what you need to do, and I've been listening to you. Like I know I need to be posting, I know I need to be putting the money into the social, but it's like I've been so like nose to the grindstone that I have to get rushed, right?
Wala naman ako masyadong gusto
What
doon.
I'm really concerned about right now is like you guys, all of you, are our future, and like what part of the business is.
Even some of the old dudes in here?
Everyone. As a matter of fact, I'm starting a global movement, and it is about it's free to be me, just be you global efforts. So I support local, but I also feel like we're global. We are all humanity. I support global. Yeah. We're human. Sorry, I know I'm starting to lose you all.
We should wrap it up because they're about to kill you.
Okay.
Your business might end today.
I'm sorry, I know it probably has. I'm sorry, I'm just so like confused and a little bit nervous here. Banners. So banners. Like
Mali pala. Quest up.
So like the thing is that I've changed the concept. Like part of my business is doing. Can
I love you with all my heart, and I'll talk to you after this. Is there a question or is this?
Yes, there's a question. No, I'm sorry. What do I like? Originally, everybody was like, "How do you make your site monetize?"
Okay.
Because really, my site is about is telling community stories of people and businesses and that sort of thing.
But what's the question?
So how do I make a site like that monetize when it's really like I was going to have banners just for
Are you
small
selling anything?
businesses? No, just I was going to be doing banners, but now I'm doing video because that's one of the things that grew out of the fighting thing.
Dalawa.
Commercials and that sort of thing. But then I'm also doing Spotlight free. Like I'm
Tapos, magkano ba?
charge for it right now.
What are you charging for?
Nothing right now.
92.
My intuition is
Bigyan natin ng 52M.
that's okay, because that's why you come to stuff like
Panggawa na rin ng FSB.
I'll grab you for 2 minutes. I need to ask questions. I think you might be in ideology land, not practical land, which is a vulnerability, and I just want to cross a couple T's, but I want to get some other questions.
Okay, sure.
I'll grab you after.
Krishna Falcon Blitz. Covered display.
So first, I have to say hi to Helen because we went to school together. I haven't seen you. Oh, she's gone. Well, that was cool. She just had a question, but we went to school together like 8 years ago. But anyways, I want to thank you, Gary, like everyone else. I started in the fitness industry. Facility from the ground up, 7,000 square foot. The full 80 hours for 3 to 4 years, just on the grindstone. And we were 2 years
So may dalawa na. Okay.
amazing community. Like I liked what I was doing, but I didn't love what I was doing. And I got into your content, and you kind of gave me the courage to be like, hey, if you're not all in on this, you should think about something else. And it was
real quick, because I just use this to get something off. Like, very simply, we have to make happiness the North Star. We have to. Because the framework of all of us over the last 100 years is success, and even worse, things, you hadn't even debated. Like, what you did was like courage and a new way of doing things, and we have to collectively, back to us being the future, including old guys like me, we have to like make the decision that you went through very easy for people in 25 years. 20 years ago, not going to college seemed super foreign, like you had to. Now it's a debate. My great hope is that happiness becomes becomes a North Star equal to financial success because it's so much better. And like hearing you talk excites the fuck out of me because at this young of an age, to be able to start having that debate, and one could say at a younger age it's easier, but it's not necessarily. That's just deploying, not realizing and having sympathy and empathy. So like that's awesome. I'm like just pumped to even hear the startup of this, and just really, really hope, fuck, if you leave with anything from this conference, like being unhappy is a bad idea. And if that unhappiness is predicated on because it's the business that's paying your bills, you need to figure out how to change your bills. Sell your fucking home. Like downsize your car. Like take one less vacation. Stop keeping up with the fucking Joneses. Your child is not going to be a professional athlete. Shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it was, because it wasn't even like things were bad. Like, we were making good money, the community was great. Everyone's like, Jerry, like, you're 25, like, you got this business, like, everything's great. And I wasn't unhappy, but just wasn't there, you know? And so I told my partner, I'm like, hey, in 11 months, I'm out, and the business is yours. And so the next 11 months, I completely systemized my position for 50 hours a week, just put in people, put in systems, put in advertising stuff, and 30 hours a week was working on online stuff and just failed multiple times. And there were so many like Saturday nights where I'm listening to your podcast, it's like 11 o'clock at night, and you're like, and fucking Rick, you went to the Jersey Shore, and I was working, and like, fuck you, Rick. And I'm like, I don't like Rick either. Like, all you guys, like, it's 11 o'clock, we all going, you know? So, you kind of like help me continue to go through that. And, finally I'm in a position where like my business is great, I'm building a team, and I'm like genuinely happy for the first time in my life. So
awesome,
I want to say it's like,
thank you. It's awesome.
So my question on that is not really business. I mean, I really feel like very good about where everything's going. But what's happening is because I'm changing so much in my personality, my personal life, and the way that I view and see things.
Lampain, pwede natin buuin.
Kind of maintain that.
Family, girlfriend, boyfriend, or best friends?
Not girlfriend.
Uy, 52 na yung activity points nito. Nice.
A lot of people struggle with this, and I think it's actually very easy to fix. I think the friends that you care about, your question to me is based on this, so you clearly care.
Tayong bumuo ng 5.
What's happening is when one changes perspective and starts leaning into optimism and offense and positivity, it becomes harder to hear the other
Kasi wala na pala akong pera.
What you need to do is just have conversations. You can sit down
Wait
and
lang.
listen, Rick, like,
Benta natin yung gold.
and dwelling on dumb shit is just not as fun as it used to be, or whatever it may be.
Yeah, so it's not even that. It's like the people that are like that, I cut them out. It's pretty easy. But it's the people that are pretty supportive, but they see
One ng puta, fuck you.
really going after it, and they're happy for me. But it's just the dynamic changes a little bit between us, and it's I don't have as much time to give to them at the same time.
Right.
It's just like you change.
You can't come to this anymore.
Kind of. But
Saan yung gold ko? Pipe. Madami-dami din to.
Once in a blue moon, if that relationship
684 M.
crush something or close something or build
Not
something,
bad.
you might have to go to some bullshit minor league baseball game because you care about Ralph. Or not. I fucking didn't talk to my best friends for a fucking decade. But guess what? They're gonna be there in 7 years, or maybe not. Because if they're genuinely good people and you're a genuinely good person, intent matters. If you're going to make a ton of money and be a dick to your best friends, that's not gonna work out. If you're in a one hot moment where you're just feeling it and you need to do this for 36 months, it's gonna be okay.
Cool. Thank you so much, Gary. If I can get a picture, that would mean so much to me.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. I'm waving.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I just wanted to, like everybody else, say thank you. I have a question. I have a little bit similar background as you. I immigrated to the U.S. from
Lang,
Taiwan.
mali pala.
Their money is at a liquor store. I have restaurants, worked in it, had an income since I was 9.
Sige, tatlo na nga lang muna.
And so right now, like I said, I have the
Sana makapag-plus 10 na tayo.
health and wellness and
Hindi ko pa nabigay yung pera. Bad trip.
really aiding health problems with what you eat, and also understanding you are what you eat. The whole, eat local movement and stuff like that.
Got it.
So my question to you is, because you have such a better pulse on consumers, is whether you think
100 M na yung bigay natin.
consumers are ready for a model going off what you said about convenience, where right now farm to table is expensive, right? It's an experience. I want it to be more accessible to people, but the only way this can happen is if I have the scale, and I can only have the scale if the marketplace is ready for this.
The marketplace hasn't even begun to eat better and care more about it.
Right.
It's just, are you patient enough to see it through in a practical way?
I'm patient enough because it's a passion. I'm not sure economically, and I'm all about investing and absorbing as much overhead as possible, but unless I have certain volume for the farmers to be
Alright, let's go. Pasok.
the business model just may not work.
Yeah, because I think you might be looking too big too early. Like you should be siphoning off the back of somebody else's sustainable farming contracts, not making your own because you don't have any demand yet. You understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you raise capital on getting people to believe in your idea. Scale's become such a trend that people have lost practicality in it. Either, I know for a fact, this is the answer to your question, either you get very good at fundraising and raise a ton of money on a big enough valuation that still motivates you because you own a big enough percentage of the business, and then you go that route, or you go patient as fuck, hacking your way towards having 1, 3, 9, 27, 54 customers.
Basag, bad trip.
Right? Because to your point, nobody's gonna farm for you if you've got one family. Okay,
let's go.
Maybe pay pay a premium to rebuy off of somebody who already does have enough scale and make less margin.
Okay, so really spend my time to find those that have the contracts and piggyback off of those.
Really building a business, which means you can only do what your demand actually has. So if you have 43 customers, you have to be able to create an infrastructure behind it that supports that, not unsustainable.
Right.
Okay. So going super premium up front might be the way to go. And then driving down your costs over time. So maybe targeting the 1%. Even though your ambition is for scale, you just need to be able to get there.
Okay.
You know, one of the things that I think a lot of you are starting to realize is I've been saying the same shit my whole life. But I had to have the patience in 2008 and 9 and 10 to make those videos when nobody was watching. That's what's so fun about documenting. This is not words to a lot of you anymore as we're now doing the archive work. You get to see it real clear. This isn't a trendy thing for me. This has been it. I was just patient. Every word of advice I will ever give to the world will be completely predicated on something I've already done. Because I don't know anything else. Squeeze a couple more? Go ahead.
I've got an actual question real quick. John Grolo, Thrive Financial, thank you for being here. I have to admit, I'm one of the people that didn't know about you until Nick suddenly put something out. The guy hired me in marketing, went total fanboy, and here we are. My question for you, I work in financial services. We don't do a lot of products. We do more advice, education, empowerment, so you can go choose what you want. We want social media to build. We hand out that free advice. We give the free information. Our industry is so...
Let's go.
I mean, I put 2 lines of, hey, think about writing off your mileage, and I have 10 lines of disclosures. And we feel it reduces the impact. And then the other part is, you know...
Shit, basag agad +6 pa lang ang pauta. Are you fucking kidding me?
I really believe what I'm about to tell you, because I've now spent a lot of time in it.
Oh my god.
Is using regulation as an excuse.
Yes. They're completely agree. I always fight with my company 24/7.
You know, and so, yeah, it sucks, but here's the good news. No other financial service can do it either, right? So you're all playing by playing field, right? And so there's also a lot of things you can talk about that are less regulated. You know, and so a lot of the stuff that people want to talk about puts them in a position of right hook land, you know, which then gets regulated. But there's a lot of other advice and content that can be put out that doesn't require all the disclaimers because it's a little more vanilla than you should do this.
And I think that's where actually we're uniquely positioned in that.
Real quick, because I want to get it. Or you can make content that's fairly vanilla that leads to phone calls.
Holy shit, bubus, fuck. Hirap naman ang pauta.
And so I can talk about that and have no regulation.
You can talk about golf.
Bad trip.
You know, this is where people are very confused. There's a lot of people who started watching my content because they like the New York Jets, and that's the content they saw. They also happen to be into entrepreneurship or marketing. Like, you know, one of the weird things, there was this one ad I ran years ago, early Facebook, where it was like, I don't want to make it up, but it was super narrow. I'm going to use this as a make pretend, but it wasn't wine. It was something else, but I was trying to sell something for a client. And let's just call it wine. And even though I would target Pinot Noir and wine and the Wine Spectator and Robert Parker, the number one thing that converted
Motherfucker.
I mean, dead serious. And why I'm telling that story right now is one of the things many of you should debate if you're a one-woman, one-man shop or a service-based business, but you're the foremost passionate expert on Pokemon or on European soccer or on having a garden in your backyard because it's your favorite thing, you would be fascinated by the shit that leads to your business results as long as you lean into something you really love and really know.
That's awesome. And the other part of the question becoming, you know, with the way our business is structured, you know, we're not looking to get 1 million leads. We're not looking to get 1,000 leads. We're looking to get hundreds of quality leads, quality people to work with, create that freedom. How do you scale your social media appropriately? Or do
meaning how do you go bigger impact less in that realm?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to spend enough.
You spend higher money for leads. You spend $8 CPM. You spend $83 CPMs on LinkedIn versus $2 CPMs on Instagram. Awesome. You get very narrow, right?
Thanks, Gary.
You got it.
I think I'm the last question.
No, those 3 bros over there will beat my face in if I don't get to them.
Okay, second to last, but I think this will be really good. Well, my name's Nelly.
Gawa na ba akong sword figs? Wait lang.
I'm a mom, I wouldn't finish it without it, so. But we're talking all about taking action here at the conference. So if we were Gary Vee leaving the conference tomorrow.
If I would what?
If we were Gary Vee leaving the conference tomorrow, what would you do next for the rest of the year?
I really want to get the essence of the question. So yeah, are you asking what would I do if I was sitting in the audience right now?
Correct. So we're learning a ton the next 2 days, and they talked about taking action. What would you do leaving?
I would run ads on every single social media platform after I read on Google and watched videos on YouTube of how to run ads on Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and I would make as much creative as possible with my own, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, Gary Vee, whatever, like, you have a fucking team, D-Rock, all the time. Like, I did for 8 years and produced content every day.
1:32 minutes pa, so 2 hours. Damn it.
Fuck I was doing. Like, that's now, after I put in the work and got results. So, you know, everybody be so insecure with their content, the way they look, you know, what are people going to say, you know, it's not edited.
Mag-ano na lang ako.
What would I do? I would go do. I would go run ads at scale.
Wizard.
And
Wizard.
on many different platforms as humanly possible, and try to think about what I do for a living, how it fits.
May headgear na nga pala yung kalbong to.
Doing is the only, you can't read about push-ups. It's only doing. It's just that people are scared to lose
Sana yan.
because of judgment, and they overvalue short-term money. People are super crippled to waste $4,000 on Facebook and YouTube and Google. The learnings are so valuable. They're thrilled to extract $4,000 out of their business to buy a fucking Prada bag or some Supreme sneakers, but they're not willing to spend the money on ads to learn their shit. Bro?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So, 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 3 testicular cancer.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'm doing very well now. I went through 5 rounds of chemotherapy. After that, I ended up having a 12-hour surgery to remove 11 centimeter tumor in my small intestine. After that, I went to a 2-week coma. I had kidney and liver failure. After that, I went to cardiac arrest. Had to completely learn to walk again. I was in the ICU for 60 days, and I dropped from 185 pounds as a personal trainer to 110 pounds in that in about 9 months. Over the past 2 years, I've really regained myself through watching a lot of your videos.
Damn it.
And also just having some amazing support and
At PK, at C items, and at Mox. Think di naman masyado mahalaga yun, pero why not?
Sometimes it's really hard to share your most vulnerable things in life, and I'm sometimes very fearful to share.
Uy, wala masyadong tao. Pero mag-farm.
Sharing and being very vulnerable because that's how we can relate to all of you guys. And I just wish hope you can give us a tip of how to get over that fear of sharing your most vulnerable things, like because everybody here has
Mukhang pinupulis na nila.
with your story, and by sharing your most vulnerable things in life, that's how people relate to you.
Are you asking me because you're looking to find more
Holy shit.
others, or are you asking
It's our time to shine.
But for me and for the audience, I know for a lot of people out here, they have amazing stories to share, but sometimes it's really hard to share their most vulnerable things in life. And I was just wondering if you could give me a tip to overcome that fear in doing
the acknowledgement of it. I think the thing that I've come to realize in the last 4 to 5 years as it's become a bigger theme is everybody's biggest fearful secret right this second is the jail of their happiness. 100%. But a lot of people don't even realize that's happening. They think that's protecting them. And so this becomes a monster game of judgment. A monster game of judgment. And I don't have a tip.
Hello.
What I'm trying to do is bring awareness to it.
Baka kala niya bato.
How we've eliminated stigmas
Di
in our
tayo
society,
ganun,
it's
sir.
bringing awareness to it. And that's what I think a lot about when I hear that question.
We're here for the fucking grind.
I just always ask them, like, what? And usually it's only 4 to 5
We
people.
fucking enjoy it.
Like, they don't love the judgment of Sally can't say
Oh, shit.
nine. They really don't like the judgment of friends and acquaintances. But the reality is, the reason they're
Oh
not sharing
shit,
their shit
let's
is because they lost
go.
a core 5 person in their life. It's actually for humans easier to share your story because it's agnostic than making a video and saying that their father sexually abused them, or that they don't love their spouse, or that
Lima kayo sandangan mo.
it's hard for a lot of people to go there because the judgment of others is a framework we all live in.
I think for me, the hardest part is, I have a massive scar, and a lot of people sometimes worry what they think. And me being very fit when I was, back in the day, sometimes it's very hard to share some of that, share my actual part of me now.
You know what I think about this? Do you remember like in high school when you had a zit? Like you thought about that shit heavy. The reality is nobody gave a fuck because they had their own fucking zit. And that's how I think about all this shit. Like, I think people would be flabbergasted by how nobody really gives a fuck. What makes it super easy for me with all the, attention I have is ultimately, I know you don't give a fuck. You can't, it's not your fault. You have to worry about yourself. We watch some of the most iconic people. Look at the society we live in now. Iconic people that have brought so much value in whatever they do, pass away, they trend on Twitter for 4 hours, they get a little love maybe on an Instagram post, and the next day everybody moves on with their life. That's liberating. Nobody gives a fuck about the scar on your stomach, bro. Because we have our own scars in different ways. That's my answer to why it's so
Oh my god, bakit hindi ko na cast yun? Misclick na ba yung mouse ko?
I just want to say thank you so much. You really have empowered me to take a step back and pivot.
Sayang din yun.
So thank you so much for that. I could ask you 100 questions, but I'll keep it to just one. You've been well, first of all, my name is Justin with Social X and Virtual Assistant Connections. I hope to talk over some line later.
Let's go.
So you talk a lot about how the education system failed you and it fails entrepreneurs every day, right? I 100% agree. This is something, when I really took a step back, I thought, how can I make the most positive impact by doing what I love? And I'm really studying the education system hard right now and how we can improve the entrepreneurial education system.
Just make sure that you're practical, not ideological. I think the thing that people have to be very thoughtful about is you have a system to do it, or a curriculum or an idea, but can that actually be done in the way that education is packaged in our society through government behavior and infrastructure and a million other things?
Right, and I've been studying that, and I have some of the same questions, does it need to be privatized, etc. So I was wondering, what are some practical ideas that you may have, if you do have any, on how to really have some practical steps of, all right,
as entrepreneurs, maybe get this type of foundation in this way, personal development, self-awareness, and maybe into a business foundation or something like that?
I'm living it. I'm living my thesis on it, which is, unlike me, these kids have something called the internet, and instead of
Sarap
selling
pag-ulan
the
tao.
information that I have, I'm giving it to them for free.
Solid farm, easy
While in
farm.
parallel, I'm putting real pressure on the conversation of the whole thing in the first place. Because we have to look at the actual facts, which is, for a lot of us in this room that are over 40, there was a lot of practicality to getting a college degree because the ROI on that college degree was real, because there were things for us on the other side. Today, it is a very different ballgame. The practicality to a college degree does not create the same guarantees. Importantly, the level of debt that even declaring bankruptcy doesn't get you out of, that comes along with taking debt for a college, is now just a very black and white scheme that is not doing a benefit for a lot of people, especially if you're the kind of learner that is comfortable in chaos and change or
Oh my god,
entrepreneurial
bakit
behavior where just living it,
nag-misclick
there's a great
talaga?
teacher, not reading about it. It's amazing. It's amazing that entrepreneurship is the most similar thing to sports. It's based on merit. However, we don't talk about it in an education way the same way. We're all very comfortable and understand that the best basketball, football, hockey, UFC, soccer players in the world didn't sit in a classroom the whole time and read about it and then jumped out and did it. They had to actually do it. Fuck, man, I would have quit school in 3rd grade if that was allowed. And I'm not kidding. And by the way, there are so many people in this room who great-grandfathers or great-grandmothers came from different parts of the world, and the world in America was a different world, and they didn't get a 7th grade education. They didn't get a 10th grade education. And many of them went on to build iconic things for their families that everybody has eaten off of for 3 generations. So we are in a very interesting time on education where the debate has begun. I don't believe it's my generation, but I do believe that the 10-year-olds of today will be the parents that completely revolt against the infrastructure we're talking about, and I think their children are going to have far more DNA in the old way we did it around vocational skills, around self-awareness, around practicality, not the incredible job that the college business ecosystem did over the last 70 years of making it a rite of passage, no different than owning a home is for everybody. And we have rules in our society, no different than we all can agree that religion and religious places to worship carried a lot more weight 2,000 years ago. I absolutely believe that college is that for us now and is deteriorating, and in 200 years, you can't imagine what it's gonna look like. I believe that. And so because I firmly believe it, and the data is very clear to me, I don't want any of these kids to be collateral damage if they can help it. And I'm tired of parents forcing their kids to go to college and collect debt to make them look good, not what's in the best interest of the kid. That's fucked up. You know what I mean, parents? It's one thing, let's go the reverse. It's one thing if the parent picks up the tab. Then you're paying for your kid's vacation. That's different. The amount of pressure parents are putting on a kid to go to a school and collect debt, their debt, so that they can look good in the neighborhood or put a bumper sticker on their fucking car is unacceptable and needs to be debated. Thank you, Columbus.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed and I think basketball wins for a million different reasons.
I think a part of the reason why.
I know what CJ looks like. Let's start with that. I know it's like CJ.
No helmets.
Let's be very mad about this. CJ's career, right? Like off of just this playoff run, the average solid sports fan knows CJ walking in a mall more than a 9-time Pro Bowler in the NFL. 100%. Anybody.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to another edition of the Pull Up Pod. We have a very, very special guest today. He's been kind enough to share some time with us. We've already discussed baseball cards. We've seen the Kareem, we've seen the Jackie Robinson, we've seen the LeBron. I haven't seen the CJ McCollum, but it's okay. I'll give him a pass on that one. I want to welcome Gary V to the Pull Up Pod as always. George Schultz here by my side. We have a lot to discuss today. First, we have to start with historically, like what you've been able to accomplish up to this point. I read a lot of research about you, how it all started with Lemonade. It moved on to baseball cards. Life's kind of coming back full circle.
It is.
Now with you leaving the wine industry, thank you for what you did for the wine industry, honestly, with the e-commerce side. We order a lot of wine online now, and my seller is very thankful. My family is very thankful. My fiance is very thankful because we're able to order wine directly from some of the apps we use. One of the apps in which we won't mention because they're not paying us right now.
But if it's got 2 V's in it, I can hook you up.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, we look forward to being introduced to 2 V's.
I still know my wine game heavy. People sleep on my skills. I'm paying attention to everything.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Empathy.
We're going to have to do some wine drops. But first, let's just talk about what you've been able to accomplish this far. You left the wine industry. Well, you haven't exactly left it, but you kind of ventured on to the tech world, obviously.
I helped grow my family's liquor store into a wine e-commerce player. I launched an e-commerce site in 1996 when you were 5. So like a long time ago. Then my brother was sitting back here, AJ, and was, growing up flipping cards and garage sales and other things I'm sure we'll talk on, and we kind of probably somewhere around the time he was 13, 14, 15 started getting real about, we'll be in business together one day. And even as young as he was then, it was obvious it wasn't going to be at Wine Library. So, as he was starting to get close to graduating, we had a lot of things. Fantasy sports was real close. I would say that'd be the other thing. We almost started a fantasy sports business. And at the Deal Day site, we would have been so right because Groupon Living Social, as long as we didn't raise too much capital. Anyway, nonetheless, we started VaynerMedia. So I did leave the wine business day to day in 2009 officially when we started VaynerMedia, but it was really 2011 because I was still doing the wine thing. I broke Crush It, and the Gary Vee thing was starting to happen. I loved the fact that AJ was kind of operating and learning. I was involved, and in August of 11, during the NFL strike,
I never forget, like, that's when I decided to go all in. That's September 2011 is when I really kind of came and actually became CEO of Vayner Media, and that's what I run to this day. And then AJ left Vayner Media 3 years ago. We started Vayner Sports. We do sports representation in the NFL.
Soon to be NBA.
We talk about NBA a lot. We probably talk most. We're very. I mean, I'm not going to speak for him, especially because he's sitting right behind me. If he wasn't here, maybe I'd speak for him more. But he's.
Ba't ganun yung
It takes somebody. But he's
audio parang crooked.
I'm always like, I want to do everything, and that's kind of my nature. I think he gets very focused and executes.
It's been 3 years in NFL now, though? Right.
3 years.
John Allison, Peyton Barber,
Yep.
Tyree Jackson now.
Yep. Peyton Barber on my fantasy team. All right, let's do it again. You have a dynasty league where you're gonna have him this year? He's gonna ball this year.
Honestly, bring me into one of your fantasy leagues as well because
I don't play football.
You don't.
I like the Jets too much. I don't play fantasy football. I can't get going.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I watch the game
because when like little Lou like watches us play the Bengals and he's excited about some dope slot receiver getting a catch, I get pissed.
It changes your mindset when you watch.
Yeah.
I watch my
100%.
Browns. Like I usually pick the Browns defense. Like my mindset is completely different.
Do you play fantasy basketball?
I'm not technically allowed, so no.
Got it. I always think about that shit. I would love to be an athlete.
I know.
Like really enjoy life.
Gamble.
I'm gonna gamble.
We gamble.
We gamble. I can't work in basketball right away.
Hey, you guys are not allowed to gamble outside of the NBA?
No, you are. No, but I mean gamble.
Oh, you
like,
basketball.
Like the over/under last night on Cal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I.
21 and a half points. That's what's 30. Like if you know the game,
yeah.
You talk about easy money. Easy money.
This is why, bro. This is why I know we were talking about it off camera, but I can't get. This is why I need you investing heavily in basketball cards.
Over was 3 minutes to get to this.
Joe's rolling over right
Heavy. Joe, I'm calling you soon. Stand by, Joe.
We'll get on a conference call. We can actually discuss, why we think we should, and that brings me to my next question.
Please.
Adaptation.
Okay.
Not only how the world has changed in the sense of understanding the importance of social media now.
Yes.
Understand the importance of technology. You early investor in Facebook, Uber, Venmo, etc. How important is it to adapt, being able to change in terms of making your business successful, making your life successful?
It's the singular core strength of my life. I think every single person that all of us put on a pedestal in society have disproportionate capabilities to adapt. Let's talk about basketball because I'm just pumped you're here. Right? Think about when I think about. So I'm just gonna throw a couple random things. I'm super pumped. Vince Carter. If you would have told me after first 2 years of the league that Vince fucking Carter would be one of the people that could get to 40 years old and play in this league, he was the most at least from my perspective at the time, one-dimensional, high-flying, like all the people we talk about, right? They adapted their game in the great superstars of this sport. They adapt their game in year 3, 4, 5 very firmly because they have to start adding things to the game if they want to truly go. So I think about business a lot because I love sports so much, like sports. And for me, I never put yesterday on a pedestal. I think one of the real things that has made me successful is when I started investing in social media for both Wine Library and then for myself, I didn't put email and Google AdWords and .com on a pedestal, even though that's what was foundational in helping me take my dad's liquor store from a 3 to a 30 at that point $1 million business. If I kept putting that on a pedestal, I would have lost. I basically wake up every day and think I'm only as good as my last at bat. You know, it's funny having AJ here. I think about competition. We're competitive as brothers and we love it. We always have this fun thing like, this is funny, bro. I know we talk about this a lot. We haven't talked about it in a little while. This whole notion of like, are you actually 14-2 against the other person? Or since you won the last one, you're the actual champion? Yeah. It's a very funny thing AJ and I have as brothers. Like, I'll make up, like, let's just say ping pong. Like, if, you know, we're even-ish in the scheme of things. I don't really know what it is. But let's just say that AJ was like 63 wins, 49 losses to me in ping pong. But if I won the last match, like, we've always kind of put that on a higher pedestal. We think of it as heavyweight title.
But I thought you said you don't want to dwell in the past.
I don't, which is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We're saying you're only as good as your last at bat. And it doesn't matter. Like, I went through a period, this is our one-on-one career. Because I'm 11 years older, I probably won the first 150 games one-on-one. More.
That's how my brother did me, and we always said you're only as good as your last game. So, like, he could beat me 100 times. But that one time I won, like...
Let me make sure I get this down.
When I was 17, I, like, remember the entire thing vividly.
Give me some. I want to
Yeah, I want.
We were at the house in Jersey.
AJ Vaynerchuk, ladies and gentlemen.
We were at the house in Jersey, and we were playing, and I was finally, like, your height. At 17, I was finally the same height. And I remember I was like able to get, like, I didn't get a single offensive rebound for 16 years of my life.
Because I'm trying out here.
Oh, yeah.
Because I knew what the next part of this story,
I
knew what the next part of the story was going to be, which is
then,
I lost 200 games in a row.
Yeah, then I won, and I remember like just running off the court into the house, telling mom and
I was
dad.
dead.
He was pissed. Like,
I was dead.
This is in your backyard?
Yeah, yeah.
Not in Belarus.
The funniest part about this is I equally remember 4 years ago when I started getting into shape and finally beat AJ in a game and started snagging some wins back.
Okay.
I ran into the house and started cheering.
4 years ago.
4 years ago, I started getting my health up, which helped me with cardio, which was the big variable. Like that, you know, just slight edges, right? That, I mean, this is the best talking like to an athlete. Like I treat business more like sports than almost anybody I know, mainly because I don't talk to people enough about it, but I really do. It is like fucking effort matters. Yeah. Like when you guys are watching film at like post game and you know that you didn't put that effort and you think about what that rebound could have been to what that run started to like. This is real life. Like when Tyler just left, which is too bad. Like sometimes like, man, you just fucking traveled 13 hours from Qatar, but this person wants to have a meeting. I'm like, let's do it on the Upper East Side. He's like, man, you sure you don't? Like, I'm like, I'm either gonna put in the effort to take this meeting, or I'm not. Look how hard both of us fought for this today. Right. We're fighting.
We've been trying to do this for a year.
Long. Yeah. Anyway, so adaptive, the most on a pedestal. Like your ability to not get high on your own supply, I think is a huge indicator of who you're gonna be. And what I use that analogy as, it doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It is more like playoff basketball. Like
new day, new game, new mentality.
Huge
I
factor
still
for me.
remember the first time I beat my brother in a series because we always played best of 7 because we always say it's easy to beat somebody once. It's fluke like college.
How much older is he than you?
3.5. So first time I beat him, I was in his college campus and I was winning. I was up like 3-2, best of 7, and they kicked us out of his gym at Goshen College in Indiana. So I was pissed because I was like, we have to restart the series. You can't resume. You got to restart the series. So he used to always tell me like, when you can beat me, you'll be ready for the NBA. And I didn't beat him until my junior year in college, like a series, and that's the year we beat Duke.
I was just gonna say junior year was the Duke year. Yeah. Eric is 31. 30. 30. He's been playing in Europe a really long time. He's one of like the most productive European players. And so if you play him now though, it's still pretty close.
Yeah, but I'll beat him now. Yeah. We haven't played in like years because our seasons intersect.
Yeah. You should make it a pay-per-view.
His season.
That'd be great.
We should play for bread. We should play and like have
and make it a thing.
We'll be the line.
We played last summer a little bit. Me, him, Raymond Fountain, and somebody else like in 1-on-1. But he's usually resting. His season ends now. He's resting, then I start training like a couple weeks later, and he's in his rest phase. So we don't like try. It's like fighting someone who's
of course. Yeah, of course.
When I see Steph and Seth, I'm like, oh, Seth.
Little brother.
Yeah, AJ's got this whole. Most of his best social media is when he makes a funny little brother reference.
I mean, there's so many little brothers in America. Like they all can relate to like what we're saying, even if it's not sports. Like you remember the first time you beat up your brother, or hit him first.
You know which one AJ gets me on the most? The Manning one. Everybody thinks it's Peyton older, Eli younger, whatever, but he always calls me Cooper.
Cooper, I knew you were gonna.
I didn't make the league.
Cooper was a great player. Yeah.
That's it.
Did you see Arch Manning? Have you seen Arch Manning, the 8th grader, who's now playing on the varsity?
Isn't that Cooper's son?
Yes, Arch Manning. He's 14.
I feel bad for that
He's
kid.
14.
Cooper's looking at that kid like, this is my revenge.
He's at the same high school. You know, Odell went to the same high school.
Yep.
This kid is throwing like 50-yard bombs. He's a freak.
I'm talking about
The Arch.
He's in 8th grade.
He's already on varsity. His name is Arch, as in Archie Manning. Crazy.
I want to buy his cards now.
Yeah. So let's talk a little cards.
Yeah.
So everybody loves to make investments that they think are going to be ultimately worth their while. Baseball cards specifically, basketball cards specifically for you. What was the impetus to this?
It's funny you said that. It's funny what you just said. There's multiple pillars. My son getting to an age where he got into it, huge pillar. But the number one true pillar is I get DM'd and emailed thousands of times a day with the following question: Hey Gary V, I have $2,000. How should I invest it? Wow. And it's a tough one because it's a funny number, but it's much more normal in the real world. So
$2,000?
$2,000. That's like $1,500, $800. I get a lot of funny kind of questions like that, and I'm like, okay, like what are they actually trying to achieve? Because I want them to invest in companies I believe in, like an Amazon and a Facebook and a Netflix. But I also know that those companies have matured to a level where I like it as in 10 years that $800 in 10 years could be $2,400, right? Like, but that's not what they're actually asking me. What they're actually asking me is like, hey Gary, I have $1,000, and because of where I'm at in my life right now, I'd love to have 4,000 in a year. And I don't play like that. I don't know short-term, like quick scores. I'm a marathon runner, and people are asking me how to get out the gate as a sprinter. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I run marathons. All of a sudden, I'm watching the sports card market now. Now we're going on over a year, but really hot last August, and I'm watching. And a couple months ago, I kind of came out and started getting real aggressive about this. I believe. Let me give you a comp. I bought a ton of Giannis rookies in September and October for the Prism, which is like the core Prism rookie card. It's top scoring, but for the Prism rookie card, I was buying them at $160.
What's Prism mean?
Prism is the company that makes them.
Okay.
Panini's the company. This is the type of Panini card. Okay. It's called Prism. This is kind of the core basketball card right now, right? There's a bunch of different ones, but this is the core. And then you can see this is in a plastic. They get graded when they're in perfect condition, PSA 10. I was buying Giannis PSA 10s for $160 in October.
160 pop, okay.
They were $650 2 weeks ago. They're down to $500 because the run's over. That's a real return.
Right.
And I don't have an answer anywhere else. There's flipping, which is why I keep telling people go garage selling and thrift storing. But the one place I believe, unless the economy collapses, that is definitely going to go up. I mean, the 500 Luka rookies I bought, they've gone from fucking 45, 50 to 80 in a month. Like, it's real. Like, and so for me, I mean, I never ping you. I'm busy as fuck. I ping you one late night. I'm like, hey, like all cryptic and shit. Hey, bro, what second-year player do you think is going to be good next year?
You remember when I was in Black? Yeah. I get this really weird note from Gary. By the way, it was way earlier for me.
Love it.
But I was like, why are you hitting me this late? Because I knew you're on the East Coast.
Yeah,
it must have been like 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm like literally laying on eBay.
And he's like, yo, who do you like? He's like, who do you like?
That's young and up and coming and under the radar.
Yeah, and I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, what players are like the next great ones? And I started.
No, you're already great. I was thinking about like year 2.
Text me asking for my advice.
CJ, who's yours? CJ, who's right now?
Hold on, let's say who I said though.
Not until CJ right now says his 2 or 3 favorite are going into either year 2, so they were a rookie this year, or year 3. I'll let you slip and do a year 4 guy, but they have that's it.
I'm going into year.
You're going to year 7.
Yeah, you're a vet.
You're a vet. You're old.
I'm getting old.
Who caught your attention? Let's make it more fun.
Year 1 going to year 2 guys?
Well, I think year 2 to year 3 is still fine.
Both play. Yeah. Who caught your attention this year that you were kind of like, oh, okay, young, either rookie or second year?
De'Aaron Fox, even though he's 1 to 2, that was very.
Okay, Gary, that was one of my guys to you. I told you, Gary, you already said you were on.
Your Siakam was good.
Siakam's about to get 170 million.
Yeah.
And I'm about to make 17,000 on some rookie flips.
Okay, so that's 2.
Hey, I'll take my 1% or 0.1%.
I'm going team to team. I really like the younger kid in Memphis. He's going to be going. He's going to be going from 1 to 2. He's going to be really good.
Yeah.
We're on that too.
I mean, Kuzma, like those guys are like that's
more
easy. Kuzma, I mean, Donovan Mitchell, those are guys who are like they're already there.
Anybody really sneaky that you can think of that you see doesn't get as much pub that since you're on the court or because you're thoughtful like this, you're kind of sitting there and be like, huh, like something that's not as obvious right now. because that's where the money's made.
I would say.
Because everybody knows like Darren Fox.
How about someone like? I was gonna say like
John Collins.
John Collins.
Not John Collins, the other kid,
Kevin Herter.
Kevin Herter.
Okay, so
Herter.
look them up right now.
That's one right there. I agree.
Look that up. Write this. I want to know. Write this up. Luke, we're buying right now. Because it's gonna air later.
I want some too. Okay. Kevin Herter, Maryland.
See, these are the conversations you gotta have with like the KDs of the world. Like,
I hit up KD about this shit. Like, I sent him the same fucking cryptic message. Like, yo, what do you think?
Because like we look at players differently. We can see the ceiling like before it happens.
100% cheap, right?
CJ's a consultant.
I know.
Or
Let's
you
go.
guard a guy, you like, oh,
clean up. Do your homework right now. I know he's cheap. I know the market.
First time you guarded who?
First time I
Let's
guarded
go.
Booker, I was like, oh shit, he's gonna be nice. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Of
guard a
course
guy,
you know.
And this is like before he's Devin Booker.
I also
you see it, you're like, oh shit.
You know who I love asking? I love talking to Draymond. I love people who like
Draymond.
Yeah, because I like people who like the
Then you
defend.
can actually say, you know what, that guy was tough.
My entire thesis on Luka is based on Draymond.
Luka, I knew Luka was. You should have asked me about him. My brother played against him in Europe.
Tell the story.
So I watched him 3 games last year in the EuroLeague before he came over. I watched his EuroLeague championship, and asked my brother. My brother's like a realist. I said, how good is he? He's like, he's gonna be top 5. He's like, if he adjusts to the NBA pace, which he should because of spacing, there's not a lot of space in Europe. And the fact that like the veteran players were like entrusting him to hit big shots, he was hitting game winners. His swag was crazy.
You beat me to it. That's the thing about him that's so obvious. That's the one thing that I love about sports, especially now being in the agent game, wanting to buy the New York Jets. I can't wait till I have full control to see how right I am about emotional intelligence variable. Everything and it doesn't always work because sometimes I'm like, he's such a leader, but 100th of a second speed actually. Like I'm thoughtful enough about that, but fuck, the human will fucks with me. Like I believe in that shit, especially if I know what kind of kid you are. Because you can be a great human will leader, effort guy on the court, but you might be a fucked up kid off the court. If I know everything, I don't know. I feel excited about.
You know, there's another name too. How about Mitchell Robinson? What do you think?
He's gonna be good.
Yeah.
You never know what's gonna happen in New York with the free
raw.
agency.
How about Trey?
Ice Trey?
You locked up the Mitchells?
Yeah,
Too obvious.
When you talk about the guy who scored 49 in a game, he had multiple games of 15 plus assists. I think he's the first rookie in the history of the NBA to have multiple 15 plus point per game assists, and he contributed to like 80% of like offense in a game.
Right.
And he's also going in an era where a Curry framework has been created, so people are even more excited about him.
Yeah, I was talking to a coach about him, and he said that.
Lou, are you and AJ buying up this kid's cards?
Wait, AJ, hold on, AJ, can you buy some for me?
AJ just bought some Kevin's right in your mouth.
I do love
because you're in my mouth, dick. AJ just bought them in my mouth, dick. No, they're yours. Lou, get your shit together. AJ's crafty on you. Misspell his name. Misspell. Haven't you watched me overpay? Haven't you learned?
Fine, I'll start overpaying.
He needs this? Yeah, got it. I got you.
Dramatically overpay.
I think this is really special. This card thing. I had no idea. I thought as a kid, cards were the greatest thing ever.
My number one objective in this interview, Jordan, is to not only cut you off. It's
I've
to have a courtside photo with me and CJ next year
at the Moda,
holding cards,
CJ card.
like we're holding cash. You know how those kids hold cash on Instagram?
Yeah.
CJ and I are gonna be holding rookie cards.
This is great though because as long as you continue to help me from a business standpoint, and not just like with incentive on how to do things, but the quotes. I love the quotes. The push-up one that you. So that stuff circulates back to me. Like I follow you, I see it, and then I wait for it to come up in like on my page on someone's.
You know what's really funny too, and like people that I'm fans of. I analyze so heavy who I fuck with, what they engage with for my stuff. Like that's been a lot of fun for me the last 6 months. As like, you know, I'm sure this happened to you. This definitely happened to you. Like, I'm gonna ask it since we're just jamming. Who's the guy you stepped on the court with your rookie year that you're like, I cannot believe I am literally about to play a game against
Kobe?
Yeah. So like to me, that happens. That's what's so great about my life right now. I'm a business kid. When I'm older than you millennials. Business wasn't cool. Like entrepreneurs in today's world are on the same pedestal or on an emerging pedestal as athletes and rappers. I'm watching people think I'm cool. It blows my mind. Every day somebody follows me or engages with a piece of content that I'm like, I can't believe this person fucks with me. It's the best.
You know, part of that is because now athletes, it's becoming more acceptable and athletes are embracing
100%.
the entrepreneurial spirit.
100%.
That wasn't alive 5 years ago.
That's right.
I think we're more educated too on how we can capitalize on it.
100%.
Like you said before, I looked at Kareem's contract, 5 years, 1.25 million.
Yeah, for everybody who's listening,
that was the
I just pulled out a Kareem rookie to flex.
5 years, 1.2 million.
You don't have a Kareem rookie.
I don't, but I have a great card collection that my mom collected back in the day.
Your mom collected it?
My mom used to collect cards for us because we love athletes. So we had the Jordan signed rookie card, like all that stuff. But I don't
some stuff.
Allen Iverson, like everybody we liked, she would go buy. So like if we wanted a throwback jersey, the Mike Bibby, whatever it was, she would go buy it.
That's cool.
And then we'd try to get the card signed. So it's
talking
crazy.
about throwback. The way Drake trolled last night was pretty remarkable.
CJ and I have been talking about this for the last however many hours. I think he
can't separate Drake from the fan. Like he thinks that it's disrespectful. I'm like, if you heard what fans said to me, you wouldn't like most of America.
Right.
Drake, all he said was, "You're trash." Like, and
when he said
like
Draymond?
it's like a friendly back and forth.
Didn't look friendly.
Yeah, because you just lost the final game.
Because it's not friendly in the 100th of a second. AJ and I have not been friendly with. I love AJ more than anybody on earth. AJ and I have not been friendly a lot in a microsecond.
I mean, you're not gonna be happy right now. I'm killing you.
Lou, what is going on here?
I can't check out. He's checking out before.
Lou, please.
He's
Lou.
literally checking out before.
He's faster at typing than you.
His shit is saved. Mine's not.
And while we're on the topic of trading cards and rookies, we have to look at this upcoming draft.
Lou, you know what? We only have one move here.
Yeah,
Use my money power. You know AJ has money power. He won't go as hard as us. Go find every one of one signed. Let's go heavy.
Okay.
We can't beat AJ in the base rookie game. Let's go to the national treasure.
We had all these right here, but we're keeping these now.
Got it. Don't give AJ anything.
And upcoming draft pending, right?
Yes.
Draft coming in June.
Yes.
I'll help you with rookie cards, but first we have to talk about the Knicks.
Okay.
What the Knicks should do in free agency.
Yes.
What you think the Knicks should do in free agency. And the Zion effect.
Yes. In the league or how do you?
Zion effect in general. We're talking about arguably the most hyped
player since LeBron.
Yeah.
Not arguably. He's the most hyped player since LeBron.
Who's going to be heading to New Orleans?
That's fine. Cleveland sucks too.
I'm from Ohio.
That's fine, but it's true. That's fine. I mean, New Orleans is a better city in culture than Cleveland. I mean, look, I know where you're going, but and listen, the hometown factor with LeBron made it far more acceptable. Harvard, get in here. Our biggest NBA fan is here. Get in here. You got to make sure 137 gives CJ a lot more love too. So I need to connect you guys after. I think Zion going to New Orleans is great. Couple reasons why. One, New Orleans is a fucking fresh ass city. It is. It is a cultural city. I understand the situation on the team, but every team. Do you know how bad the Golden State Warriors and the New England Patriots were when I was coming up? They were the shittiest places to play. That's like all these kids are so lost. Let me say it one more time for everybody who thinks stars going to shitty places is bad. Yeah. The 2 of the 8 shittiest sports teams in all 4 major sports during my prime junior high and high school years were the Golden State Warriors and the New England fucking Patriots. Constantly in the top 5 picks, sucked shit. Even with Run DMC, and Mullen and Mitch Richmond and fucking Hardaway, like Patriots sucked shit. 1-15. They were like their only win would be against the fucking Jets. Like everybody sucked. Do you know how dog shit the Chicago Bulls were before Jordan came? It always takes a superstar. So I don't think it's bad. And more importantly, with the way the NBA is now, let him go there and do his thing. What is it, 4 or 5 years now? 5, 6? What is it?
For what?
What's his,
4 years.
Just,
and
then he's going to fucking a big city.
Basically, you don't turn down.
7.
Right, it's basically 7.
Yeah, 7. Good. He'll be young as fuck. He'll be 20, 25, 26, where the fuck he's going to be. And then let him decide where the fuck he wants to go.
That takes me to my next point. I like the mentality, the mindset. I think he's going to be good in the NBA. I said if it's a bad year, he averages 17 and 8. I said for Luka Doncic, if it's a bad year, he averages 15 and 5. He obviously didn't have a bad year. He averaged 21 and 7. Rookie cards you should buy out of this upcoming draft. Just why we're here. Zion is the obvious one. Ja is the obvious one. I would go. He says.
I love Tyler Hero.
He has dreams about Tyler Hero. He's brought Tyler Hero up
10 times
in the last 2 weeks.
All the rookie cards are going to be overpriced because the market's hype as fuck.
So you got to wait.
Yes. Here, notice who I asked you for. This is now educating people because I don't want them to blindly waste their money. Right. Every basketball rookie card will be underpriced except for if anybody becomes a top 15 all-time player. So Zion cards are going to be so expensive out the gate. Yeah. He will probably have to be he has to be a top 50 player, probably top 25, most likely top 10 for you to be pumped.
In the league right now?
No.
All
in
time?
20 years. You got to catch the next cycle.
I think you should get Kevin Porter. Brick is huge on
Kevin Porter's incredibly talented. Just a point of reference.
I know.
He's the same high school as Jamal Crawford, Nate Robinson, Doug Christie, and
he's going to be good. It's just a matter of how good.
He might be the most talented of all of them.
No, it's all about I don't know. I hear the headlines, so I'm not going to go deep on this. It all depends on how he acts off the field.
Right. Where are we at on Cam Reddish?
I like Cam's potential. I'm just not sure. The role, I tell you all the time, everybody's good, right?
Yeah.
It's just the role you have on your team, where you go. When you're the number 1 pick, they empower you. If you're a lottery top 10, depending on who's in front of you, they're going to empower you and give you every opportunity to succeed. There's some guys that are good enough to play, but it's based on where they were drafted and who's in front of them and your coach. Some coaches don't like to play young players. Yeah. You look at look at my situation. I go 10th pick in the draft, 11th pick with Michael Carter Williams. My boy, he goes to the Sixers. He wins Rookie of the Year. I'm the 10th pick. I break my foot. I'm behind Wesley Matthews, Nick Batum, Mo Williams, who retired, Dame. I'm behind one max player, a guy who made $80 million in one contract. Mo Williams, who won a championship, was an all-star, and I just get drafted into that situation. And we have Steve Blake, Maryland great. So I was 1 pick away from going to the Sixers and being the starting point guard. You know what I'm saying? Like that matters. And you look at the draft, like the location of the draft. Your coach, you get a coach who doesn't like young players. Coastal, my teammate, gets drafted by the Utah Jazz when Jerry Sloan's still there.
Doesn't play young guys.
Jerry Sloan doesn't play young guys, and he doesn't like finesse bigs that can shoot. Right, that right there was Cooper's a finesse big who can shoot. He told him don't shoot outside the paint. Changed his entire career. You're talking about a guy who came out. He was getting Dirk Nowitzki comparisons.
To me, this is a really fun conversation. To me, I believe in that variable so heavy in the short term, and what I've been thinking about my whole life is what about in the long term? So I buy everything CJ just said times 1,000. I've always been fascinated by
how does that apply to business then? And everything you do.
This is actually where I'm going.
Yeah, and you have mad employees here.
You're gonna appreciate this. This is what I think about where are the differences in sport and business. So here's my thing.
Okay.
I have a bunch of people that come up to me and they say blah 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 blah, and I go cool. I go, but in the end, if you're so fucking great, like you're telling me, that shit will play out because your greatness will break through your circumstance, and that is part of what being great is.
That's true.
I buy somebody who thinks they're a great entrepreneur failing in their first 2 businesses, but before they die at 99, they're gonna have to put a W on the board. What I don't know, because I don't view sports as entrepreneurship, because you don't control, like in entrepreneurship, you can just bounce and it's you in the market. What I'm curious about is, what is somebody all-time great? Take injuries off the table, because injuries is real. Circumstance. To me, if you're so fucking great, even if somebody hates playing young players, you always have free agency, you're gonna get another at-bat, this and that. I'm curious, CJ's right, but this is why I think CJ's having his career now that he's having. Like, my big thing outside of injuries, if it's coaching, circumstances, bad contracts in front of you, good contracts in front of you, eventually that shit plays out. I'm curious what your thought is about that.
I think
has anybody retired and said I was all-time great, and you can believe them because they can give you a compelling enough answer?
I think you're right to an extent. I think that greatness is bound to show at some point, but
greatness, not very good. Greatness. You can't say you're fucking great and then tell me the 37 excuses to why it didn't happen.
Right.
That's like the anti-definition of great.
Yeah.
Injury's the only one.
I think injury's the only one, but I think that I've been in the league going into my 7th year, and I got guys I played with who I knew were nice. Like they just needed the right
circumstance.
They needed to be believed in, and I think at times they weren't believed in. They weren't empowered. Whereas I've seen guys be empowered that weren't good. got good and like doorstep of great, where they're like, man, if he's in the right situation, he could really be a savage. And that's why I said about Trae Young. If Trae Young goes to the wrong situation and his coach doesn't let him shoot 30-footers,
yeah.
And if Steph doesn't listen,
if
this
the Warriors
is real,
don't trade Monte,
and
if the Warriors think about this, let's all talk about
when they traded Monte,
everybody traded Monte.
They almost traded Steph.
That was nice. They almost traded Steph.
Steph
was the one doorstep of greatness. Wasn't there yet. Remember, Brandon Jennings scored 50 on his head in Milwaukee. He wasn't there yet. He was on his way to greatness. You see what I'm saying? Like, he was a great player. It was bound to happen. But think about his circumstance if he gets traded to
I believe it, man. I believe this is where great versus very. I think there's a lot of people who could have been 6-time All-Stars who were fringe players because of circumstance and encouragement and chance and a million things. Great, though I hate when people are like, I'm great, and I'm like, great breaks through everything. That's why it's fucking great.
So wait, hold on. If you have it in you to be great, and you
by
never
definition, great should that if you didn't end up being great,
it
then you
should. But there's a few circumstances and situations to where if your coach doesn't play you, because I've seen guys be great in practice. You think about our roster. It was me, Will Barton. We both were getting DMPs. I signed for $160 million with more on the way. Will signed years later. We're talking about. We weren't playing at all.
That was my guy. I was going to say with Will, did you know he was going to be this big time?
I seen him in practice every day. I was like, I used to tell him all the time. One day, like, one of us isn't going to be here. Like, it's obvious the writing's going to keep both of us. One of us isn't going to be here. He was literally talking about going to Russia to play in Europe because he was like, I can't mentally. He's like, I can't take this. Like, coming to the arena every day not playing.
But that's
knowing that you're killing in practice. Killing. We used to beat the starters in practice. You see what I'm saying? Like,
of course, I see what you're saying. To me, this is the definition of great. If you're so fucking great that like you don't break down mentally. I mean, that mental in sports and in life and in business.
I mean, we knew we were going to play at some point. But it's
Jordan,
crazy to look
do you know
back.
how many people bailed on a business 1 month before it was going to make the turn that was going to make it actually go?
Have you done that?
You don't know. I don't know.
I'm saying no. Have you ever looked back and said, okay?
No, but that's because it's impossible. I bailed on initiatives, side hustles, things. I don't. So the answer is nobody knows, but it's happened.
This is a great point. Before we transfer over to it, two things. So our backcourt was Alan Crabb, $75 million in Brooklyn. Myself, $106 million. Wesley Matthews, $80 million. Nicholas Batum, $125 million. Dame's going to get $200 million.
Will
Barton, $70-80 million. I don't think the organization knew we were all going to be on the borderline of great. You know what I mean? They thought that we had some good potential, good players, but the fact that they picked us all up meant they seen something in all of us.
100%.
And my next point, or turning the page a little bit back to business, I watched so how I got my business manager and my financial advisor, I sent them the video of you talking about Snapchat.
Okay.
What is it? Your friend was
Uber.
Your friend was trying to get you to invest. Sorry, sore subject.
No worries.
I watched you talk about it. I sent it to him and I said, I've been trying to meet with Gary for like a year. We're going to meet. I'm going to ask him about this. Obviously, you talked about it briefly.
Yep.
That's a situation where he tried to get you to invest in it, and you were like, I don't know.
That's right. Are you asking why?
I guess my question is, you talk about like missing something by like.
It hurts even more than that because, like, again, and it's fun to have it right over your head. That collage right there with my books.
Right.
The top left one, Crush It, is the first book I wrote. So it's your first book, right? And in acknowledgments, I thank my family and one person, Travis. Think about how close we were to, like, he helped me with that book because he wasn't doing anything at the time. He was in between gigs and he just wanted to read it. And we were real homies, like me, AJ, like real homies. Like he was in the office the other day hanging with me and AJ. Real homie. It's my favorite part about life. I preach offense over everything, right? I believe in it and everything. Uber was a defensive moment. I just bought an expensive apartment, so I was way less liquid than I wanted. They had it as a side project. I just failed in a side project called Quarked, which is a wine social network. Garrett, who came up with the idea, Camp, and Travis hired other people to run Uber Cab, which is the name of the company originally.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's a sign in here where AJ, this is literally an email from Uber to AJ. Read this email. This is literally AJ.
Hey AJ, I want to say thanks for being our first ever Uber rider in New York. How was your experience? I also saw that you were looking for another ride last night, but we had no cars available. This is crazy. So sorry about this. I've credited your account with $10. Imagine this $10 is worth now.
When is that? When is that?
This is April 8, 2011, 11:06 a.m. And it has a picture of your ride.
So we were there.
You were right there.
This was the closest I've been professionally to, you can put it down here, to the Jets. Because if I made my normal investment, right now with the current valuation, we're talking $400, $500, $600 million.
Yeah.
Like I'd really probably be having dinner with Dolan right now and being like, yo, sell it to me. I could be a good face. Like we get KD. Like if you know, like let me be a partner, minority. I'll just be the face, like one of those kind of like. So yeah, man. CJ, I love it. Like look, you probably feel this way too, right? Like let's like bounce it back to like make it contextual. You just had a very interesting series, right? I watched a lot of it. I haven't watched like it's funny. It didn't. I want to bring it up now. It's really hard for me to evaluate basketball because I'm so rusty. Because I'm just not. It's so fun between basketball cards, moving to Hudson Yards and being close to the Garden, buying Ryan Harwood's company, who's a crazy basketball fan, and the sports card things. Like it's so fun. Like I'm so close to being back fully to basketball because. In my 4 years of high school, which I always think are prime sports years for everybody, like that was the Knicks run. So I adored basketball, but then I got busy as an entrepreneur and I couldn't really follow because the Knicks have been just atrocious for 2.5 decades. But like it's crazy. I watched more of your last playoff series that just wrapped up than of seasons of Knicks over the last 2 decades. Jeez. So I watched it carefully. I know because what's amazing about sports is a couple of plays. I'm sure coming off of that series, it's never fun to get swept. It's never fun to be on the doorstep of the finals. What's probably wild, and I don't know your demeanor, I know me, that if I was on your team, I'd be thinking about like 7 or 8 moments that happen that I'm like, fuck, those 4 plays makes it a 7-game series, you know? And so that's how I think about Uber. For me, it feels inevitable. I'm gonna get mine, but it's a part of the game. Like there was an email that I didn't respond to from airbedandbreakfast.com, which was what Airbnb was called before it was called Airbnb. A bunch of people just found out what the BNB stands for. I have an email from the founders of Air Bed and Breakfast that say, we just want to meet you. You're like a hero to, like, something, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It was like, we fuck with you, Gary Vee. Would you meet with us? We have this new startup. I didn't even fucking answer the email. If I answer that email and I take that coffee, maybe I put 25K into that. That's another $500 million. So, like, you know, like, I don't know, like,
it's life.
Yeah, it's life. I go, you know, you go out and do things, and, like, you know, that's part of the game, man. I'm just trying to take shots, and hopefully more will go in. But the one great thing about entrepreneurship and why I love so many of you young athletes getting into it, I watched and learned as I got older how many athletes go through depression post-basketball, football, baseball, because they can't get that high anymore.
Yeah, the high is crucial.
And for me, what's so great about what I do is I have that high every day, and I get to do it till I'm 90, and my knees and my back and all these things. The fact that a lot of you are going to be able to maybe not fully get there because everyone's got different makeup plus the intensity of that, but it is an incredible high.
Let me ask you this, G. When you think about athletes that have come to you, and I know that you know a lot of guys want advice, right? They want guidance.
Yep.
What is it about the modern day athlete, guys like CJ, that are empowered beyond their actual sport? What is it that you connect with more than maybe a regular business person?
I think I love athletes, and I think they feel that. I think there's that. I feel like I came from adversity. I think they feel that. Ryan, you shook your head hard. Go ahead. I love it.
It's his outward competitive spirit.
Right.
Where business people like to keep that inward and not show that on their sleeves. He's more like an athlete like that. He wants to show you the overproof face off.
See, I think that is.
Me and Draymond had the craziest interaction today.
Today.
Off of yesterday.
What happened?
I told Draymond that's the same shit I do, except I probably punched Drake in the fucking face and miss a game.
Miss a game.
Fucking bullshit.
Well, he can't miss a game. You already missed game 5.
But, I remember. But like I fucking get it. I fucking get it.
But I think it's necessary. Gee, I think it's necessary to have that in business, even though it's not a physical like basketball. I think it's necessary because if you don't have it, somebody else will, and they will take it from you. So you need to take it.
Basketball terms, and this is where I really relate to Draymond because I also look at Draymond of if he didn't have that DNA trait, he's not even in the league.
No.
Because physically, it's not there.
He averaged 3 points and 3 rebounds per game in 18 minutes his freshman year at Michigan State.
He was fat as fuck.
You have to change. Yeah, chubby cheeks.
Yeah.
That's why when I see him, you know what's really funny is
Hey, shout out to Pull Up. Draymond was a great guest. He was a great guest.
I texted him and tell him, I
he's the
said,
best.
chipmunk cheeks back
He's the fucking
He said
best.
he lost 25 pounds last 2
23 pounds, yeah. Crash diet since March, right?
His body has changed, and you can tell by the pace he
100%.
plays. He changed our series. Everybody talk about Steph. Yeah, Steph is great.
Game
Draymond
3,
changed our series.
bro. Game 3. I'm watching it unfold. I'm watching it. This is where I love my brother. Like, and I want to give him daps. So I'm watching. Oh, what was that? I'm about to tell a story, but it's a Kobe story. Okay.
I want to hear both stories.
You're gonna hear both stories. This is Harwood. You're gonna fucking love this. I'm watching Game 3, and I'm like, this motherfucker's about to will this game in his favor. That's what Draymond did in Game 3, in my opinion. Like, I was watching it. I was like physically watching it. I'm like, the normal thing that happens here is the road team wins that Game 3 99% of the time in that situation, and I'm watching Draymond, and I'm like, he's gonna fucking will this game, and I believe that. And you know, obviously you have way better perspective, CJ, and you were right there fucking playing it as an outside observer. That's it. Went to sleep, did my thing, did some more, went to sleep. Next day, whatever, I think I'm traveling, and I see that AJ fucking tweets something like,
I just said Draymond.
yeah, that was it. And I was like, this is that brother shit. That was it. That was the full story. This next one's more ridiculous. Do you know?
Well, hold on. Before you get to it, did you feel that with Dre?
Our Game 3.
Game 3 in Portland. He was attacking a lot.
When the game was out of reach, he was fucking even the buzzer beater.
Yeah.
That shit matters.
Poise and calmness about them, where like you up 17, and usually I'll rewind. We were down 17 against Denver, Game 7 on the road, right? And like my face always looks the fucking same.
Can I say something, CJ, real quick? Can I say something real quick? I know exactly. I apologize, but I want to add to this conversation. That was when you started this interview just now. I'm like, oh fuck, he's gonna do this interview the way he plays. Like he's like, Gary Vaynerchuk is here. Like, I'm like, fuck, like, because honestly, like that really caught my attention. That Game 7 and like how like you went, and literally I thought of Game 7 for 5 seconds in the beginning of this podcast. In the way that you started the podcast, I'm like, oh, this is fucking how this guy goes.
Yeah, so I have moods and shit.
Okay.
But like I'm a happy-go-lucky, like you probably I'm a happy-go-lucky person. We can talk about TV shows,
Yep.
talk about wine, talk about things I like, and I'll smile. But when I play, like this is my job. You know what I mean? And a lot of times throughout the regular season, I'll smile or I'll do stuff. But like when I'm trying to accomplish something, it's like you lock in. Game 7, it's like I'll celebrate, laugh. Me and Dame smile before the game. You catch me before the game, I'm laughing, jokes, and FaceTiming my grandma, like whatever. Like it's life.
Talking to Jennifer.
Jennifer, get the fuck out of here. No, I'm locked in. I'm focused. You know what I'm saying? But like Game 7, we're down 17, and it's stoic.
And that's what they do as a collective team.
I read a lot of Ryan Holiday books, The Obstacles of the Way, and I've kind of changed. Like sometimes my mom will tell me you got to really focus in and lock in. Sometimes it's cool to be happy-go-lucky. So like playoff, it's like boom, it's serious. So we down 17. I'm looking like this. Like I look at everybody. I'm like, look, man, we supposed to lose this game. We on the road. Percentages against us. I said, but if we get this joint close, we get it down to 10 before halftime. They go tighten up. They go tighten up. Denver. Yeah. You fast forward. They tighten up. We going to run ISO pull up bang game, and I look at them and I say, I'm built for this. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I feel. And it's straight face. We get in the locker room, I'm smiling, I'm screaming, and FaceTime my girl like, I told you. Joking around, but like it's stoic.
And the point you started this conversation with was that's
Draymond,
what they do as a team.
Them as a team, right? It's not like Draymond didn't have to tell them like, yo, lock in, they'll tighten up, nothing. They looked at each other and you've seen it, and as you're playing against them, you're like, fuck, I've seen this movie before. We just got to keep it over 10. I was like, just keep it over 10. Keep it over a 2-possession game, because with Steph, it's 3 threes. That's damn near 10 points. He might get fouled on one of them 4 point play. So we up 17. He yells to Mav, and Draymond will tell you, he yells to Mav. He was like, watch, wait till the fourth quarter, Mav. We didn't see this story before. And I'm looking at Mav, I'm like, Mav, shut up. Like, don't say nothing to him. Don't get him going. Like, I need Draymond to be thinking about how we up 17. And Mav just smiles and like says something back. Long story short, they come back not just once but 3 times in 3 consecutive games with us being up 17. People will say we choked it away, and I will agree that we mishandled some possessions. But we watched the film. We look at the shots we got. We got shots. We got opportunities. We didn't stop them. You're up 17, almost 20. If you don't score for 4 possessions in a row, 5 possessions in a row, it hurts you. But if you don't score and they do consistently, that's when you swing 20 points. And that's what happened. And like the whole point telling the story is that they're battle tested. Like even last night, I bet you Toronto was uncomfortable, even though they were up 11. 100%. They were probably thinking about our series.
100%.
Like, in the huddles, their coach is probably like, yo, it's 30 seconds left, but you never know what's going to happen.
They may score 11 points. I get it.
And it's historically because of how they're wired.
I believe in this shit the most. AJ, Jordan, your face is about to explode. I don't remember it well enough.
The Kobe story?
I hope you start it.
So
Kobe.
It's a crazy story.
Lakers playoffs.
Let me set up.
By the way, how good was that insight just now?
Awesome.
Wasn't that fucking awesome?
That's the thing I believe. It's funny.
You believe it?
It's the only thing I know.
Okay.
I actually don't know the physical stuff. I mean it.
The psychological, emotional.
That's the only thing I know.
And you can literally train yourself. Like this is a learned skill.
Yeah,
like,
this shit.
I've laughed.
Have you listened to
and now I can laugh and then switch like bam. Like you can see like the great ones, the switch, and you probably have the switch. When you go in a meeting, you could be fucking joking around, you playing with your dog.
I'm about to switch right now. Like the switch.
Do I have the switch?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
I don't know, but like
I don't have the switch.
I want to get this off before we bounce. Ready? Me and AJ, I can tell you this. Me and AJ don't discuss an outside Jets football sports thing for 4 years at this point.
Okay.
Like, it is not part of our normal.
Right.
This is not what we do with each other, where we like mention things going on in sports as it's happening.
Okay.
We watch Jet games together. The only other sport we kind of both like is basketball. I've been checked out for 2 decades, so he doesn't have a party to talk about. We basically never ever. I would argue that up until the point of this story, we hadn't told each other about something that happened in the NBA.
Only the lottery.
Yeah, maybe the Knicks.
The Zion lottery. Okay.
So go ahead.
Just every
Go ahead.
line.
Go ahead. This is a crazy
Lakers
story.
playoffs. I want to say either finals or Western Conference. Deep and important. And Lakers are probably up 3
more
against Boston. Who we
talking about?
about?
I don't even know.
I'll listen.
I'm missing
No,
some.
no.
Maybe because I don't know when.
It's a while ago. It was a while ago.
Yeah, it's a while. It's like 10 years ago. Plus.
Lakers finals was definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they're up 3 with like a minute left and a teammate of his. I don't even remember who misses the free throw to put him up 4, and Kobe goes ballistic. Like the other team gets a timeout.
I was just gonna say it probably
It
was
wasn't a famous one.
No.
It's not a famous one.
No,
Keep going.
Devin Jordan,
I get it, but
maybe.
keep going.
Anyway, Kobe kills him. Like just kills him, right? Like you just see, and Kobe doesn't hide it. So then they go down and they miss, and the Lakers got the ball up 3 with like 40 to go, and then Kobe gets fouled. Kobe goes up the free throw line, misses the first free throw, kills himself. Like the amount of disdain Kobe had for himself when he missed the free throw after eviscerating his teammate 20 seconds earlier, and just like the ref's like trying to give Kobe the ball. For
He didn't want it.
He's not even ready, killing himself. And I just call Gary up, and Gary goes, "The way Kobe just reacted." I go, "Yeah." And
Wow.
it's like,
Wow.
what say what you want about Kobe. What I love about Kobe though was he held himself to that. Like he wasn't a hypocrite. He killed. Let's say it was Sasha. I don't remember who it was. He killed himself even harder, and it was just like a dope moment. Just somebody who was a killer. Like we talked about wanting to win, and it was
Wow.
awesome. And like I didn't even know Gary was watching the game. I actually assumed he wasn't watching the game.
I never watched it.
Yeah.
You called him and he just said Kobe.
Exactly what I was calling about. So.
Can you? That's a dope story. Can you be trained to become a killer though? No.
I think you can become.
I think there's nurture that can be had. I mean, I think there's some
Really?
nurture. Gary's 11 years older than I am. I would say by nature I'm less of an assassin, but by growing up with an older brother who didn't let me win in one-on-one basketball until I was 17, there's a nurture part. It's both,
There is.
to an extent. We have to be lucky enough to have a father, a sister, an uncle, somebody close, a best friend. You have to have somebody to help.
AJ's saying the same thing. I don't think you can. I think you can maximize your range.
Okay.
Right? Like I can't be a world-class singer. If
But
I take
10,000
singing
hour
lessons-
rule, you can become pretty good.
Yes, and that's where the entrepreneur thing's interesting to me. Like we all have our limits,
Right.
but I do think you can push to your upper limit with nurture.
Yeah. What do you think about that, C?
Yeah, I agree with the limits thing, and one of the things Damon and I had talked about, and it's crazy. He was getting a massage. This is like a backstory. This is after Game 7, going into the Warrior series. He's getting a massage by the masseuse, and I walk in. He's like, "Did you hear me talking about you?" And I said, "No." And he was like, "I was just telling our masseuse that you're the only player I played with who is fearless, who has no fear, who's not afraid of anything. No moment is ever too big because of how you've trained your mentality."
I believe in it.
And I think that, like what you said before, is you can grow to your range, but I think that my range, like early on, like losing to my brother and being doubted, you know what I'm saying? You grew up in a small city, you're 5'2", your freshman year, all the chicks are taller than you.
Yes.
I tell my girl now, my fiance, like, it's like all the chicks were taller than me until my senior year. You know what I mean? Like I was really small. I think that wired me differently to where like I became fearless, and then I failed early. I had 0 points in the game early. I missed game-winning free throws. I missed game-winning shots. So then I became fearless. Like I've already failed. I've seen the worst. I'm not supposed to be here.
Adversity is the foundation of success. I genuinely believe that. You know, it's funny when you said like the moment. Like I had this reoccurring dream that I give a keynote that is simulcast to every person on earth. Like literally, like I picture myself right now. It's weird. I feel like I'm in like I don't know why I think I'm in Africa. It's very warm. I feel like I'm in South America. But I walk out and it's like so many people. But I also right before I take the mic know every single person's listening, and I fucking like think about it a lot.
Yeah.
And it's like I only like back to like grub basketball that I play. The one thing that I understand. I'm not a good player at all. But the only time like I feel good is when it's 11-11 and I am ready to take a 2-pointer to try to win it. Though I've missed the far majority of them, the moment is the only thing that gets me going.
Shooting your shot, it's just like investing. And I used to empty the clip. Like when I said, we're going to this playoff, I'm emptying my clip. Like 0 for 30, cool. I emptied the clip.
It's funny. There's a couple guys here who play with us. We play 6. I haven't played in a while. 6 a.m. on 14th.
I know. I was supposed to play this morning.
I know. So there's a couple guys in here that that I played with. Like there was a game. I'm thinking one moment right now where I probably was 1 for 30 for real, right? For real. And it's like a tie game. And AJ's like, and it was like the first. I remember it was after not playing for a long time too. And we're bunch of people on his team that they don't know me, and it's like a tie game, and he's like betting on them, like, don't let him shoot. And I remember thinking in this moment, these fucking kids are like, what are you talking about? He's the only one that we want shooting. I didn't get the game winner, but it was the fact that AJ was telling, like, and I think that's not something I trained.
Right.
Like, that's always been the case. I want every piece of pressure. I do that in life. I do that as an entrepreneur. I do that as a CEO of a company. I want all the pressure on me.
Yeah.
All of it. It's actually my shortcoming because I want it all.
Right.
All.
That's dope.
Here's some pressure. Every person listening should buy old basketball cards graded, and you will make money.
And secondly, I appreciate you coming. I know we've taken up a lot of
Yeah,
your time. I just want to say one thing. AJ said that he was short players at 6 a.m. oftentimes. He was short, 9 guys waiting in the 10th. You shot that location. I guarantee you won't be short on players.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. To say the truth, to start a process.
This is the Gary V Audio Experience.
So for mompreneurship, I did a poll recently with my audience, and I said, what's stopping you from starting something? Okay, and I've been listening to you since probably 2012. Like I said, my kids are 3 and 5, and for me, it was a choice to start something because I wanted to be with them more. Okay, so I was a pharmacist, very random person to be into photography, and now this. So a lot of the moms were saying, 70% said that they're overwhelmed with the idea of starting something, and 30% said they feel guilty. So can you speak to that about starting something when you feel both things and you have a baby, yet you want to figure out a way to stay home and contribute?
So one of the things I most love about my career is I try to stay in my lane and talk about things I know, always from a perspective of what have I lived and how do I scale it. And so I'm going to answer this very carefully because I think it's super naive to be a man and actually understand even and I could be wrong about this because I'm bad at science, but intuitively the thought of this person growing inside of you and the level of guilt is fascinating to me.
It really is.
Because it feels very right to me. Like, meaning when I say right, what I mean by that is without being able to understand, I understand. I'll tell you why. I actually think one of the biggest unlocks to being someone who's selfless is to be someone who's selfish. And that seems so counterintuitive. And so I believe that. And I believe that so much of my selflessness and so much of what attracts people to me comes out of my deep conviction to do what I want to do. And that's where my framework for this answer comes from. I believe that for many mothers, they're coming from such an incredible place of guilt because they don't want to take away time, energy, love, interaction with their children. And my belief is that if they're listening to your show, that they want something else in and above what they have, which is amazing. And whether you don't or do, that's you. Which means that it will corrode inside of them over time. And at the end of the day, there's a subconscious resentment that will be created toward their children, which is far less healthy than them going and showing their kids how to live versus telling them how to live. I think there's an enormous amount of children that would benefit dramatically from watching their mother doing what she wants to do and be happy, and in addition to her trying the best she can to balance her definition of motherhood.
100%. You said something in an interview that almost made me cry because I'm the product of that. Immigrant parents. Pharmacy was their idea, and I felt very obedient. Like, I had to, thank you, Mom and Dad, we're refugees, do the whole thing.
Of course.
But I hated it. I hated it, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get out. And I didn't get out soon enough until I became a mom. And I started this community, and I really dedicated this community to somebody that I lost. 2017, I lost my father and my father-in-law. And the same year, 2007, 7 people in 1 year. And
7 people.
And I lost my 46-year-old nanny. And she really is the fire why I started Avenue Mama, because here I am, 2017.
She passed at 46.
Yeah, 46. Single mom, worked 2 jobs. And then talking to her, so many unmet goals, so many unmet dreams, so many
regret.
My kids. Yes. I know you talk about, let's go to a senior center and talk about regret. And here I am losing, she's in a coma. And I'm like, I can't live with regret. And so I went all in on my photography, which is, I've been in the entrepreneur space since 2004. And to be honest with you,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you do that after your dad passed?
The photography part? No. Earlier.
Earlier.
Avenue Mama after he passed.
Understood.
Because of impact.
Yeah.
He was a pediatrician, created so much impact in our Vietnamese community.
Yeah.
And even, in pharmacy school, I'm like, Dad, I want to quit. And he's like, you can't, you're going to give me a heart attack. I mean, the amount of guilt was real. I'm
very real.
Child.
Because wow. Which, I can't imagine what number 1 was dealing with. Yeah. So, I just want to stay on this because I'm passionate about it, and I apologize. We have to change this conversation.
Yeah.
I am looking to put enormous, uncomfortable amounts of pressure on parents to understand that the incredible disservice that they are doing to their children, because their self-esteem is wrapped up in their children's accomplishments, and the fact that your dad, when he says something like that, and rest in peace, and every other parent that does it, is saying, I choose the opinion of my contemporaries or my parents and friends over my own child's actual happiness, is unacceptable and must. If I leave this earth with just accomplishing denting the conversation around insecure, selfish behavior around parenting, I will make the world a much better place than I came into.
There's a mom in my preschool, and I was going to set up a play date, and she's like, she's got violin. I'm like, she's 4. And she's like, well, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and my brother, who's a doctor, she has violin lessons, and so I think that's what to do. And I was like, no, we're putting these unmet goals, unmet dreams, which is why I want to have the ability to talk about this. And I'm sure you don't remember when I met you, but it was back in May, and I'm like, I'm going to start a podcast because this is all new. This is my new gig, right? Like, really speaking about, I'm 40, I'm older than you too, by the way. I'm 44.
You look much younger than me.
And
You look like my daughter.
We can,
for the record, anybody who's listening.
The fact I have a farm dude, I don't use it, and because of you, I used to lead with it because that was ego, that was insecurity. I had to say I'm educated, but now it's not anywhere because it doesn't matter, right? What matters more is that I pivoted, that I do a podcast out of my daughter's tent in her room, 3-year-old tent, like if you can get the visual.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, of course I remember, because anytime there's a scenario where somebody wants to meet me and the husband says, we have way more famous people than you coming through here every single day, and this is the only person that my wife has ever wanted to meet, it is something I will always remember, especially when it happened 2 times, because it took a couple at bats to make this happen. Number 2, yeah, you're young as fuck.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Everybody who's listening right now, just because you have a 3 and 5-year-old and you're 51 because you started having kids late because you did a great career or you're ambitious or you're doing your thing or didn't find love or didn't want to, or whatever fucking reason, you're 51 and a 3 and 5-year-old and you're like, oh shit, it's going to take me another 15 years and I'm going to be 66, or 68 or however old you are before I am like, they're off to school. No. If I, first of all, no, to your point, you'll take care of that. 68 gives you 20 years to do shit. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why people think, like, it's crazy to me that I'm this Pied Piper that is, like, surprising people. Like, why don't people talk to 68-year-olds who are just starting businesses? Why do people not talk to 68-year-olds who just got out of a 40-year marriage and they got divorced because they never really liked each other, but they did it for the public, for their kids, and you watch those 2 68-year-olds then go live life for 20 years and enjoy themselves? Like, aren't there a bunch of 40-year-olds right now listening who know that their mom's super unhappy and didn't want their parents to divorce because there was stigma, but they can't believe a year later that they ever imposed that feeling towards their mom and they wish their mom did it fucking 40 years ago? Like, aren't people actually living? Like, and so for me, the one great gift I was given, for sure, is I'm willing to talk about truth because I'm not worried about judgment. When I say everything I just said, I don't care about the comment in your podcast thread that says he's delusional or easy for him to say because he's a guy or whatever the easy thing to say about what I say is. I want to get to the heart of the matter issues because, to your point, the reason you almost cried or you did do it because it takes somebody to say the truth to start a process. It takes somebody to say the truth to start a process, whether that is some of the incredible things that we put humans on a pedestal for, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, or something that will never be known about a family of 5 in Iowa where the grandfather was dying on the bed and whispered something to his daughter, and that changed the trajectory of bad generational behavior in a family because she actually got inspired, changed the way she raised her kids, which created a flow underneath and eventually liberated that family's dynamics of their framework.
So a few years ago, you've always talked about entrepreneurship, it's never cool like it is now.
Yes.
And then now you're like, ooh, self-awareness.
Yes.
Because not everybody's made for it, and it should be.
Yes.
If I'm listening to this, how do I know if I'm cut out for this?
By trying.
Market
Yeah, 100%. That's what's great about my framework, I think, which is like no stigma in losses. Go and try. And a year from now, if nobody's listening to this podcast, you're like, okay, either I have to do something drastically.
1,000 people already.
That's a lot. No, really, it's a lot.
I know. I'm so thankful.
But back to the point for your audience, not directly to you. If you're listening right now, if you go and try to start a direct-to-consumer meal business or a podcast or an Instagram account around your passion of surfing as a stay-at-home mom, which is kind of like actually your truth, but maybe not something everyone's thinking about, the market will tell you, don't listen to your stupid husband. Don't listen to your mom's historic point of view. Do your thing. And then guess what? Either you're going to be right or they're going to be right. But when they go, nah, 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 we were right, that was a stupid idea, know that that's going to hurt a lot less than being 84 and never trying in the first place. Absolutely. And more importantly, when mom and your husband go, nah, 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 tell them to go fuck themselves. I'm serious. Yeah. I'm being dead serious. Like, allowing people's opinions to dictate your behavior has to stop. It has to stop.
Comes in? I used to bring in a lot more money than I do now.
Great.
And we feel it, and so I'm like...
Money is dick shit.
I know.
So sorry that you guys can't buy a crystal vase or a better vacation. Well, listen, you and your partner have to make that decision. Like, what? Like, cool, you brought in more money, but you're less happy. Exactly. Either you and your husband can wrap your head around that, or you can't, and both of that's fine. I'm sure, but I have empathy for that.
Yeah.
But we have to, as a society, put happiness over money. Like what, we're gonna hide your unhappiness with another fucking fur coat, or like an extra trip, or like a more expensive nanny, or like, or what other guilt cliche things do we want to go into? Your kid can't go to the sleepaway camp that everybody got. Like what? Like we need to get insular. And like that makes sense. I understand why you're dealing with that. But what were you supposed to do? Be poisoned inside for the rest of your life?
Right. No. And so we have the runway, but a lot of women don't have that runway. We worked a lot on our marriage. To be honest with you, I don't have a husband who's like, oh, go honey, just start a
You're gonna appreciate this. I sorry to cut you off because I think where you're going is about to be interesting. But I just want to say this. Yeah. Anybody can have a runway if they change what they spend money on.
True. So you have $100 and your mom listening to this. Where would you start?
Flipping. I can't stop thinking about it. Here's why. If we're talking in the frame, I've already established happiness. Happiness is where I'd go with $100. Yeah. But, and listen, there's so many people that we all know, that we all went to school with, that are living the simplest quote unquote lives. I love people of affluence. They have such funny talk. They sit around and they say things. I live in that circles. Like, oh man, my friend Karen, God, she seems so happy. You know, her husband works 9 to 5 as a trucker. She never left our town. Here I am in New York or LA or San Francisco. She never fucking left. And like, man, she seems so happy as they're baffled. Meanwhile, they're just happy. Because guess what? They don't want to buy or need to buy or, you know, a $700,000 home or have a $40,000. Like, really? Is your vacation at Amanyara so much more important than being happy the other 360 days a year?
Well, Durek had an Instagram post. He said, you know, a $30 watch works just the same as a $3,000 watch. And yeah, I actually was like, I was going to buy a new outfit for today, to be honest with you. Yeah. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna.
Your outfit's fucking fire. Like, and here's what I would say about that.
$25 towards their kids at a jamboree class. They won't spend $25 to do X, Y, and Z. Whether it's self-care, whether it's
because it's judgment. The reason they're doing the $25 jamboree is because Karen's gonna know. Karen and Susan are doing it too. This is a very important part. Because there's a lot of women and men that would do that for their kid because they believe in jamboree. Or there's a lot of people that don't agree with D-Rock or B and actually love the craftsmanship of a $3,000 watch, and they grew up with a grandfather that loved watches, and looking at it every day means amazing amounts. But what is stereotypical and what is in the air is the amount of mothers and fathers that do things based on other mothers and fathers. Who wants to be the mom in a group of 6 moms? The poorest person in the neighborhood is always dealing with all sorts of dark shit because they overspent on their home and they're now in that same neighborhood, but they don't have the other cash for the same vacations, cars, and activities that everybody else has, yet their children are in that framework. And forget about even if they're as awesome as I'm hoping they are and they don't care about their neighbors, what about when your fucking daughter runs into the room and starts crying that everybody's going to skateboarding school and she can't?
American Girl doll.
That's right. That's right.
Daughter's how old now?
10.
Did she go through that, like the higher end toys or anything like that?
It's no, but that's also because she lives in an environment where her parents can provide a lot of fucking things. Like, she's gonna go through the reverse, which is like at some point we're gonna have to pull the carpet and she's gonna deal with like some real like fuck. Like, what? Wait a minute, this is not the rules you created before. And it's like, yeah, you were 9. Now you're 16. Like, we need to start prepping you because if you're 22 and you're on mommy and daddy's payroll, you're finished.
For the value of my moms, do you give your kids allowances or do you pay for them to do chores?
At this point, we're taking the approach of cold shower. They're very young, and what I'm doing right now is I'm okay with pulling the plug on them cold at 13. I could be right, I could be wrong. My parents, my mom and dad definitely are judging me. They're like, you should be introducing it a little bit along the way.
Interesting.
My point of view is I'll buy you everything.
Just don't ask.
No, I'll buy you everything. I'm gonna spoil the fuck out of you until 12, 13, 14. And then I'm gonna go completely the other way and say, now you're completely off the payroll in perpetuity. You wanna get a job? Cool. You wanna sell all the stuff that you've amassed from mommy and daddy on eBay? Cool. You are now going to figure out how to survive. I don't believe in half pregnant. I'm a contradiction. All in, all out. So I'm unbelievably comfortable knowing that they're 10 and 7 and they really can't have a job yet. And they haven't shown me, though my son's shown me more than my daughter, maybe the ability to be similar to me where I went after it early. Right. But that's okay because I also don't want my kids to be entrepreneurs. I want them to be themselves. But if my daughter or son are gonna be nonprofit, higher ed, altruistic monsters, I'm not gonna pay for that. Like, if they wanna do that, that's amazing. I'm comfortable with my kids making $49,000 a year and me eventually giving away all my money to charity. Because they're not entitled to anything. When they're my kids, they're entitled to everything. Meaning, I believe in collateral financial opportunity. Meaning, when my kids are 29 and 26, and I go on a vacation to Africa, because now I want to see a fucking elephant, I will pay for them and their family happily. Because they're coming under the dice of being my children. I'll pick up the tab for dinner. But I'm not gonna buy their fucking house. I'm not gonna.
Pay for college?
If
they want to go.
Hopefully they don't, but if they do, probably. Mainly because I feel, back to guilt, my parents did that for me. I'll pay for college, but they can do what I did, which is never go to class. I feel like that's the last piece that I'm kind of willing to play with. Here's an interesting part. I'm involving my debate because it's early. I'm not going to force them to go to school. So
Madaminin tao, fuck.
I did not go to college. So I feel really comfortable that they paid because they wanted that public acceptance from their other immigrant friends. Fine. I'm not going to force my kids to go. Now, if they come with some dumb shit of like, hey, Dad, so since you're not forcing me, I hope kids are listening to this in the future. Okay, Dad, because not forcing me, like, so that's like $40K a year. Like, hey, give me $160K for the next 4 years. I'm going to say, fuck you. First of all, I don't even want you to go. And second of all, no. So that's where I'm at on this.
So I'm exactly the product. I've had decades of resentment towards my parents. It's self-awareness, so I can flip it and be like, how did I get the good out of it?
By the way, please say that again, because something that I think you're saying something very smart. And something I'm passionate about. I talk a lot about the resentment parent thing, but
it's true.
But I keep bringing up the other part, which is you didn't have to do it.
And
you listen to what they wanted. Where I really get upset is the kids that are 32 right now and saying, well, my parents paid for everything, so I'm not capable. You didn't need to take the money. You didn't need a BMW when you were 23 to look cool.
They didn't pay. They paid for all 7
I believe that. I believe that. That's what I could sense, which is why I'm giving both nuances.
Yeah, but I definitely, and I played that victim card for so long, and then I got into self-development, and I was like, no, that was my choice. I just didn't go up to them. I didn't fight. I didn't choose to be.
You didn't fight.
I didn't fight, and so
That's on you.
It's not a bad thing to be a pharmacist. Fine, but now.
You know where I apologize? What's so exciting to vibe with you? Both like after the eyes and stuff and right now. I just actually realized this. I am so on it with this life is long thing. Do you know how much more fun it is to be able to accept accountability when you're 44, when you know you have another amazing 44 in front of you?
It is fun.
When you think you're 44 and you missed it, which is what we're taught. We fucked up our 20s and 30s and now it's over. Then you can't take on accountability because you're so unhappy that you're actually deploying resentment. When you realize that you have your whole life in front of you at 44, all of a sudden, all the transgressions that your parents deployed can be wiped. You can take on your part of the, no kid, I mean, listen, there's some extreme stuff, abuse and things of that nature, but the stuff I talk about, it took 2 to tango.
Yeah. No, I wasn't strong enough to go against them, and I felt obedient, and one day pharmacy got me out of the house. I commuted in college. I had to live at home, so I was like, well, I guess I'll just finally live, right? But then the self-awareness now, like, okay, that was my choice, and when I became a mom, even more so. So now I'm like you, like I don't care what the fuck they do. I just want to be happy. Like just be happy, and I want to what your mom does, like complimenting you for 2 weeks for opening the door when you were 9, and just making you feel like the best person ever, but yet still held firm.
Accountability. Yeah, like you've got to figure it out. Like, and this is what's so amazing, right? My mom is obviously, you know this, never on my content, super quiet, and like in some weird way, I think the Gary Vee phenomenon is, you know, if it's a phenomenon, it's that's a pretty audacious thing, but like my awareness growing exponentially, and a lot of people listening to me. I'm starting to realize, like, in my unbelievable admiration and love for my mom, I kind of almost feel like I'm just playing in between. I've kind of started to realize, oh, I'm just a microphone. I actually don't exist. I've decided to live my life as a microphone and megaphone for my mom. My mom's not going to tell everybody how to do this. She's insecure around her accent and many other things that immigrants that come to this country in their 20s and 30s have. She's quiet by nature in other ways. She doesn't want to be in the front. However, what she did and how she goes about it is the answer. So I am actually now going to take that. And all I'm doing is giving that same advice, taking the best of both ends, my mom and dad, because it really is that truth. And that's how, I'm kind of almost starting to go in that life. I'm like, oh, I'm just a megaphone of my parents.
When you parent, what percentage of you is mom versus dad?
I'm probably following the tracks of my life. I'm probably right now disproportionately my mom, and sooner than later, I'll be more like my dad. Much like what I went through, which is the first 14 years of my life was only mom, and then the next, kind of 15 years of my life was heavily dad.
You're bagging ice for $2.
Yeah. My dad did things for me that absolutely allowed me to be the enigma that I am for somebody who is such a self-promoter, gift of gab, sizzle guy. I'm convinced, which is tough to say out loud, that the things I most despise in people with charisma, I actually am, and that the parenting is what did it. That I was willing to lie to sell. And that would have manifested as me with girls, and that would have manifested me with product. And I know this because I did it. Because at 14 and 15, I lied to sell wine. I just did. And so the fact that I got lucky and came into a father who looks at embellishment as a cardinal one strike, if you embellish to my dad, if D-Rock called my dad and said, right now, Sasha, you'll never believe this, 80,000 people just watched that clip, and the actual amount of people that watched that clip was 78,000, my dad would never trust D-Rock again.
Wow.
Yeah, so think about, I'm being serious, think about what I'm talking about. Yes, we're talking about extremity around, so I went from gift of gab, fucking, what some people think I am when they first see 1 minute video. To being suffocated.
I was going to say that word, suffocated. Did you feel suffocated?
In a great way. At the time, it was fear. I was fearful to embellish or lie to my dad. So it just started getting me into practice to not. Which ironically had a countercultural movement else, but made me to him, ironically, at times as well, because I didn't want to deal with the suffocation. So I started transforming over the next 15 years to the world. But to my dad, his hyper overreactions conditioned me to actually want to not tell him things. So it went from lying to not telling. Because I wanted to navigate, because I also wanted to protect everything around me. Employees, our vendors, our customers. I knew that he has this. I read the situation. But ironically, it made me have to be less transparent with him to make it palpable for the world.
So I've heard your beef, for the lack of a better word, on funnels and opt-ins and sales funnels and stuff. In the world of trying to figure out how to
monetize.
Not monetize, how to speak. No, not monetize. For me, like you were in Singapore, and I was like, that's a really great audience for this podcast because they're Asian and they're going through that parenting thing. And so, no, it's just how do you kind of hold audience to warm audience to really nurture them in this conversation. But I know you're not a fan of that, so.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not a fan of people doing top of funnel behavior to sell people services that aren't valuable.
Okay.
And sell against fear.
Okay.
Like if you created a product of a .com that was a $999 ebook of how to solve your problem as an Asian with your parents, and then in that ebook was basically just 87 pages of words and other piece of content that you found on the internet, that doesn't make me feel good. But I'm thrilled if you're trying to listen to your podcast, or even go to your conference that is $1,000 ahead. But I want you to not, what I'm most proud of is I don't sell fear.
With do you mean like the giant countdown clock? Like you only one
all of it. All of it. No, listen, I like hacking. I'm a salesman. I love doing what I did yesterday with my text platform of use the Gary Vee podcast. Here's what I don't like. I don't like the countdown clock that goes to 0, and then the next day I'm like, but wait, we've added 2 minutes. I'd rather just have the countdown clock end 2 minutes later. I don't like tactics that are based on fear. What I really don't like is selling. That's what it is. Look, I could build a crazy manipulation.
Damn it.
My ability to have a fucking $100 million company based on coaching is very real. The amount of people that would pay me $5,000 a month to be part of the virtual one, $25,000 a month being part of the get together once a month one, and $1 million a year to be part of the personal, you've got my cell phone, I see you once a month, is real. I know it's real because people ask me to do it. I don't want that. And not that there's anything wrong. I don't like to judge so much, so I hate it. But here's what I would say. And you're going to get this because I already know you. Just sell something you believe in and then do whatever the fuck you want. Because too many people sell something they don't believe in. They just do it because it's where they can make the most money.
Now I would say something that solves someone's problem, makes an impact at the cross
which is different than what people are doing, which is they're poking at insecurities and selling them diet pills in the form of information. Most of the information products that are being sold, funnels, is going deeply out of insecurity and selling them a get quick fix plan.
Sure. How to get 10,000 followers in half.
Or I'm your guru. I'm gonna solve
Shit,
this.
kailangan na magpali.
Yeah, I don't like that. Just don't take advantage of people. The amount of people that sell something, like I'm petrified of taking money from people. If I don't like, that's why I like selling like wine and sneakers. My whole thing on that is like, well, if you're gonna buy wine, first of all, Empathy Wines is better than the $20 wine at Bevmo and like at Total Wine. So like that feels good. Yeah. And if you were gonna buy wine anyway, and you've been listening to me for 6 years and got a ton of value, then that's awesome. Versus I've been giving all this content and it was really for the sake of getting you to pay me $1,800 a month. That's what people are doing. That's the cliche funnel work. So that's why I like a conference, because it's just like sell tickets if they want to come, awesome.
And we need it in real life.
There's also this one thing, which is when you're making content that is actually seeded in the fact that you ultimately want to convert them into a paying monthly subscriber, you're already vulnerable to the purity of your content. The reason I think I'm giving out the content I'm giving is it's strictly built for admiration. Do you know how good it felt when you rolled up on me after the Eisen show?
Really?
Of course. When you have somebody who admires you, predicated on the fact that they brought you value for free, think about it. Think about it. To his point when he made the intro the first time, there's much fancier people in culture that go on there, but the reason I think I can end up being the fanciest is only Oprah in the last 2 to 3 decades had the luxury that the TV show was paying her, so she didn't need to monetize her audience, is why she became Oprah. Whereas other people who have been successful had to find a way to monetize their audience because they didn't have a subsidizing income from a television show or from VaynerMedia. See? It's that Oprah became the biggest because she didn't need to take a penny from the audience, which allowed her to give the audience the most she could give.
Well, I know you don't listen to a lot of, and I know you don't watch TV, but I will say it's worth listening to The Making of Oprah, or does anyone know the title of that podcast? How she became, and it was fascinating. And she did do a lot of stuff in the back in order to fight through the topics that she wanted to talk about. So
of course.
So she did all that for sure.
But again, at its macro.
Right,
as a gangster businesswoman, she made her money in a different way, which allowed her to have a different relationship with her audience. The end. It's not super complicated. That was her position that is different from the historic people that sell books and seminars and conferences and islands and all that. That's why she won. And that's why I'm gonna win. I don't want to make my money on my audience, right? Just like Oprah has a book or things of that nature that she had, or book club or the magazine. It's like if you're gonna read another magazine, you know? But again, there was no Oprah mastermind for $50,000 a head, and at one point she could have sold 1 trillion of those.
What do you think of those like $20,000, $30,000 masterminds?
I don't love the format. I think it changes I don't love the relationship. But guess what? And this is very important. I don't get to judge. It doesn't work for me. But if it works for Joey Magoo and Sarah McGee, mazel tov. I have observed it for the last decade, and my observation is there's too many people that are willing to just take the check. So the filter of helping Caleb to be part of my mastermind is, can he pay the $50,000 a month? Not, is this guy view me as the anecdote and this is a lottery ticket? And what I'm really doing is
One
makes him feel like he's doing
po
something. You know, my biggest fear is with my content, and we'll wrap up with this because D-Rock seems super anxious, so I must be behind. My biggest fear is that I'm so motivating by nature in the way that I communicate that people follow me and it makes them feel like they're actually doing something.
Absolutely. Yes.
And I love that I can give a spark, but I need you to take that match and point it to the bush so it goes on fire, not just hold it and it feels good when it comes out. And then you need me again tomorrow. I'm trying to motivate to action. And I'm trying to motivate to action that is for you, not for me.
Absolutely.
And that is my framework. And so that is something I think a lot about. The reason a lot of people are following me is because the words just came out of my mouth. So you have somebody who came into the funnel, they're watching me for 6 months, and they're getting what they need. They aren't happy, they don't want to put in work, they are entitled, and they're getting this nice fix from me 2 minutes, 20 minutes a day, and it feels like they're doing something because I'm doing something and I'm telling them to do something. But then occasionally, out of nowhere, I do what I just did for the last 3 minutes, and I look at them dead in the face and go, this isn't working. And then they go, fuck you, I'm gonna go find somebody who's not as good as you. But watching people, when I call them out in that occasional moment of content, leave me, go to the bullshit version of me, and pay that person is something I think about every day. When I go in for the kill, after I made you feel real safe, and I'm gonna use that equity to now inspire you to start the podcast. And thank God there's 10 to 35% of people like you that actually go and do it, because that becomes my legacy. That is my selfish want of impact. But for the 90 to 65% that don't, when I go in for that kill, they don't start the podcast. They jump off and they go find a fucking third-rate huckster that seems like me, and they pay that motherfucker $13,000 for their course, and they go completely because they are not ready for accountability.
True. That's it. Accountability.
That is the current state of my content world and my connection and anticipation, aspiration, and vulnerability with my audience. That rant was it. And I think about it every day. How do I provide more content and more value in getting them in to pay attention? And how can I be more thoughtful about when I put pressure on them to do something?
Can I tell you one thing that I do to motivate the moms that I work with to get to the next step? There has to be something at stake. So for me, I know you don't talk about politics, so I'll say, okay, so Sujan, you want to pay off your credit card, so you have $100, or how much do you want to tell me that you create in next week? And she'll say $100. I'm like, okay, so if you don't do that, you're gonna have to pay $100 to Donald Trump. And that is my fire for my women, because we don't want to do this, but people that follow in the situation. So there has to be something at stake, which is why I think the women move.
I got a good one for you that I want you to build on.
Okay.
A shocking amount of people that don't have money are willing to spend money in that scenario versus doing. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
That's great, and that tactic will work for some people. My mom is the cheapest woman on earth. She, like me, has no interest in working out ever. She, after I started doing my thing, got more and more pressure for me and bought some working out memberships and lessons. She consistently makes up bullshit and doesn't go. And in a world where she will do things to save $8, wastes $100
Trial.
a week.
Sure. So this woman did it. She flipped a bunch of her baby stuff, made 160. I got the report last night. And so I said, take 50, reinvest it into it again. Because she's like, this feels good. This feels empowering. She's got a little 3-year-old. She's in debt. And so I think that people just need to start and just
flip.
Ano ka?
Flip. Right now,
Ano? Guild ko? Ha? Wala. Hirap pala i-farm to. Dapat ano, hunter na. Ito muna tayo. Parang gabi yung mapa. Masyadong malaki. Laki din po. Buset.
천진 나만 청순 가련 새침 한척 이젠 지쳤나 귀찮아 매일 뭐해 어디야 밥은 잘자 매일 자기 여보 보고 싶어 다 부질없어 You got me like 이건 아무 감정 없는 love story 어떤 girl, now I'm used to being the girl. You sitting on your feelings and sitting on my throne. I ain't got no time for the troubles in your eyes. This time I'm only looking at me, myself, and I. I'ma do it on my own now. Now that you're alone, got you looking for a clone now. That's how I'm getting down, destined for the center crown. Singing loud like 이건 아무 감정 없는 love story. 어떤 설렘도 어떤 의미도 내게 미안하지만 I'm not sorry. 오늘부터 나나나 Bitch 나는 solo. 나는 solo. I'm going solo, lo, 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 lo. I'm going solo, lo, 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 lo. 만남, 설렘, 감동 뒤엔 이별,
Shit, I'm playing the pop-up.
홀로인 게 좋아. 난 나다워야 하니까. 자유로운 바람처럼 구름 위에 별들처럼 멀리 가고 싶어. 밝게 빛나고 싶어. Now I'm going slow-mo. Bitch, 나는 solo. I'm going solo, lo, 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 lo. I'm going solo, lo, 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 lo. Blackpink in your area. Blackpink in your area.
Being a bad girl, I know I am. And I'm so hot, I need a fan. I don't want a boy, I need a man.
Click clack bada bing bada boom. 문을 박 차면 모든 날 바라본 그지에서 노력 안 해도 모든 남자들의 코피가 팡팡팡 팡팡 바라바라 팡팡팡 지금 날 위해 축배를 짠짠짠 Hands up 내 손에 butterfly 흔히 네가 말로만 듣던 걔가 나야 Jenny 춤추는 불빛은 날 감싸고 도네 Black to the pink 어디서든
Sandaan.
우리 엄마 매일 내게 말했어 언제나 남자 조심하라고 사랑은 마치 불장난 같아서 다치니까 엄마 말이 꼭 맞을지도 몰라 날 보면 내 맘이 뜨겁게 달아올라 두려움보다 널 향한 끌림이 더 크니까 멈출 수 없는 이 떨림은 on and on 내 전부를 너란 세상에 던지고 싶어 Look at me now 이렇게는 나를 태우고 있잖아 그럴 수 없어 우리 사랑은 불장난 My love is on fire Now burn baby burn 불장난 My love is on fire So don't play with me boy 불장난 Oh no 난 이미 멀리 와버렸는 girl 어느새 이 모든 게 장난이 아닌 girl 사랑이는 빨간 불씨 불어라 바람 더 커져가는 불길 이게 약인지 독인지 우리 엄마도 몰라 내 맘 도둑인데 왜 경찰도 몰라 불붙은 내 심장이 더 부어라 너는 기름 Kiss him while I diss him I don't know but I miss him 중독을 넘어선 이 사랑은 crack 내 심장의 색깔은 black 멈출 수 없는 이 떨림은 on and on 내 전부를 너란 불길 속으로 던지고 싶어 Look at me now 이렇게 넌 나를 태우고 있잖아 그럴 수 없어 우리 사랑은 불장난 My love is on fire Now burn baby burn 불장난 My love is on fire So don't play with me boy 불장난 걷잡을 수가 없는 걸 너무나 빨리 퍼져가는 이 불길 이런 날 멈추지 마 사랑이 오늘 밤을 태워버리게
Susunod itong patayin sa ano. Sa Guild na yun. Putang inang monster yun. Sa may naga pa. Putsang inang dami. 600. Hindi pala 1,000 na soft feather. King inang yan. Dito na tayo titira. Mabilis yung respawn time nito. Parang ubos na agad. Parang gagong puta. Bobong naga. Boss yun, diba? Tama ba? Wala na. Hindi, dito pala. Yung sa may tubig. Fuck you, naga. Kate. Wala na. Yung mukhang leon. Parang gago. Wala ang puta. Mas efficient ba pag binili ko na lang? Mas mag gold room na lang ako. Siguro. Kasi 10 points more than 1 eh. Para makaisa ka lang. Mahal din pala. shit. On far pala dapat. Hindi na-drop na itong gagong to. Gago. What up, yo? Basag ako ng ano, ilan ba yun kanina? 8 ika, di man na naka plus 7 kahit isa. Bagay plus 6 na naman yung isa kong pang-farm. Not cause of feather. Wala andun sa ano, sa Sith. Nakakakashi na ako eh. Yeah. Pinahirap niya. Pucha, balik yung buhay. Hassle naman ito. Pag namatay ulit ako, ayoko na. Fuck. Yan na nga ba? Sakit. Bad trip na Tendril Lion. Katempota. Doon na lang ako sa taas magpa-farm. Bad trip na MVP na. Layo nung entrance. Fuck, ayaw mateli malapit sa portal. Lakarin na lang natin. Lakas yung bit kaya hindi makasurvive. Oh pre, kamote nga din. Sa ano ba yun? Sa Twitch. Nag-ano naman ako sa'yo. Tawag dito, naglalurk naman ako. Kaso pagka ano lang, pagkagising ako, pinapatay ko din yung ano, PC ko eh. Nung naging affiliate kasi ako, ano eh, Summoner's War pa yung tawag dito. Summoner's War pa yung sinistream ko eh, so medyo mas malaki talaga yung parang fan base ng larong yun. Oo, pre. Nag-submit na rin ako eh. Sayang din eh. Baka matanggap kung sakali. Sinend ko nga kay ano eh. Kay Jake yung screenshot ng mga stream ko nung unang version nung server niya. Grabe, dami. $300. Malapit na naman ako eh. Sa YouTube nga lang. Pero iba pinapayagan niya. Parang 100 pa lang. Tsaka ano naman yun sa akin eh. Pag kinombine mo lahat pre. Ano na. Kasi 105 na ata ako sa Twitch. Tas 193 sa 193 sa YouTube. Tapos 3 sa Mixer. Oh, sakto. 300. Pag pinag-add mo. 10 viewers. Ano yun? Concurrent ba yun? O views lang? Kasi kung concurrent viewers natin, medyo mahirap yung kasi Ragnarok. Hindi naman masyado sikat. Niche na lang talaga to eh. Tayo lang yung naglalaro na. Medyo mahirap nga yun. Parang umabot yung sa akin 5-6. Pag sobrang haba pa nung stream mo, tingnan natin. Kaya yan. Kailan ba yun? Sunday ba? Sunday ata parang 40 plus yung views, pero parang unique viewers yun. Pero yung concurrent nga mga 6 ganun. Masabay-sabay. Kaya yan, tsaga-tsaga lang pre. Alam mo ba't na-enganyo ako Nice. Kaya ako na-enganyo kasi nung una, iba yung mga parang ipapamigay lang sa streamer na partner nila is parang mga VA lang, mga ganun. Yung bulk set lang. Sabi ko, tayo na pangit, nakatamad. Tapos nakita ko magiging costume na bonus points. Nice. Gusto ko yun. Kaya naman ako naglalaro nito para pumogi yung yung karakter ko. Hindi pre, soft feather talaga. Yung horseshoe, hindi ko alam kung saan ginagamit eh. Tsaka itong mystic horn. Soft feather. Magpapali ako. Ano ka? Alin? Kailangan ba yun? Para saan yun? Ulul. Kaya hinahanap ko lahat noon iba sa may ETC na drop. Kinuha ko lahat. Oo, kasi baka biglang ilagay ni Jake. Tanginang Jake to. Kaya ako rin ganun. Oo. Hinant mo na lang din eh. Diba? Bro, may makaisang yung garnet gago. Para saan ba yung garnet ka? Mahal yun eh. Kaya nga eh. Ang dami nga nabili ngayon eh. Kasi syempre mura pa. Alam ko na din yun eh. Medal na rin yun. No? Oo. Mahal eh. Pucha. Hindi ko alam. Turbo ng PC. Walang kalaro. Sino idedebo ko yun? Yung mga... Kasi ko kahit butaw, kilala kita. Tanginang yan. Kesa naman yung mga ito yung idedebo ko. Tapos, hindi naman breaker sigyo. O pre, meron din ako eh. Ito. Yung friend ko si Capben. Rin, viewer ko rin sa Twitch. Tapos yun, napalaro na rin siya kasi nga naka-quarantine naman daw. Sayang naman daw yung oras. Balik araw. Kahit pa paano. May isang akong nakausap kanina sa sa Gold Room. Sabi niya pa-view daw. Kasi akala niya donator ako. Kasi ba't daw ang lakas ko sa Gold Room. magdo-donate din daw siya. Sabi ko, hindi ako donator, ate. baka kuya yun, babae lang. Kunwari babae lang. Sabi ko, hindi ako babae. Marami lang alam. Anong guild yan, pre? May guild ka na ba? May ano na. May war na sa Sunday. Trial. Dalawang ano lang. Dalawang castle. Oo, yung ano. Yung nasa Luti. Oo, nakita ko yung mga ano eh. Bumili na nga ata ako sa'yo. Hindi ko maalala. Kasi nag-price check ako nung isa. Kasi yung nagbebenta. Tapos nakita ko. Uy, si Gyogyo to ah. Sila ano, yung mga Walmart tsaka Target. Oo, yan. Yun yung guild mo eh. Wala, meron na ako eh. Yun ulit yung guild ko eh. So cheap, almost free. Wala, hirap eh. Kailangan pag yung marami mong account, dapat iisa yung guild eh. Kasi sobrang halaga ng guild storage. Palipat-lipat ka ng ano. Yun yung mga pan-token mo. Nagto-token ka na ba? Mahal kasi 200M po siya. Hirap mag-ipon ng pera eh. Dalawa pa rin nagto-token sa akin eh. Dalawa pa lang yun sa akin. Itong main ko tsaka yung isa. Pero wala, ipon-ipon na lang din. Kasi for sure kailanganin yan. Pagka requirement na yung mga ano, mga C-drop. Sana. Okay. Diba, saan ba nabibili yun? Diba event ano yun? Event points ba? Buti nga ngayon, medyo na-improve na lang. May at points na. Ang dali naman nung hindi ka na pupunta dun sa mga NPC. Yan, alam mo, yung KOE points mo, WOE, vote, event, arena, token. Diba? Fire pa, punta ka pa dun sa ay shit. Bad trip na pateli ako. Cool, mahina ba? Lakas nung input niyan eh. Hindi, mahina lang yung boses ko. Tulog kasi sila eh. Taas na niyan, pre. Try natin i-record. Lakas nung ano eh. Lakas nung input ko eh. Tapos may mga filter lang kaya siguro feeling mo mahina. Pero yun din ng ano eh. Yun din nakikita kong parang mga feedback sa mga video ko. Tsaka nga hinihinan ko yung boss ko ng konti. Check din natin. Bad trip na ano to. Pero sobrang hina nung tugtog ko eh. Lasa nung ano eh. Oo nga no. Input ko eh. Mahina nga yung ano. May mga filter mic. Kaya siguro. Ano? Alam mo daw yung ano? Yung anima, Gyo. Anima daw. Mobile. Nakasa natin ng konti yung mic. Oo, anima daw. Hindi daw alam ni Gyo eh. Malamang laro eh, masaya talaga yan. Check ulit. Yan. Hindi daw alam Negyo eh. Malamang laro eh, masaya talaga yan. Kumaksa naman yung input ko eh. Hina lang talaga yung boses ko. Pero masyadong malakas yung tugtog kanina. Off lang natin. Okay na siguro yan. Hindi pa rin ginagamit yung VIP mo. Dalawa pala yung ginamit ko. Yung sa shop lang, ano lang, tsaka mas mabilis magpa-level. Pag gagawa lang akong bagong karakter, tsaka ko lang i-activate. Kahit sa Marine ka lang magpa-level, ano eh. Pwede kong patayin to. Mga PK ba ako? Bang, patayin natin. Hina akong pucha. Patay ko pa rin siya pucha. Kala mo talaga malakas ako eh. Tayo na, pang hunt lang naman yung items. 2k lang yung damage ko. Ano? Kailan ni-release? Hindi, anong date puta? Eh, every year naman nire-renew yung copyright eh. Narinig nga eh. Really lovely. Tan, tan. Nah, parang flying. Kailan ba? 115. Tangina, 10% pa lang. Pero at least mas madali naman. Ay, shit. Kala ko 19 eh. Mas madali to kaysa dun sa isang monster. Tama na may araw ko. Shadow. Oras na ba? 4 hours na pala ako. Pagtapos ng trabaho eh. Stream agad. So pag pwede na ulit mag-gym, mababawasan ng konti yung mga 2 hours. Yung playtime kasi kailangan mo matulog ng ayos. Tagal na, sir. May macro ba yung mouse mo, Gyo? Or yung keyboard mo? Nagamit ko yung macro sa ano eh. Alcohol. Sa akin dalawa eh, yung sa mouse. Yan ito, naka-auto click ako. Oh, may alk na ako pre. Alk pre, nakatamad mag-hunt eh. Grabe pre, alcohol, ang dami nun eh. Level 0 pa yung brewing.
Pinapasan pala.
Ha?
Pinapasan.
Yung bow lang. Plus 8 na yung bow ko eh.
Huwag ka magpa-plus.
At paplasan puta. Wala eh. Pangit yun eh. Sa mga ignore def lang naman kasi eh nagbabase sa def mo kasi tumataas yung def mo pag may plus eh. Pag nakatana wasak ka. Meron pa. Luluto pa. Luto ka. Anong technique? Yun, dami. Auto-click. Nakabalo lang minsan. Oo. Pag nangangawit na ako.
Naiyak ka kan.
Ano? Ano? Oh. Wala gago. Plus 6 lang ang puta. 8. Sobrang tanga. Ikabuo. So kala ko mga plus 10 ako kasi yung mga pinlasan ko dati patatlo-tatlo lang. Oh. 8. Hindi. Yung iba pag after pag plus 6 mo basag na. Puta, ano ba yan? Basag lahat, puta. Na-account ko 5 lang pre. Yung plus 10. Dalawa na i-ikabo ko eh. Isang plus 6, isang plus 8. Bakit? Ano ba yun yung sa buckler ba yan? 5 lang yung account ko eh. Ayoko na ng mas madami. May nakaselan. Oo, yung crack buckler. Ano bang magagawa ng pag plus 10 mo? Hanggang plus 6 pa lang ata ako yung nagkaka-food. Binibigyan ka ng food. Pero pangit pa yung food na yun, hindi plus 20. Oo nga. Dagdag ano nga rin. Activity points. 99 na yun sa akin. Oo, okay nga din yan. Ano kayo bibigay kapag pag na plus 10 mo kaya mas mataas mga plus 7 gana. Plus 6 pa lang inabot ko eh. Crack buckler. Yung crack buckler. Pinaplasan. Wala, may paplasan ka tapos magkaka-reward kapag mas mataas yung plus. Narantang. Tapos may activity points. Dami nagdo-donate to. Tayo lagi na-announce eh. Kada lagi nun, ang daming. Oh, tiba-tiba na si Boss Jake. Tangina. Pero mukhang ano sila eh, wag lang maglolo yung ibang GM. Mukhang mas organized sila ngayon eh, kumpara nung dati. Yung dati, yung dami ng inactive na ano yun. Siya na lang talaga eh. Dito, lahat active yung ano, yung kinuha niya eh. Si ano pa, si Nini. Eh, yun. Hanggang nung huling breath nung Dark Side RO dati, naglalaro pa lang yun. Si Nini. Oh. Ba't nga ikaw, GM ka na, wala ka namang kahit na. Ano, umagaan ka pa rin, tas altab-altab ka, tulong ka sa mga bob. Siyempre, ba't nadadayain? May GM ka para mga mas ano eh, siyempre. Mas magkakaroon ng mga event mo, di ba? Hindi ka naman mamigay eh. Pagka nga naging partner ka ng streamer, sila yung mamibigay sa stream mo eh. Yung mga parang pamigay, mga bubblegum, gano'n, di ba? Pwede ka magpaano sa ano. Nanginig kanina. Kinakausap ako after nung pouring event. Sabi, hindi ko alam, ano eh, champ eh. Naka ano na naman eh, naka demon wing na nga eh, tas naka Hokage hat. Tas sabi sa akin, boss, pingin namang ano, Yggdrasil. Kahit 30 lang daw. Eh puta, 20 nga lang yung meron na. Sabi ko, hunt ka. May ano na nga ngayon eh. Parang from time to time strength. Yun yung wing mo pag mag-tap. Okay. Tap ka na. Sana mo wala pa tap.
Okay.
Eh ako may blue set na. Easy. Easy shit, bro. Clawing ang puta, wala pa nga clawing. Tanginang hindi kapitan, bobo. Pag inasura ka, patay ka. Ano bang armor mo pagka ano, nagbe-break ka? Ha? Hindi, anong card po? Alam kong Valk, ano kung armor mo, bobo ka ba? Ghost. Tsaka acid demo. Wasa ka doon sa acid demo eh. Eh ba't naman ako? Pa-high risk ako eh. Galing nung pali, no? Putan di namamatay sa Asura tsaka sa acid demo. Ang inang naka ano, bagi na nagsiswitch ako sa Devi pagka tinitira ako ng ano, acid demo. Sila na yung mananawa. May putay nang, ba't ito ba yung pinapalo ko? Napapag-isip-isip.
Patay ako. Yun nakikita.
Puta lag. Puta. Hinahunt yung blue herb. Anong mahal eh, nabibenta lang sa NPC, nabibili sa NPC. Pet food yun eh. Tagirag yan. Nagrereklamo dun sa Discord. Ang hirap daw i-hunt naman. Binibili lang yun.
Diba?
Tangina, may box yun eh. Bobo ka pala eh. Gago ka ba? Meron na akong ano, yun know, may 10 boxes na ako ng fish lice. 1k yun. Tapos meron pang 800 sa guild storage. Chinichicha lang yun ng pali ko eh, pucha. Tapos tayo na bawal ilagay dun sa ano, sa hotkey. Bad trip. Gago ka ba? Naka-auto heal ako eh. Kahit anong mangyari. Pag nagkaroon ng kalaban, activate ko yung auto heal. Mamamatay kayo eh. Nakakapanibago nga eh. Tayo na dati parang yung ano. Oo. Tsaka di ba, ang dami ng libre dun sa ano. Nung naglalaro tayo. May libreng ano. Inano ko nga yun eh. Tawag dito. Hindi, inano ko. Niresuk ko. $1,000? Ha? Akala ko naman $1,000. Ang pucha. Paano ka nanalo? Akala ko naman nanalo akong $1,000. Hindi ka pwede mag-cash. Puta, ano yun? Ba't di mo pa gawin yun? Wala pa, ano, $60. 75 pesos. Maganda. Tanginang yun. Oh yan, wala pang $50. Ba't ang mahal na conversion? May cut yung App Store. May porsyento. Parang si ano, parang si Bong Revilla. Okay ng inang yun. Mas okay pa daw na makagat ng aso kitang kaysa daw ma-COVID. Tangina mo, balik mo yung pera ng taong bayan. Sabi ko ay okay pa kaya yung aso. Tayo na rotten yung kinagat niya eh. Pag nagkaroon ng kaso na gan, hindi na pwedeng tumakbo. Tiyangin. Masyadong lenient. Puta, yung may hirap tsaka yung mga walang influence. Sobrang minor ano lang. Makukulong. Social inequality. Sobrang corrupt. Hindi pwedeng pay Maya. Kano ba yung Sleipnir? Hindi pala ako makapag hindi ako makapag-warpal. Sobrang dami kong kulang na item. Puta, mafo-frost ako. Tapos yung Sleipnir sobrang halaga. Ha? Oo nga. Sobrang halaga. Ano pa lang, meron na. Sobrang mas mahal yun eh. 20 yun. 20 points, 20 DP. Nabubuo kasi. 'Di ba? Hindi ba nabubuo 'yun? Nabubuo pa din. Hindi, makaka-apekto pa rin yun kasi kaya mo buuin ng sarili mo eh. So ano naman kung hindi siya nabebenta? Eh yung fact na questable to. Ano naman kung donate item questable naman. Makaka-apekto pa rin yun. Kahit na. Kapresyo na lang siya ng VA eh. Doble siya nung 10 lang yung VA 20 yun eh. Kaya yung sa akin bounded kasi regalo lang ni Jake. Hindi pa nga sinamahan ng eh. May ano pati yun eh. Ha? Alin? Hindi, walang kahit ano. Set lang tsaka banry. Tsaka yung VIP. Nung nanalo ko, ang donate pa lang banry pa lang. Wala pa yung yung sa akin dati kompleto. Buong Pero syempre, wala yung set. Okay lang din. Mahal kaya set. 10 lang yun. Bakit? Ang daming karakter na pwedeng blue set eh. Tsaka wala nga ibang set eh. Yun yung best set ngayon. Ano malulugi po siya? Anong VIT all stats yun gago? Wala lang siya specialty. Kaya yun yung best sa Hindi na compromise yung VIT. Kasi pantay-pantay. Ayun na, mga 250. Titigil na ako. Hayop na. Soft feather. Nakalibang din naman. Tsaka nagsistream din ako eh. Bakit? Naglalaro din ba siya? Anong araw? Oo, nakita ko nung tinag ko si Baba. ROM daw. Kano ba nabenta? Pwede na yun, pucha. Hindi pa binigay dati. Gago, yun nga dapat eh. Tinan mo siya. 10k niya na benta. Tayo nang hina ng karakter niya. Oo, tangin na. Pagka ganun, exit na agad. Puta, wala ka namang puhunan dun. 30k, ano na. May video card ka na, tsaka Ryzen 5 9. Sarap pang edit nun. Yung nagwo-work naman dun, yung virtual eh. So, 12 din ano, yung multi-threading, yun yung masarap dun eh. Ramdam na ramdam mo yun, sir. Oh, yun yung nagwo-work dun. Saan? Malamang Ryzen 3 yun eh. Bobo ka ba? Agong bilis nun. Easy yun. Mga 20 to 30 minutes na video, kaya yun, mga 10 minutes lang render. Wala yun po. Yung sa akin 25 minutes ano eh. Yun. Ganon din. Katumbas. 25 to 30 minutes yung render. Oh, edi yun. Ang laking lakas nun. Doble lahat. Mga lating. $720 ba yun o 1080? No, isa nag... nakakapag-render tapos sirado. Bobo ang puta. Tatal ko rin ginamit nun. Ilang taon din yun sa akin. 3 years ba? Buong college life. Yun yung gamit ko. Oh, tama. Binitawan ko yun 3 years ago eh. Almost. Tali. Tsaka tayo na 10k. The fuck? Tsaka hindi rin naman siya tangat kalahati. Ba't di mo te-testing? Puta. Magreklamo ka, naiuwi mo na tas ilang oras na. Ang klaseng katangahan. Si PPM pa kami ang puta. Baka sagutin. Tanginang yun. May... Kaya nga eh. Nakulitan na nga din ako. Ano parang tanga. Sa dami pa si Yo. Oo. Eh syempre nahihiya sa'yo si Pat. Hindi, kasi nga sabi ko, ano, naman sila mag-usap, tas kung nape-pressure si Pat, edi PM na lang ni Pat ikaw. Sabi ko, puta, hindi naman magkakabalikan.
Pupunta na to. Sabi ko, ready.
Anong klaseng kaso yung sasampay niya sa'yo? Papa-blatter.
Sabi pa nagpapatulog ko to. Gusto.
Maganda nga yun, sisikat.
ano, hayaan ko lang kung
Magkano ba nabebenta yung Ikabo? Hindi. Sige. 120M yung isa. Puchang yun. Dati nga binenta ko na lang yung 8 yun. Putang ina. Gagawin mahal ng mga plus 10 ngayon. Na Ika. 120M ang pucha. 1B na yung 1B yung sinayang ko. Oh, 120M. Yung isang Ikabo. Hassle sa muscle. Okay lang yan, tangin. Ako din naman yung gumawa eh. Eh kung na plus 10 ko yun. Hindi masaya ako. Yung plus 8 ano eh. Halos 800M eh. Okay lang din. Tangin. Natuwa naman ako eh. Walang talo eh.
huwag kang magbebenta. Huwag kang up.
Okay na ako. Tangin. Sakit na nung kamay ko. Putang ina. Pero swerte naman na din naman nun sa akin. Plus to yung helmet. Plus to yung BA. Alam ko hindi pala. Pero hindi. Oo nga, hindi nga. Alam ko tinry ko ng AES yung ano eh. Ng Dex. O ikaw ba yun? Ina-ES mo yung tawag dito, yung Kakashi. Yung sa akin kasi sakto ni 255. 255. Kasi kulang kay sa pagkakaalam ko. Yung sa akin kasi sakto eh. Nasa screenshot naman. Oh, fuck up yung ano, hindi mato 255. Yun o, tinan mo yung sa akin. Ayan o. O wala nga yung sa akin. Yung naga lang plus 3. Yun o, 255 plus 95 yung sa akin eh. Yun. Yung sa akin, may plus yung ano eh. Yung Kakashi ko. Plus 4. Wala pa akong halo mask eh. Tinatamad na ako mag-farm sana eh. Pinahirap eh. Putang ina. Tayo na. 3B. Doon naglalaro yung ano. Yung mga ngayon. 3 to 5. Pinagbebenta ka ng 5. Siyempre yan. Wala akong pera eh.
Ano?
1.5. Cancel. Okay lang yan po. Yan talaga.
Okay.
Ang dami na naman tao. Buying VA2B ang puta. Sobrang mura.
Sa paabot. Bebenta ako. Oh. Kasi umabot 4. Tapos PBB yung
Kung nagbebenta ako PS at 4. Nabenta nga akong PB. Tapos ngayon, naglalaro na lang talaga 42-45. Nanawa na ako mag-farm. Tatatlo ko dahil. Pag bro na lang, puta. Dapat na ako mag-farm. Sa akin pala talaga to. pucha. Double click hassle. Bawal pala yun. Wala pa akong saber ka eh. Ikaw yung taga ano ng saber. Ako doon sa iba. Ako yung nabili ng my main phone. Ikaw yung nagkahan. Ha? Alit. Common lang. Ikaw yung nagkahunt. Oo. Ikaw yung nagkahunt nun eh. Naaya ko pag wala. Tayo na ba ito walang saber?
Yes. Reset your stat.
Kalbo lahat ng karakter ko eh. $300 activity points ang puta. Sobrang dami. Tanginang yan. Lahat ng quest ginagawa. Pakasipag mo naman, sir. Hindi na ako mag-convert ng creds ng tayo na everyday nagko-convert akong creds. Putang ina kasing limit yan eh. Pwede nga ito yung buy and sell mo. Benta mo mga 12 to 13 yung creds. Nakabenta ko dati 15 nga. Padalwa-dalwa. Tiyang ino 100M lang eh. Tapos pupusta ka lang. Pinusta ko nga 1M lang. Hindi 5M. Kasi ang hirap ko pa nun eh. Puta bawal nga pala sa guild. Bawal i-guild storage yung credit ang puta. Tang inang yan. Daming arte. May 2B na ako. Bili na ba akong BA? Cold room lang. Bili na akong VA mga 3B no. Barat. Bibenta ka ng 5. Pinapahin 4 point. Alam ko may bumili. 3B to 4B ako. 4.5. Nawala na eh. Nung sinout niya ng 4.5. Una. Top 5 el course na ng break may partner ni Jake na streamer puta. Stream kami ni pareho ni Gyo. Sayang yung so ano eh. Ganda rin yung ano eh. Ganda rin yung perks. Tsaka yung mga pamigay ka sa mga plebs. Tsaka na nag-recruit sa akin eh. That may G-pack ako eh. Kinik ako ang puta nung nakuha nila yung G-pack kupal. Oo. Pini-PM ko. Hindi nasagot. Alaya mo na. Putang ina yan. Hindi ko na hindi ko na screenshot eh. Hello, Cap Ben. Nakasali ako doon sa guild. In-edit din yung entry. Hindi na ako kasama doon sa entry. Streamer pa naman yung kupal ang puta. Okay lang. Puta. Kasi yun yung mga white, ano lang yun, mga white Valk lang. Putang yun, basura. Aning ko pa yan. White Smith. Well, sa ano lang talaga ako nagpapa-level pre. Sa Abi. Yung White Smith ko kasi pinalevel ko, naka-VIP ako eh. So sa Marin ko nang pinalevel, nag 255 na. Mas madali pa-level yung yung Alchemist kasi may acid demo. One hit may mga monster eh. Wala, donate yun pre. Kung trip mo mag-donate, nasa sayo na yun. Ako may VIP lang ako na ticket kasi nag-beta test ako. Tapos binigyan ako ni Jake. Nanalo ko doon sa raffle eh. Ito pre oh. Ayan oh. 20 points. VIP ticket sa isang araw lang. May ano sila, may isang special ticket habang buhay ka ng VIP. Diba? At least may variant. Sabi mo 500 points. Habang buhay ka ng VIP. Tsaka sana gawin nilang tradable para White Smith. Cart Revolution yung ginagamit ko dati. Doppel. Pwede naman. Basta mas strength ka lang. Tas mataas yung attack speed. May nabiling Kakashi ka. Equals VA. No more, no less. Ayan, donate pa. Ayaw mag-farm. Lupit nung isa eh. May nag-post na yung isa ka. Pinapag gold room niya. Natutuwa daw kasi yan. Sa mga pick-up. Ang libreng bot. Legal na bot. Angas gago puta. Sarap nun. Busin ko na muna siguro yung pang sinisin yung message ko eh.
see me in a crowd. I'm gonna run, there's nothing to help. Watch me make 'em bow one by one. You should see me in a crowd. Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make 'em bow one by one. Count my cards, watch them fall. Blood on a marble wall. I like the way they all scream. Tell me which one is worse, living or dying first. Sleeping inside a hearse. You say, come over, baby. I think you're pretty. I'm okay. I'm not your baby. If you think I'm pretty, you should see me in the crowd. I'm gonna run, there's nothing to help. Watch me make 'em bow one by one.
Na-minimize ko pala, kaya nag-freeze.
Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make 'em bow one by one.
Yan ka, oh. Pagka na-approve ka. Synthesis ticket, streamers cup, account bound supplies, tas monthly VIP subscription. Tas yung first month mo, may VA, VS, Vicious, tsaka month. So may Cyclops ka na, Sleep Near Nile Rose. Tas ito yung ina-enganyo ko, worth 100 bonus, donation bonus points, headgear every 2 weeks. Tayo na every 2 weeks. Ha? 100? Isang LHD aura na manipis. O kaya yung tawag dito, 120 ba yun? O 1 pib? Yung hot ko. Yung monk hat. 100 lang yung yung elite. Grabe, sobrang dami ng cost na naglalaro. Kaya nga gusto ko to yung bag. Dadaanan may mga pangit pa yung mga itsura ng tao. Ang dami pa naka-wing. Ay, nandun sa wala nang makikita naka-wing. Pero ginamit ko rin yun. Kapal yun na elite. Tapos tayo. Dito. Bibili na ako nung yung neck. Bibili na ako mid na gold. Sarap. Yun yung next. Wala lang akong mabilan. Pero meron akong pera. Kasi kalimitan nung offer sa akin. Parang in low, parang 600 kilo. Mid. Pero Update 30,000. $30K. O di tama nga. 30k lang yung max nung ano eh, nung inventory ng kahit anong item. Wala, 30k lahat ng Ragnarok ganun. Kahit sa store. Ano? Alin? Tanggal. Ah. Sobrang dami niyang creds dati. Tangin no. Sino bang hindi? Yung ano nga yung chinecheck ko nga eh. Kung ilan na yung pera ko. Nagkaroon ng time ano eh. Parang lahat ng account. Lahat ng merchant doon sa account. May yan. Meron sa storage na 300B. Meron doon sa invent. Meron doon sa binili ko yung mga costume. Nakita ko ito saan. Nakabenta ako ng 600B na plus 2. Plus 2 strength. DA. Noong una, ino-OP ko eh. Parang 750 ko binibenta. Hanggang sa bumababa. Sa 600, yun, may bumili. Buwa, nice. Easy. Ayun eh, wala siyang pake. Sabi niya, sige, bigay ko muna yung creds. Okay. Tsaka tangin, baka mga scam po. Nainanong pera. Trabaho ng sir. Walang personal. Wala na tuloy ako sa flow nung ginagawa. Pagbasag nga ulit, buset. Mahalaga ba yung activity points? Hindi naman, di ba? Unless gusto mo mag ano? Gene pass lang naman to eh. Isang gym pass lang namin kailangan mo, di ba? Para magkaroon ka ng 10 ba? Putsang inang yan. Mali. Hindi, 9,000 na yung ano ko ngayon eh. Stalker ko. 9,100 na eh. Yung weight limit. Mayiging 12k. Pag level 10. Ganun yung merchant ko eh. Tsaka bagyo. Ganda ba to? Rampage headband. Costume lang naman eh. Hindi kasi bubuo na ako nung ano. Wala namang kailangan na ibang activity points eh. Hindi mo na kaya yung sword figs. Bubuo na ako ng sword figs. Plus 5 lang pala yan. Ayun na, 10 na yung ano eh. Hayop na ano eh. Oh. Tayo na, tagal natin gamit to eh. Mosmoy. Pero ang laki ng dagdag. Pero nagpali ako ano ni, may move na. Hindi ako nagpali ng ito yung gamit. Nile kasi. Pang. Malamang puta, paano ka bibili ng Nile hayop na yan? Oh, mahal yun puta.
Percentage, alam ko yun. Percentage. HP. 2%.
Pwede na yan puta. Hindi, tsaka gagamitin mo rin yan. Sa move. 10 lang din naman pala yung kailangan dito.
So, Feather 5.
Ang inang yan eh.
So, Feather.
Hindi, buti nga pwede na akong pumasok dun sa ano eh. Bibili ko lang yung fabric, mura lang yun eh. Iniipon ko nga kasi lahat eh.
So, Feather.
250 na, putang inang.
1K yung kailangan.
Putang ina.
Mahirap pa tayong skig.
Hindi na nga doon ako nag-hunt. Kaya nga ako doon nag-hunt kanina sa unicorn. Bumaga. Sa buti nga kinwest ko na yun.
Pwede mong sumagdag doon.
Puta. Naman nabili pa nung naga. Hindi pa nila alam. Bobo pa yung mga tao. Naga shield. Inaabot ko lang dati plus 8. Ginagamit ko eh. Hindi pre. Sino yung genuine na yan? Lahat nung karakter ko pre may pangalan na kalbo. Except dito ito. Si Gendry Baratin yung isa. Oo, si Cap Ben. Siguro. Yung isa kong viewer na naengganyo maglaro din. Gawa na tayo, puta.
Si Cap Ben. Plus 10.
Ano ba pwede kong gawin?
Paano ka
Tagal na sir. 5 6 5 1 2 3 4 5. Pucha, 4 na lang pala yung pwede. Di tayo dyan.
Pabuhay na nga.
Basag na ulit.
Yan na lang pala dyan eh. Nasa isang.
Oo.
Dati kung saan.
Mas naging organized nga.
Dati kung saan dyan.
Parang tanga eh.
Hirap.
Kulay na yung crease na ko. Puta. Oper. Kano po ikaw po? Oper. Ang mura naman. Ba't hindi sila bumuo? Ang dali-dali bumuo.
Pera.
100 M. Ito 110 eh. Oh.
Sige.
Benta ko na lang pre. Hindi mo nababasagin. Creds pa ba niya? Pucha. 10 creds lang yun eh.
Scam ako dati.
Bakit?
Pero binalik.
Paano na-scam? Ano sobrahan?
Thrill or Hindi niya rin alam na may thrill. Pure meat kasi dapat.
Oo.
Yung pa yung isa kong scammers po.
Ano?
Buying pure meat. Parang 1.3 sila. Okay na yun.
Sobrang cancer.
Tapos may may lalabas 1.5, puta tataas ako 1.6. Sa'yo eh.
Sarap kasing magbasag eh.
May nagagalit nga sa akin tinipid.
Oo nga, nakita ko nga yun dati. Pini-PM ka. Asan na? Tagal naman nun, puto. Bibili lang. Kala mo.
Amontra.
Pinapababa ko yung presyo ng tao kung ka, mahal pa eh. Yan eh. Hindi mo ma-hunt yun, kailangan mo mag-bloody branch. Yun lang yung pag-asa mong makakuha ng card. Kasi yung tagal ng respawn. Tagal naman ni kuya. Depende. Yung anong tagal eh. Yung April 12 hours. Sana si kuya.
Ginagawa ko tayo. Dalakas.
Man nung bentahan ni Gyo, 120M. Oh, 110 nga lang yun nandito sa isa eh. Yan na. Mr. Trade. Game na agad. Alam mo, laki ng pera eh. 100M lang.
Hindi eh. Ay. Baka mga 10 par. Ang mga 5. Kasi ano, tinetrade saan? EA. Mga 4B5.
Yan, may pambuo na ulit ako. Nice. May 60 points pa ako eh. Kailangan mo ng pera eh. Wala na akong gold eh.
Yung gold room, ibebenta mo lang sa market.
Meron na bili, scammer eh. 110k yung puta. 110k. 124 mo pwede ibenta. Mga putang ina. Parang ikaw yun eh. Cancer. Tayo na kinukuha yung pure mithril tapos gagawin AES. Puta na nagmamahal ng mga 5B. Yung mga ganun. Pucha. Kahit na. Kaya mo binibiling pure meats kasi para mas mura eh. Hindi kasi nila alam eh. Mas mahal yung AES. Iba nga nabili ka AES kasi ibibigay sa'yo yung pure meats. 2.5 diba? 1k lang ba?
Level 4.
Hindi, lalagyan natin nilang level 5. May level 5 ng Brewmaster 80.
Mga 50.
At kasi yung Brewmaster tumaas yung level 5. Alam ko hanggang 4 lang to dati. Tinan mo. Na-check mo na eh. Dati hindi mo na-check eh. Na-check mo kung gaano kadami na yung nagawa mong FSB.
Trading ka cash equals
Yan o. Yan o. Tinan mo. May level 5 na 80k. Eto lang yung naabot ko dati. Tapos yun na. Yun na yun.
Baka may level 5 talaga.
Wala. Na-max ko na yun. Ewan ko.
Malalaman. Pag nilabas nila, siguro may ganyan.
Let's go. Sarap nun. Easy. Makapag-hunt na nga ulit. Fish. Holy arrow.
What do you want from me? Why don't you run from me? What are you wondering? What do you know? Why aren't you scared of me? Why do you
Wait lang, token pala muna.
we all fall asleep? Where do we go?
So, ni-invite ko to sa party.
What had you expected? Me to make you my art and make
Token pala muna.
I'll meet you in the park. I'll be calm and collected. But we knew right from the start that you'd fall apart cause I'm too expensive. Your talk would be something that shouldn't be said out loud. Honestly, I thought that I would be dead by now. Calling security, keeping my head held down. Bury the hatchet or bury your friend right now. The debt I owe, gotta sell my soul. Cause I can't say no, no, I can't say no. Then my limbs are frozen, my eyes won't close, and I can't say no.
Smelly box nga ba to? Ba magkamali. Smelly box. Hassle pag nagkamali ka eh.
What do you want from me? Why don't you run from me? What are you wondering? What do you know? Why aren't you scared of me? Why do you care for me? When we all fall asleep, where do we go? Told you not to worry.
Tsangay na sobrang daming mobs ang puta.
Honey, what's your hurry?
Yung hassle dito eh.
Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close.
Pag na-stun ka, patay ka. Okay, nakaisa na tayo mga sir. Minsan nagpapakita sa'yo nag-hide lang eh. Putsang ina. Tsaga-tsaga kuya. Kaya ba to? Fuck. O hindi, o hindi. Mamamatay lang tayo nyan. Hassle talaga. Hanap-hanap talaga eh. Yun. Ay shit. Ayun na nga ba yung sinasabi ko eh. Pag na-stun ka talaga, yari. Or Kiro ba yun? Yung parang hindi ka ma-stun. Hassle naman. Uy, lakad. Tumigil ang pucha. Yun yung Phoenix. Patayin ko muna to. Ay, gago. Tatlo na tayo. Konti pa. Mga 5.
Take me
Ay shit. Na-miss out ko yun. Yun, solo.
Love is endless, don't be so pretentious.
Okay na ako.
Like you do. If you need me, wanna see me, better hurry, 'cause I'm leaving soon.
Mali pala, na-unequip ko pa yung armor ko. Yan. Basag-basagan ulit tayo mga sir.
Taste me, the salty tears on my cheek. That's what a year-long headache does to you.
May pera pa ba ako? Meron pa.
I'm not okay. I feel so scattered. Don't say I'm all that matters. Leave me.
The fuck?
Deja vu. If you need me, wanna see me,
Wala ulit.
better hurry.
7 lang pala.
Leaving soon. Sorry, can't save me now.
Babawasin creds natin ng konti. Okay.
Call my friends and tell them that I love them, and I'll miss.
Game.
Call my friends and tell them that I love them, and I'll miss them. Sorry.
Fuck. Sumobra.
It's not true. Tell me I've been lied.
Tangina, grabe talaga.
Crying isn't like you.
Umaalat
What the hell did I do? Never been
Yun.
the type to
May isang +5. Wala na pala.
let someone see right through.
Pahiyang muna na konti. Shit. Yun, nakapag plus 7 din. Dedecard ko pala yung isa. May isa pa ako eh. Basagin na rin natin siguro yun. May isa na naman akong plus 7. Aking sniper weapon. Wala akong Zenny. Pucha 2M to, diba? The fuck? 2M nga ba? Hindi, 1M na lang. Nagmura na pala. Naghihingalo na yung gemstone natin. Pucha. Ano? 2M nga, fuck. Cancer. Tayo dyan. Pala nakukuha. Steady gold tab na yan. Bops nga tayo. Baka sakali. Fuck. RNG, come on. Yun, dalawa na yung plus 7, mga sir. Ah, shit. Plus 8 na ba ulit? Shit. Kamote. Oh well, ganun talaga. Okay, yeah, end ko na yung stream guys. Thanks sa mga tumambay and nag-chill. Stream na ba ito sigyo? Auto-host nga kita. Paano nga ba gawin yan? Stream ka bagyo. Kaya nalimutan ko na yung mga commands on Twitch. Tsaka na, nababano ako. Nasaan na? Fuck, hindi ko makikita. Anyway, yeah, end ko na yung stream, guys. Thanks again. See you tomorrow. Bukas mas maba yung stream, lalo na sa gabi kasi wala na akong work. So yeah, see ya.